He gazed into those eyes, yet what he beheld was the shadow of another man. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for that visage, yet bore the heavy oath of protection that would accompany him throughout his life. Chapter 1. The Day After Halloween. November 1981. The night wind of Godric's Hollow howled through Lily Potter's meticulously tended rose garden, causing the curtains to flutter vigorously. Within the room, the flames of the fireplace danced, casting unstable shadows across the walls. James Potter stood in the center of the living room, his wand gripped tightly in his hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "He has found us, Lily." James's voice was taut, urging Harry, "Hurry." Lily's green eyes widened in terror as she swiftly lifted the sleeping Harry from the rocking chair. The infant's soft black hair lay against his forehead, revealing a faint, unformed scar. "Protection spell," James shouted, simultaneously waving his wand to reinforce the protective charms on the doors and windows. "Move quickly." However, Voldemort's speed surpassed their expectations. The door splintered with a deafening crash, and the Dark Lord surged into the room like a wisp of smoke, his red eyes glimmering with a cruel light in the darkness. "Step aside, James." Voldemort's voice was suffocating like venom. "I only seek that boy. Unless you cross my lifeless body." James's voice was eerily calm as he assumed a dueling stance. A blinding flash of green light. James's body crumpled like a marionette with severed strings, and Lily's scream pierced the night sky. "No, Harry, no. I beg you. If you must kill, then take me instead." Lily spread her arms to shield the crib, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Step aside, foolish woman." Voldemort's voice was devoid of warmth. "I implore you. I beg you. Do not kill Harry. Take me instead. I beseech you. One last chance. Step aside." "No, no. I implore you. I beg you." Another flash of green light. Lily's body gently fell, as peaceful as one in slumber. Voldemort stood before the crib. His pale fingers raised the wand, aiming at the wailing infant within. Avada Kedavra. The green light filled the cramped bedroom. Yet at the moment it reached Harry, the spell unexpectedly rebounded. Voldemort's form began to disintegrate, and his scream shattered the stillness of the night. A lightning-shaped scar was left upon Harry's forehead, glimmering with a pearlescent sheen in the darkness. In the corridors of Hogwarts Castle, Severus Snape stumbled towards Dumbledore's office. His black robes were caked with mud and leaves, his pale face glistening with sweat and streaked with tears. The tears blurred his vision, yet he dared not pause to wipe them away. "Dumbledore." He nearly burst through the office door, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. "Tell me this isn't true. Tell me she is unharmed." Dumbledore stood by the window, his silver beard shimmering coldly in the moonlight. His eyes, those cerulean eyes, were now filled with profound sorrow. "Severus." The voice of Dumbledore was surprisingly gentle. "Tell me where she is." Snape surged forward, grasping Dumbledore's shoulders with hands that turned white from the pressure. "Tell me where Lily is." Dumbledore slowly shook his head. "No." Snape let out a heart-wrenching howl, collapsing to the ground. "No, no, no. Where is she? Where is Lily?" "She is dead." Dumbledore's voice carried an unspeakable weight. "She and James." "Voldemort." Snape's body trembled violently, a broken sob escaping his throat. He buried his face in his hands, his dark curls falling disheveled, tears seeping through his fingers. "The child. What about Harry?" Snape suddenly looked up, his voice fractured. "He is alive," Dumbledore said. "Lily's sacrifice created an ancient protective magic. Voldemort's killing curse rebounded." Snape's body shook incessantly, as if being torn apart by an invisible force, this time driven by an indescribable emotion. He stumbled to his feet, swaying like a candle flickering in the wind as he made his way to the window, his fists clenched tightly. "I warned you. I cautioned you." Snape's voice was low, like that of a demon from the depths of hell, laden with endless peril. "I told you he would find her if you revealed that prophecy to him." "I know, Severus." Dumbledore's voice seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 burdens, filled with profound regret. "And you made me swear to keep it a secret." Snape suddenly turned, fury blazing in his eyes, as if he intended to incinerate the entire world. "You made me promise not to disclose the content of that prophecy." "I had no choice." Dumbledore's voice was light as a feather, yet heavy as a mountain. "For the greater good." "The greater good?" Snape emitted a sound more sorrowful than weeping. Look at what your greater good has wrought. Lily is dead. All because of you. His voice seemed to be torn into countless fragments. All because of me. Dumbledore silently regarded him, then softly said, Hagrid has just brought Harry. He is in the next room. Snape's body instantly stiffened, as if struck by a binding curse. Harry? Yes. I thought you might wish to meet him. Snape's heart was a tumult of contradictions and struggles. He both yearned for and feared to see that child, the son of Lily, the woman he had once loved, and also the child of the woman he had indirectly caused to perish. Why? His voice was hoarse, like a decrepit bellows, as if each word bore the weight of unending anguish and regret. Because Severus, Dumbledore's gaze was as profound as the starry night, deeply piercing into him. You owe this child a life. Because of your mistakes, an innocent woman has died. Now you must protect her son. Snape closed his eyes, tears cascading down his pale cheeks. Take me to him. Dumbledore led him into the adjacent room. In the corner stood a simple cradle, where baby Harry lay quietly asleep, his black curls resting on his forehead, the lightning-shaped scar shimmering like a pearl in the moonlight. Snape approached the cradle slowly, each step akin to walking towards his own judgment. He looked down at the child, recognizing James's features, the high forehead, the slightly stubborn chin, but when he noticed the hints of green beneath Harry's eyelids, his heart constricted violently. He has her eyes. Snape's voice was barely audible. Dumbledore stood at the door, quietly observing this scene. Severus, I need you to protect this child. Protect him? Snape scoffed, bitterness and anger lacing his voice. Protect the son of James Potter? The child of the man who had taken Lily from him? Because this is the only way to give meaning to her sacrifice, Dumbledore said. Because this is the only way for you to atone for your sins. Snape looked down at Harry once more. The infant stirred gently in his sleep, his lips pouting slightly, reminiscent of how Lily had looked when she slept. This small gesture shattered the last barrier in Snape's heart. I promise you, he whispered, his voice laden with pain and resignation, I will protect him. With my life. Not with your life, Severus, Dumbledore gently replied, but with your very essence. Snape did not respond. His gaze remained fixed upon Harry's face. In that moment, he saw the shadow of Lily, as well as the outline of James. Two starkly different emotions toward his heart. The love and longing for Lily, the jealousy and anger towards James, and the complex feelings of both repulsion and irresistible attraction towards this innocent child. I will keep my promise, he finally said, his voice hollow and weary, but not for him, rather for her. Dumbledore sighed. I understand, Severus. At least for now. Snape cast one last glance at Harry before turning to leave. His heart was filled with exquisite pain, regret, and anger, jealousy towards James, hatred towards Voldemort, despair over Lily's demise, and rage at his own impotence. The vow to protect Harry looms over him like a towering mountain, its weight pressing heavily upon his shattered heart. This commitment arises not from an affection for Harry himself, and even carries a hint of indescribable aversion, but is rooted in an enduring love for Lily Evans that ebbs and flows like an unquenchable tide. In the depths of slumber, Harry softly murmurs, his voice akin to the faintest starlight in the night sky, barely perceptible. His emerald green eyes, illuminated by the moon's gentle glow, resemble two enigmatic gems, twinkling with a delicate radiance. Snape lingered at the doorway, slowly turning back to cast a lingering gaze upon the child, whose eyes mirrored Lily's, whose face bore a resemblance to James's, and whose future remained an unfathomable enigma. Chapter 2. The Cage on Privet Drive. In the early hours of November 2nd, 1981, the doorbell of number 4 Privet Drive, in the suburbs of London, suddenly emitted a piercing, shrill sound, as if trying to pierce the tranquility of the night sky. This unexpected noise, akin to a startled bird, stirred a commotion in the otherwise mundane Muggle neighborhood. Petunia Dursley was jolted awake by the shrill ring, her heart pounding as if struck by a heavy hammer. Furrowing her brow in annoyance, she rubbed her bleary eyes and muttered under her breath, who on earth would ring the bell at this wretched hour? Ever since receiving that peculiar letter regarding her abnormal sister, Petunia had been in a heightened state of anxiety. The contents of the letter filled her with dread and unease, and she could not shake off her worries for her sister, nor the terror of the unknown. Reluctantly, she extricated herself from the warmth of her bed, donned her heavy robe, and cautiously made her way to the door. Her footsteps were light, careful not to awaken her husband and son, still deep in slumber. As she approached the door, the bell rang again, as if urging her to hasten in opening it. Petunia's heart raced even faster. She took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. A crack appeared, and Petunia peered cautiously through it. By the faint light of the street lamp, she beheld a rough-hewn wicker cradle resting on the steps. Within it lay a baby, quietly gazing up at her with wide eyes, like two emerald gems, filled with curiosity. The moment her gaze met the baby's, Petunia felt a sharp pang in her heart. Those bright, familiar eyes reminded her of someone, her sister, Lily. Mrs. Dursley, a deep, gravelly voice boomed, seemingly emerging from the depths of darkness, its presence strikingly out of place in the stillness of the night. The enormous figure of Hagrid loomed at the threshold, nearly engulfing the entire porch, instilling a sense of awe. Hagrid carefully placed a somewhat yellowed envelope into Petunia's trembling hand. The envelope appeared aged, as if it had traversed through the annals of time. Hagrid's fingers bore traces of mud and leaves, revealing that he had just arrived from some remote location. He hesitated momentarily, his robust hand pausing in midair before slowly reaching out, as if to caress the sleeping baby in the cradle. Ultimately, he merely brushed the edge of the cradle, fearful of disturbing the slumbering infant. Having completed his task, Hagrid turned to leave, his towering silhouette gradually retreating under the moonlight, disappearing into the shadows at the street's corner. Petunia's hand trembled as she cautiously opened the envelope. Inside lay a sheet of parchment, the writing shimmering faintly in the moonlight, exuding an air of mystery. Dear Petunia, something dreadful has transpired tonight. Lily and James have departed from us, but Harry has survived. For reasons only you can comprehend, I implore you to accept this child. Your sister sacrificed her life to protect him. Now it is your turn to extend your hand. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. The letter crumpled in Petunia's quivering grip, her pale face contorted with a mixture of revulsion and fear. Monsters, they are all monsters. She cast a glance at the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, as if it were a harbinger of some ill omen, and with a resounding bang, slammed the door, thrusting the cradle and the baby down into the cupboard under the stairs. Vernon, she shrieked. Vernon, wake up. The cupboard was suffused with the musty scent of old rain boots and cleaning supplies, dark and cramped, barely accommodating an infant's curled form. Harry cried out in the unfamiliar surroundings, his diaper soaked against his tender skin, his belly aching from hunger. The darkness enveloped him in terror, the strangeness of his environment unsettling, and the scar on his forehead throbbed, as if something deep within was screaming of green light and fallen figures. As seconds turned into minutes, the sounds from outside gradually subsided. Petunia yanked open the cupboard door, the blinding light causing Harry to squint. She tossed in half a bottle of cold milk, the glass rolling beside him. Drink it, and be quiet, freak. Her voice dripped with disdain and fear, as if Harry were a contagion. Harry reached out his tiny hand to grasp the milk bottle, awkwardly sipping the cold liquid, tears still clinging to his long lashes. He could not fathom why this strange place lacked the warmth of a mother's embrace, or why the lady with the green eyes regarded him with such cold hostility. The night deepened, silence enveloping the cupboard once more in endless darkness. Harry curled up on the straw, his body trembling slightly, tears flooding forth like a broken dam, soaking his tattered clothing. Initially, his cries were loud, as if to release all the sorrow and fear bottled within. However, as time passed, his wails dwindled, eventually fading into soft sobs. Unbeknownst to him, in the depths of Hogwarts Castle's dungeons, a man cloaked in black observed his every move. The man's figure was shrouded in darkness, but his pale fingers gripped his wand tightly, betraying a sense of tension and unease. Through the perspective of the Patronus, he could clearly see every action Harry took, every tear that fell. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears, a tumultuous blend of pain and contradiction. Sleep now, son of Lily. The man whispered softly into the darkness, his voice laden with endless anguish and conflict. At least for tonight, you are safe. With that, the man slowly lowered his wand, as if releasing a great weight from his heart. He stood there quietly, gazing at Harry in the cupboard until the child's breathing steadied and he drifted into slumber. Chapter 3, The Watcher in Spinner's End. A pungent odor permeated the dungeons of Hogwarts, a noxious blend of potions and death. Severus Snape stood before a massive cauldron, his black robes appearing even more sinister in the dim light. Expressionless, he tossed one dead mouse after another into the cauldron, each one emitting a nauseating hiss upon contact with the potion. The deep purple concoction boiled violently, bubbling as if enraged, steam rising from the cauldron and casting distorted shadows across Snape's pale visage, making him appear even more eerie and cold. His movements were mechanical and practiced, the wand in his hand stirring the mixture, its wooden shaft stained with various potion residues. With each stir, the potion emitted faint popping sounds, as if protesting his manipulation. Yet, Snape's mind was evidently elsewhere. His thoughts replayed the scene from 3 days prior when Dumbledore had summoned him to his office. The flames in the fireplace flickered fiercely, illuminating the old man's weary face. Fawkes, the magnificent phoenix, shifted restlessly on its perch, seemingly sensing the tension in the room. Severus, Dumbledore's voice was more grave than usual. I need you to be Harry's guardian. Guardian? Snape scoffed, jabbing his quill into the parchment, leaving a deep scratch. You want me to keep an eye on James Potter's son while he runs wild in a muggle home? Not every day, Dumbledore replied, gently tapping the light dimmer. The tip of his wand emitting a silvery blue light that coalesced into the shape of a phoenix. Once a week, to ensure his safety. Why me? Severus Snape questioned, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Dumbledore, you are fully aware of my sentiments. Dumbledore interrupted him, his cerulean eyes piercing through half-moon spectacles. For you are the only one capable of truly comprehending him, because you understand the agony of loss. Snape fell into silence, a flicker of anguish crossing his obsidian gaze. Dumbledore chose not to pursue the topic further, merely whispering, he needs you, Severus. Not solely because of the prophecy. At that moment, Snape's Patronus hovered above number 4, Privet Drive. The silvery blue mist penetrated the brick walls, slipping through the crevices of the cupboard. He was meant to conduct a routine check, merely to ensure that the boy still lived, and then sever the connection at once, as he had done in the preceding weeks. Yet today was different. Through the lens of his Patronus, Snape beheld Harry curled up amidst the straw, weeping. His soiled visage streaked with tears, the lightning scar on his forehead glimmering with a pearlescent sheen under the moonlight. The child's small hands clutched an evidently oversized old sweater, a remnant from some relative of the Dursleys. Stop your crying. Petunia's voice pierced through the walls, sharp and brimming with contempt. If you cry any louder, I'll toss you into the trash. Monster. Snape's Patronus suddenly quivered violently, the stag's form solidifying, its eyes glinting with silver light. An unfamiliar impulse surged from his wand, coursing through his body with an instinctual ferocity, a protective urge that was both intense and irresistible. No, he murmured in defiance. But the Patronus had already taken matters into its own hands, transforming into a silver arrow that darted towards Petunia's wrist. The woman, stung by pain, released her grip and glanced around in terror. What on earth is that? Get away. In the depths of the dungeons, Snape tightened his grip on his wand, knuckles whitening, joints protruding. The silver mist carried Harry's stuttered sobs, mingled with the cacophony of the Dursleys' television blaring Muggle news. He should have severed the connection instantly, yet inexplicably allowed the Patronus to linger above the cupboard, gazing at the huddled infant. Why, he murmured, his voice quivering with an unrecognized tremor. Do your eyes resemble hers so profoundly? Memories surged like a tide. The corridors of Hogwarts, Lily's smile illuminated by sunlight. The potions classroom where she diligently took notes. The forbidden forest where she resolutely stood before Harry's crib. Snape's wand trembled, the Patronus' silvery glow flickering. He wished to disconnect, yet found his gaze inexorably anchored. Inside the cupboard, Harry gradually ceased his crying, his emerald eyes gleaming faintly in the darkness. Sleep now. Lily's son, Snape whispered into the void, his voice laden with anguish and conflict. At least for tonight, you are safe. He was uncertain why he felt compelled to protect James Potter's child. Yet those eyes, those identical green eyes to Lily's, rendered him unable to remain indifferent. The potion in the cauldron bubbled softly, emitting faint popping sounds. Snape paid it no heed, his attention fixated on the vision relayed by the Patronus. His fingers unconsciously brushing over the lightning-shaped scar on his left arm, identical to the one adorning Harry's forehead. Chapter 4, 7 Years of Surveillance. Winter 1983, Harry. Age 3. The winter nights in London were particularly frigid, the garden of number 4, Privet Drive blanketed in snow, casting an eerie blue glow under the moonlight. Dudley Dursley, clad in a thick hoodie, bounced a football on the icy grass, the sound muffled and dull. Monster! Monster! Dudley's shrill voice sliced through the cold wind. Dad says you ate our Christmas pudding. Harry huddled in the corner of the garden, trembling from the cold. The lightning scar on his forehead flushed red in the frigid air, pulsing with each heartbeat. He could not fathom why his cousin relentlessly targeted him, nor why Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia never offered him assistance. Let us see you steal Dudley's birthday cake again. Vernon sneered from the porch, his beer belly jiggling with laughter. He gestured to Dudley, who immediately scooped up the football, aiming it squarely at Harry's head. The ball whistled through the air, striking Harry's forehead with precision. A dull ache exploded forth, blood trickling down his pale cheek, blooming dark red upon the snow. Harry wailed, curling into the snow, his small hands futilely pressing against the wound. Cry louder, monster! Dudley cackled, reveling in the torment. Let the neighbors know we have a freak in our home. In the dungeons of Hogwarts, Snape's Patronus, a silver-blue stag, hovered above the pensive. The potion's master had been grading assignments when his quill suddenly froze. His dark eyes, through the Patronus' perspective, beheld the garden scene, his fingers tightening around the quill, parchment cracking beneath the pressure. Damn it, Snape muttered under his breath, realizing he had breached the agreement to refrain from excessive intervention. His wand rose instinctively, the tip emitting a faint white light. The silver mist traversed through the Patronus, crossing the expanse to land upon Harry's injury. The blood ceased flowing instantaneously, the wound healing at a visible pace. Harry, bewildered, touched his forehead, emerald eyes gazing skyward, as if he could perceive Snape's figure through the Patronus. The potion's master abruptly severed the connection, staggering back and colliding with the potion shelves. Glass vials clinked together, producing a crystalline sound as he gasped for breath, his pallid cheeks flushed with an unusual crimson hue. What have I done? He murmured, yet that very night he brewed a blood-replenishing potion. The cauldron bubbled at 2 a.m, Snape casting chopped beetle wings into the copper pot, the deep red liquid frothing with pearlescent bubbles. The following dawn, a mottled gray owl pecked at the Dursleys' window. Harry peeked out from the cupboard, spotting a parcel inscribed with erratic handwriting, for Harry. Upon opening it, he discovered a small vial containing a red liquid, accompanied by a half-melted chocolate frog. Don't let anyone know, a note tucked within cautioned, or there will be trouble. Harry carefully concealed the blood-replenishing potion, and as the chocolate frog melted on his tongue, he sensed a familiar herbal fragrance reminiscent of the scent that had wafted during the healing of his wound the previous night. Autumn 1986, Harry, age 6. The aroma of pumpkin soup wafted through the kitchen of number 4, Privet Drive. Harry crouched in the cupboard beneath the stairs, his stomach twisting in hunger. Through the crack of the door, he witnessed Dudley intentionally knocking over the pumpkin soup on the dining table, the golden liquid spreading across the floor. Oops. The monster spilled the soup. Dudley feigned innocence, his voice ringing with mockery. Vernon's roar of rage rattled the cupboard door frame. Potter, clean this up. No dinner for you tonight. Harry curled up atop the straw, his stomach churning. As dusk descended outside, the pangs of hunger rendered him dizzy. Suddenly, a flurry of wings erupted at the window, a gray owl pecking at the glass, clutching a paper bag in its beak. Harry held his breath, cautiously opening the window. The owl cocked its head, its amber eyes glinting in the moonlight. It set the paper bag upon the windowsill before flapping away into the night. Inside the bag lay 6 cinnamon rolls, still warm from the oven, exuding the sweet aroma of cinnamon and raisins. Harry devoured them ravenously, discovering a line of blurry handwriting on the inner side of the bag. Don't let anyone know. The script identical to that on the packaging of the blood-replenishing potion 3 years prior. In the Dursleys' backyard, a nest of 8-eyed spiderlings concealed themselves within the drainpipe, their 12 eyes glimmering with an eerie green light. Snape observed Harry through the spider's multifaceted gaze, his pale fingers unconsciously tapping his wand. What am I truly doing? The potion's master paced his office, berating himself for meddling. Yet before dawn broke, he dispatched another package of glucose syrup, recalling how Lily had always said one needed energy when hungry. Spring 1989, Harry, age 9. At the dining table of number 4, Privet Drive. Harry gnawed on the eraser of his pencil, grappling with his math homework. The parchment was adorned with intricate equations, the solution of which he painstakingly confirmed 3 times, yielding a score of 98, sufficient to elate Aunt Petunia for a fleeting moment. Harry, bring me your homework. Aunt Petunia's voice pierced through the air from the kitchen. With trepidation, Harry presented his homework, only to witness Aunt Petunia's countenance darken instantly. "Eh?" she shrieked. "Monsters do not require intelligence. What do you seek to accomplish at school? To attract the attention of those freaks?" The parchment was torn to shreds in Aunt Petunia's hands, the fragments fluttering down like snowflakes into the fireplace. Harry bit his lip, his throat constricting, yet he dared not retaliate. "Return to your cupboard," Aunt Petunia commanded sharply. "You shall not have dinner tonight." Retreating into the dim confines of his cupboard, Harry pressed his forehead against his knees. In the darkness, he thought he discerned a faint rustling, akin to the sound of pages turning. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find the shredded homework had mysteriously restored itself, with neat annotations emerging in the blank spaces. Incorrect approach to problem solving. Let X represent the total distance and formulate the equation. Harry gaped at his textbook, discovering that all traces of destruction had vanished, the pages pristine and untouched. In the corridors of Hogwarts, Severus Snape happened upon Professor McGonagall. His black cloak trailed behind him, carving sharp arcs in the air, the tip of his wand shimmering faintly. "I hear you are responsible for sending textbooks to the Muggle primary school?" Snape inquired nonchalantly, his fingers absently stroking the wand's handle. "Indeed." Poor Harry keeps insisting his books clean themselves. McGonagall sighed, adjusting her glasses. It must be Dumbledore's protective charm. That child has made significant progress in mathematics lately. The corner of the potion's master's mouth twitched, revealing a barely perceptible smile as he turned away, his dark eyes glinting with an unusual light. Do send more reference books next time, he mused inwardly. His logical reasoning is as commendable as Lily's. Chapter 5. Struggles beneath the chains on a summer afternoon in 1991. Sunlight poured through the glass ceiling of the greenhouse, casting dappled shadows that painted the entire space a golden hue. Harry Potter stood in one corner of the greenhouse, assisting Mrs. Fig in moving flower pots. This was the punishment from the Dursleys for his transgression of sampling Dudley's birthday cake, 3 days without dinner. Harry found this punishment rather excessive, considering he had merely eaten a few bites after Dudley had thrown the cake to the ground. The greenhouse was stifling and humid, the air thick with the mingled scents of earth and blossoms. Clad in a tattered t-shirt and shorts, sweat soaked through his back, and his hair clung to his forehead, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Mrs. Fig stood at the opposite end of the greenhouse, directing Harry to place the pots in their designated spots. With great care, he cradled a massive rose pot, tiptoeing to reach the higher flower rack. His slender arms stretched to their limits when suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his forehead scar, akin to a pinprick. Before Harry's eyes, blurred images flickered into view. He seemed to see a man in a black cloak bustling in a basement, concocting a mysterious potion. The figure of the cloaked man flickered in the steam, his silver hair floating slightly in the rising heat. His pallid profile appearing and disappearing amidst the mist swirling above the cauldron, exuding an eerie and enigmatic aura. Another hallucination, Harry murmured to himself, feeling a slight headache. He rubbed his temples in an attempt to regain focus. Taking a deep breath, he handed the rose to Mrs. Fig, who was perched on a ladder. Mrs. Fig was an elderly woman, wearing a weathered straw hat beneath which wisps of gray hair peeked out. Her face was lined with deep wrinkles, yet her eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, seemingly at odds with her age. Mrs. Fig, Harry hesitated. Do you think there is really such a thing as magic in this world? He did not truly expect an answer. Over the years, whenever he uttered peculiar statements, Aunt Petunia would scream for him to be quiet. Yet today, amidst the greenhouse's tranquility and after experiencing that strange vision, he could not resist asking. Mrs. Fig paused her work and mysteriously blinked at him. Perhaps, dear, some special children are destined to encounter extraordinary things. Her voice dropped to a whisper, as if sharing a secret known only to the two of them. A peculiar shiver coursed through Harry. He recalled those inexplicable occurrences, his hair growing longer overnight, the Dursleys' window inexplicably swinging open, and the vague figure that always appeared when he was bullied. Meanwhile, far away in the dungeons of Hogwarts, Snape was examining Harry's location via the Marauder's map, a copy he had surreptitiously obtained from Dumbledore under the pretext of needing to monitor student movements for safety. The office was dim and chilly, illuminated only by a few flickering candles. Potion bottles cast peculiar shadows on the shelves, and the potion in the cauldron emitted soft bubbling sounds. Snape leaned closer to the parchment map, lightly tapping the tip of his wand, causing the map to reveal Hogwarts' intricate layout and the moving dots representing individuals. Harry's was slowly traversing Privet Drive, moving in a predictable pattern, like a trapped beast, from the cupboard to the garden, and back from the garden to the kitchen, in an endless cycle. One more year, Snape thought. Folding the map neatly and tucking it into his robes, his fingers unconsciously brushing the parchment's edge. Just one more year, Lily's son. He failed to notice that his tone had softened, devoid of the initial disdain he once harbored. Instead, those words carried a tenderness and concern he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. Snape gazed out the window, sunlight streaming through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. He remembered how Lily used to sit in the sun, cradling a book, her lips curved in a smile. You will love Hogwarts, he murmured softly into the air, as though Lily could hear him, just like your mother. Back in the greenhouse, Harry suddenly felt an unexpected sense of calm, as though someone far away was comforting him. Mrs. Fig handed him a cookie. Just hold on a little longer, Harry. Wonderful things are about to happen. Harry accepted the cookie, surprised that the elderly woman knew his name. However, he did not notice the fleeting glint in Mrs. Fig's eyes. Nor did he hear the distant sound of potions bubbling in the Hogwarts dungeons, sounds that strangely synchronized with his heartbeat. The chains were on the verge of breaking, and the caged bird was about to soar. Chapter 6. An encounter of steam and chocolate. The Hogwarts Express belched forth white mist as it departed from the platform, the metallic wheels clashing rhythmically against the tracks, resembling a prelude to an unknown world. Harry huddled in the corner of the compartment, his fingers unconsciously stroking the scar on his forehead, the lightning-shaped mark casting a faint shadow on the foggy window. The scenery outside rushed by, first the bustling King's Cross station, followed by the suburban houses of London, and finally the undulating green fields. Harry gazed at his blurry reflection in the glass, messy black hair, gaunt cheeks, and his emerald eyes brimming with trepidation and curiosity about the unknown. Is this truly a school of magic? He whispered to himself. Am I really the freak Aunt Petunia claims I am? The compartment was warm and cozy. The seats adorned with deep red velvet, gently swaying in rhythm with the train's motion. Outside, steam and clouds intertwined, forming whimsical patterns. Harry retrieved the ticket Hagrid had purchased for him, glancing at the hefty textbooks resting on the seat. History of magic, potions, and elixirs. Theory of magic, each one thick enough to leave him awestruck. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, and a boy with red hair tumbled in, clutching a pile of snacks. Is anyone sitting here? All the other compartments are full. He grinned widely, revealing a gap between his front teeth, his cheeks adorned with charming freckles. I'm Ron Weasley. Harry stared in astonishment at the uninvited guest, uncertain of how to respond. At the Dursleys, no one ever intruded upon his space so casually, let alone with a friendly smile. Oh, please come in. Harry shifted his position. I am Harry Potter. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? The Harry Potter? He scrutinized Harry up and down, as if searching for some distinguishing mark. I mean, do you know about the Dark Lord? Harry's tension dissipated significantly while sharing a chocolate frog, as he tore open the wrapper and found the frog hopping away. Ron erupted into laughter. First time seeing candy that moves? They never let me have snacks at the Dursleys. Harry licked the chocolate residue off his fingers, the sweet flavor bursting on his tongue, accompanied by an unidentifiable herbal essence. Aunt Petunia said it was a waste of money. He savored it cautiously, reluctant to hasten this delightful experience. Dursley? Ron scrunched his nose, stuffing a piece of treacle tart into his mouth. Sounds like a name for a troll. Suddenly lowering his voice, he glanced around as if fearing eavesdroppers. By the way, did you know he made the Avada Kedavra gesture? His fingers trembled as they mimicked the motion of a wand. They say I did it, Harry shrugged, observing Ron's reaction, but I don't remember at all. He paused. Do you know anyone in the wizarding world? How do they talk about me? Of course. Everyone knows how the Dark Lord vanished, Ron replied eagerly. My dad works at the Ministry of Magic, and he told me. The compartment door slid open once more, interrupting Ron. A girl with an exaggerated hairdo stood at the threshold, her eyes behind glasses sparkling with scrutiny. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville lost one. Her voice was crisp and confident, tinged with a meticulous tone. No, Ron bit into his pumpkin pasty, the filling smudging the corner of his mouth. Try using Lumos. My brother said the spell attracts creatures. He feigned expertise. That's a summoning charm, requiring a third-year level of magic. The girl rolled her eyes, hands on her hips. I'm Hermione Granger. By the way, you all need to read more. As she turned to leave, Harry noticed the spines of modern magical history and magical theory protruding from her bag, neatly signed in her handwriting. What a nightmare, Ron rolled his eyes, making a face in Hermione's direction. But my brother said Muggle-born students are all like that. He lowered his voice, mimicking George or Fred's tone. Bookworm. That's what they always say. Harry couldn't help but laugh at Ron's animated expressions. This was a light-hearted atmosphere he had never experienced at the Dursleys. No sarcasm. No accusations, just friendly banter among peers. He gazed out the window, sunlight refracting through the steam, casting a rainbow-like halo. The train continued its journey, the scenery outside shifting from fields to forests and then to lakes. Harry felt an odd sense of tranquility, as if someone from afar was watching over him, guarding him. In the dungeons of Hogwarts Castle, Snape observed everything on the train through his Patronus. A silver-blue doe hovered above the pensive, its antlers brushing the surface of the water, sending ripples that revealed the scene of Harry and Ron sharing chocolate. He's made a friend, Snape murmured softly, a trace of unnoticeable contentment in his voice, reminiscent of Lily. He watched Harry smile, so akin to Lily's, that it caused a sharp pain in his heart. The potion's master tightened his grip on his wand, his pale fingers unconsciously tracing the same symbol on parchment, the lily, the origin of Lily's name. Chapter 7. The Gaze of the Great Hall. The ceiling of the Great Hall at Hogwarts floated with thousands of candles, and magical star points twinkled in the deep blue sky, resembling a true night sky. Harry sat restlessly on the bench, his fingers incessantly rubbing the scar on his forehead, his stomach twisting with anxiety. The murmurs of the first years around him blurred into a buzzing sound in his ears. Nervous? Ron whispered, his mouth still full of uneaten chocolate frog. My brother said the sorting hat can see into your heart, just as Harry was about to respond. The sorting ceremony was interrupted by a sudden whispering from the Slytherin table, the sound akin to that of gnats, though faint. It was loud enough for him to hear. Look at that scarhead. He's the hot topic of this novellas club. Heard his mum was a mudblood. Those words pierced Harry's ears like sharp steel needles, inflicting relentless pain. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the hem of his robe. silently praying to be sorted into a house far from such pricking scrutiny. When Professor McGonagall called out Harry Potter, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence, as if even the flames of the candles stood still. Harry's worn glasses slid down to the tip of his nose as he nervously approached the stool, his fingers gripping the edge of his robe, knuckles turning white. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a man in black robes at the far right of the staff table, his gaze locked onto him. He was a tall man, as slender as a white poplar, his pallid complexion resembling a blank sheet of paper, straight black hair cascading like a waterfall down to his shoulders, a few strands clinging to his porcelain-like cheek. His prominent nose loomed like a mountain peak, thin and pale lips pressed into a straight line, as if frozen in ice. The dark depths of his eyes swirled with emotions that Harry could not decipher, akin to a tumultuous sea, sometimes shocked like a raging storm, sometimes furious like crashing waves, sometimes pained like a bleeding sunset. And there was an indescribable yearning, a gaze that seemed to pierce through Harry's face to glimpse another person. Harry felt that gaze transform into a sword, piercing through his body, sending chills down his spine. Beside the man in black sat a round-faced professor with a beaming smile, animatedly engaging in conversation, but the man in black appeared oblivious, fixated on Harry like a hawk. Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat's voice boomed like a bell, resonating throughout the hall, igniting thunderous applause and cheers. Harry strode with determination toward the cheering sea of red, akin to a triumphant hero. However, as he passed the staff table, Snape's gaze felt like a cold, venomous dart, piercing the back of his neck and causing a prickling sensation. He could distinctly feel those ink-black eyes, like two icy beams of light, closely following him, as if seeking to see through him, until he sat down beside Ron. "That's Professor Snape," Ron whispered, noticing Harry's gaze. "He's the potions master, and they say he has a deep-seated dislike for Gryffindor, especially for, you know, celebrities like you." Harry nodded slightly, his heart racing like a wild stallion. He was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why this unfamiliar professor would regard him with such deep and complex eyes, as if they harbored some mysterious connection binding them together. Chapter 8. The Potions Master's Soliloquy. Lily's eyes. This silent sigh echoed within Snape's hollow chest like a cursed spell, each impact bringing a sharp, suffocating pain. He could almost taste the bitter aftertaste, mingled with the dust of bygone days and the scent of unhealed wounds. His gaze remained fixated on the boy who brushed past, Harry Potter. Each accidental glimpse felt like a violent tearing of the fabric of time and space. At this moment, the specter of James Potter brazenly cast its flickering shadow upon that youthful visage, the untamed. Erect black hair seemed to be born of a defiance that mirrored the stubborn arc of the slightly raised chin, reminiscent of the arrogant Quidditch star he once knew. And that damned, unguarded smile, brimming with vitality, had blossomed countless times before Lily, piercing his eyes with its brilliance. Each detail was a finely honed blade, precisely scraping at the already decayed corners of Snape's memory. As the boy hurried past, a faint breeze stirred the stifling air of the corridor. In that fleeting moment, an exceedingly subtle yet distinctly clear fragrance penetrated Snape's nostrils. Daisies. That fresh, mildly sweet scent, imbued with the essence of sun-drenched meadows, was the very aroma of Lily Evans's favorite shampoo from yesteryears. This familiar scent, capable of halting his heart, struck him like a cruel curse, instantly shattering the defenses he had built with his cold exterior. It transcended mere olfactory stimulation, transforming into the key that unlocked Pandora's box, unleashing a torrent of long-sealed memories. Lily's silhouette, tossing her red hair in the sunlight, the dancing glimmers at the tips, and those emerald eyes, now tainted by the soul of another man. No. This silent scream detonated within his mind. His nails had unknowingly burrowed deep into his pale palm, gripping so tightly that the knuckles turned a ghastly white, even breaking the skin. A sharp sting surged through his hand, mingling with the warm, sticky sensation. Yet this trivial physical pain paled in comparison to the tumultuous agony of hatred and nostalgia that tore at his chest. This hurt was his sole anchor at that moment, his only weapon against the dual phantoms of the past that threatened to drown him. He forced himself to withdraw his gaze from the boy's retreating figure, that black hair, that smile, the omnipresent shadow of James, and the lingering scent of daisies that clung to him like Lily's final sigh. All of it suffocated him. He clenched his injured hand tightly, intensifying the sting in his palm, attempting to use this self-inflicted clarity to overshadow the eternal curse embodied in Lily's eyes. The shadows of the corridor seemed to deepen, engulfing him entirely. Memories surged like sharp arrows piercing through him. The autumn at Hogwarts, where Lily appeared as a blossoming flower, gently stirring a cauldron by the window in potions class, the radiant sunlight casting a golden veil over her red hair. "Severus, your calming draught has boiled over." She would turn, her eyes crescent moons, radiating an enchanting glow. Do you need my help to brew it again? Severus, Dumbledore's voice drifted from the left. The pumpkin juice is particularly sweet tonight. Snape forced himself to divert his gaze, feigning concentration as he sliced into a steak. The silver cutlery scraped against the porcelain plate with a jarring sound. I warned you, he muttered in a tone only Dumbledore could hear. His Adam's apple bobbing in his pale neck. It is cruel to bring that boy before me, but it is necessary. The headmaster gently tapped his silver goblet. The quill scratching against the parchment. The potions class is about to begin. I know the routine. Snape's voice dripped with suppressed bitterness. His black eyes fixated on the bloody steak. Questions, humiliation, then feigning my non-existence. A perfect protective mode. His fingers unconsciously traced the potion recipe on the table. Double portions of wormwood infusion, stirred counterclockwise 3 times, identical to the technique Lily had taught him. Laughter erupted from the Gryffindor table in the distance, the red-headed boy mimicking a Slytherin student's accent. Harry sat among them, his smile bright enough to blind. He laughed in a manner reminiscent of James, Snape reminded himself, a familiar burn igniting in his stomach. Suddenly, the boy looked up, green eyes briefly connecting with his through the candlelight. Lily's reflection in the mirror of Ariste, her last glance in the shrieking shack, the eternal green of her fragmented memories. Severus, Dumbledore suddenly addressed him with an ancient nickname. Some matters are more important than pain. Snape's wand trembled slightly in his sleeve, the incantation for the Patronus charm almost escaping his lips. But there were others at the staff table, countless eyes upon him. He forced himself to swallow the last bite of steak, the knife and fork clattering heavily against the tabletop. I must prepare for potions class, he stated, rising as his black robes brushed against Dumbledore's hand. I hope Mr. Potter's intellect is sharper than his manners. As he turned toward the dungeon, Snape's fingertips grazed the chain of his pocket watch, where a photograph of baby Lily lay concealed. Steam seeped through the crack of the dungeon door, mingling with the metallic scent characteristic of potions. 17 years of waiting, 17 years of masquerade. Tonight would finally herald the true guardianship. And his heart, like the potion bubbling in the cauldron, surged with an indescribable blend of bitterness and tenderness. Chapter 9. The Confrontation of Roll Call. The air in the potions classroom was thick with the acrid scent of concoctions, steam swirling in the dim light to form eerie vortices. Snape's black robes cast long shadows on the floor, resembling a coiled serpent poised to strike. Longbottom. A hoarse voice suddenly shattered the classroom silence. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Neville stood, his pudgy face flushed. His cauldron emitted bizarre green bubbles, releasing an odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. Aye. He stammered, his gaze darting wildly across the pages of magical drafts and potions. The Slytherin table erupted in low snickers. Blaise Zabini deliberately pinching his nose while fanning his textbook. Smells like the Weasley family's old laundry. Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Yet his black eyes remained fixated on Harry at the opposite end of the room. The latter was bent over his textbook, knuckles whitening from the pressure. The lightning scar barely visible among his hair. Potter. Snape abruptly redirected his focus, the tip of his wand striking the podium with a heavy thud, splattering potion droplets onto Neville's notes and burning through the paper. What would happen if I added daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? Harry stood bewildered. His potions textbook opened before him, yet the text appeared indecipherable. The noise from the Dursleys' television had drowned out his ability to concentrate on his preparation the night before. I don't know, sir, he heard Ron gasp behind him, Hermione vigorously poking his ribs. It seems fame isn't everything, Snape sneered. A flicker of a complex emotion flashing in his black eyes that Harry could not comprehend. Let me pose a simpler question. If I were to seek a Bezoar, which book should I consult? The air in the classroom instantly thickened. Harry caught sight of Hermione frantically gesturing to flip through the pages, her golden eyes wide with urgency. Magical herbs and fungi? Harry ventured, recalling how Hermione had excitedly brandished that very book the previous night at the Leaky Cauldron, exclaiming, Harry, look. It contains information on the Bezoar that can cure all snake venom. It appears you have done your homework. Snape's tone dripped with unsettling disdain, as if every syllable were steeped in venom. But do not assume that cleverness alone will suffice to coast through potions class. With a flick of his wand, a pale blue potion recipe materialized in the air. Now, dispose of that ghastly mixture and start anew. Harry noticed, as Snape turned. The pale skin of his wrist was exposed beneath the sleeves of his black robe, revealing a dark red scar that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own lightning-shaped mark. Glimmering with an eerie pearlescence in the flickering candlelight, the boy's breath caught suddenly, this revelation pricking at his heart. Detention after class, Snape loomed over Harry, his pale fingers tapping rhythmically against the edge of the podium. You ought to learn to respect classroom discipline, Potter. His voice dropped deliberately, ensuring only Harry could hear the latter part. just as your father did back in the day. As Harry scrubbed 30 copper cauldrons in the amber glow of the setting sun, the waning light streamed through the high windows of the cellar, casting golden bars upon the stone floor. Severus Snape lingered in the shadows of the corridor, his black robes merging seamlessly with the darkness. Through the narrow crack of the door, he observed the boy's gaunt silhouette, his emerald eyes flickering in the twilight, sweat-drenched black hair clinging to the scar on his forehead. In that moment, time seemed to rewind. Two images overlapped in Snape's mind. Himself at 16, kneeling in Dumbledore's office, tears streaming down his face, while that green-eyed child clumsily wiped the foam-covered rim of a cauldron. The lightning scar flickered in the dusk, reminiscent of the flame dancing at the tip of Lily's wand. Why did he hear his own parched voice rolling in his throat, the tip of his wand inexplicably glowing with a faint light? The incantation for the Patronus charm nearly escaped his lips, yet he swallowed it back upon witnessing Harry turn around. The boy was gazing out at an owl flying past the window, his brow furrowed in a manner strikingly similar to James. Snape's fingers dug deeply into his palm, the scar throbbing with a burning pain. For the greater good, he told himself, his voice colder than the potions simmering in the cauldrons. As he turned to leave, his robe brushed against the corner of a potted mandrake, sending a small cloud of dust into the air. Meanwhile, at the bottom of one of the cauldrons Harry was scrubbing, iridescent patterns began to emerge, traces of the master of potions Patronus that had briefly lingered there, glimmering under the moonlight in a hue akin to Lily's eyes. Chapter 10. Cauldrons and Venoms. Thursday afternoons were always a source of anxiety for Harry during potions class. The underground classroom, located on the third level beneath Hogwarts Castle, boasted walls constructed from rough stone, with dampness seeping through the cracks. The torches on the walls cast flickering shadows upon the stone, their distorted forms seemingly whispering secrets. The air was thick with the peculiar amalgamation of various herbs, bittersweet wormwood, the rawness of daisy roots, mingled with a sharp, sulphurous scent, a hallmark of Professor Snape's specially concocted potion vapors. As Harry entered the classroom, the leather soles of his shoes emitted a faint creak against the damp stone floor. He instinctively recoiled, the lightning scar on his forehead pulsing with a dull ache. This prickling sensation always heralded some impending calamity. Potter! The hoarse voice lashed through the classroom like a whip, causing Harry's eardrums to throb. Professor Snape stood behind the podium, his black robes trailing to the ground, sleeves stained with dark green potion residues. His black eyes gleamed with a chilling light, resembling two poisoned obsidian stones. Tell me, what is a bezoar? The tip of Snape's wand tapped rhythmically upon the parchment, resonating with Harry's frayed nerves. Rising to his feet, Harry's eyes darted across the potion textbook, the words dancing before him. The ink on the parchment seemed to writhe to life, contorting into various shapes. It's a stone extracted from a goat's stomach? His voice was dry, jarring in the hushed classroom. A snicker erupted from the back, Draco Malfoy's laughter akin to a deflating balloon. Pansy Parkinson covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her crimson-painted nails nudging Crabbe and Goyle beneath the desk, prompting them to join in the derisive laughter. Incorrect. Snape's black eyes narrowed dangerously, 5 points from Gryffindor. While it was true that bezoars were derived from goat stomachs, they were used to counteract most poisons. Now tell me, why do we use daisy roots rather than petals when brewing the shrinking solution? Harry bit his lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood. The answer lay on page 32 of Magical Potions and Elixirs, highlighted in blue ink. But last night, while working in the common room, Ron had spilled butterbeer on his textbook. The brown liquid had spread across the parchment, rendering the words daisy roots indistinct. I don't know, sir, Harry finally admitted, his throat tightening. Hermione's hand shot up beside him, her slender fingers almost reaching the ceiling, yet Snape did not even spare her a glance. Another 5 points from Gryffindor, he sneered, a mocking smile twisting his thin lips. It seems some people's fame cannot substitute for intellect. He emphasized the word fame as if it were a curse. Hermione's hand froze in midair, her expression shifting from eagerness to disappointment, before finally lowering her arm, leaving deep indentations on her parchment with her quill. Now, everyone began brewing the shrinking solution. Snape languidly strolled around the classroom, his robe trailing behind him, summoning a chill as it swept across the floor. Potter, due to your lack of knowledge, you may partner with Longbottom. I eagerly anticipate your results. He deliberately paused on the word results, allowing the entire classroom to grasp the malice underlying his tone. Reluctantly, Harry approached Neville, who was nervously fixated on his cauldron, his chubby fingers leaving sweat marks on the edge of magical potions and elixirs. Neville's cauldron was already glowing red-hot, with charred remnants of potion clinging to the bottom. Don't worry, Harry whispered reassuringly, patting Neville's shoulder. I've seen Ron do this. We can follow his lead. He wasn't entirely certain, but it was better than leaving Neville to face Snape's ridicule alone. Potter. Snape's voice suddenly boomed from behind, vibrating through Harry's eardrums. Did I give you permission to speak? 3 more points from Gryffindor. The tip of his wand emitted a silver light, marking Harry's robes with the spell for point deduction. The red letters twisting as if ablaze upon the fabric. The potions class dragged on under Snape's incessant torment. As the daisy roots and mugwort infusions hissed and released steam tinged with the bitter scent of almonds. Harry attempted to demonstrate to Neville how to slice the daisy roots into thin pieces, warning that they must not be too thick, lest they ruin the potion's efficacy. However, his hands trembled slightly, and a small chunk of root tumbled to the ground. Potter. Snape materialized seemingly out of thin air, as if he had been monitoring Harry's every move. His robes cast a colossal shadow over Harry's back. Are you deliberately wasting materials? 5 points from Gryffindor. His voice was laced with a suppressed thrill, as though he had finally seized upon Harry's misstep. I didn't mean to, sir, Harry protested, bending to retrieve the fallen root. Dust clung to his fingers, the sticky sensation mingling uncomfortably with his sweat. Protesting? Another 5 points from Gryffindor. Snape's black eyes glimmered with a cold, merciless light, akin to a blade tempered in ice. You know, Potter, at times you exhibit the same arrogance as your father. He too would often break the rules, believing he knew everything. When mentioning James Potter, Snape's Adam's apple bobbed in his pale neck, his voice tinged with unmistakable animosity. A flush crept up Harry's cheeks, and a buzzing filled his ears. James Potter, the father he had never met, was merely a figure pieced together through Dumbledore's occasional words and others' whispers. Yet in this moment, Snape transformed him into a symbol of arrogance and rule-breaking. At least my father wouldn't deliberately torment students like you. The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. The classroom fell into a deathly silence. The bubbling of potions, the scratching of quills on parchment, and the very breaths of the students ceased abruptly. Snape's face drained of color, appearing as though all blood had been siphoned away, then turned a shade of furious blue, veins pulsing beneath his skin. Get out. Snape's voice was low, nearly inaudible, yet chillingly frigid. What? Harry thought he must have misheard. I said out. Snape bellowed, his voice echoing through the classroom, shaking the torches on the walls. 10 more points from Gryffindor. The tip of his wand erupted in a red light, branding Harry's robes with a new mark of deduction. Harry snatched his bag and bolted from the classroom, his wand painfully jostling against his pocket. Behind him, Snape continued the lesson, now Longbottom. Tell me the quantity of daisy roots. Clearly, your friend was of no assistance to you. The echo of Harry's footsteps reverberated through the corridor, while the torches affixed to the stone walls elongated his shadow. Chapter 11. The Gripping Quidditch Match. The biting cold wind of November swept across the Hogwarts pitch, where Harry perched atop his Nimbus 2000, anxiously anticipating the commencement of the Quidditch match. This marked his debut as a Seeker. The stands surrounding the pitch buzzed with excitement. Vibrant house scarves fluttering in the chilly breeze. The sea of crimson from the Gryffindor section was particularly striking, with the Weasley twins brandishing a banner proclaiming Potter's victory. The wind howled through the goalposts, and the metallic hoops clinked with a crisp sound. Harry felt sweat bead in his palms, his fingers nearly numb upon the broomstick's handle. He cast a glance down at the ground, a distant expanse, and swallowed hard. This was his first official match, and the role of Seeker meant the weight of the entire team's hopes rested squarely on his shoulders. Nervous? Wood inquired, swooping over with an encouraging smile visible beneath his goggles. A bit, Harry admitted. I feel as though a swarm of Cornish pixies is dancing in my stomach. You'll be fine, Wood reassured, patting his shoulder. Remember, the most crucial aspect of a Quidditch match is focus. As a Seeker, you must concentrate solely on the golden snitch. Everything else is mere noise. In the stands, Snape sat swathed in his black cloak within the teacher's area, his gaze persistently following Harry's movements. As he observed Harry executing agile maneuvers in the air, a peculiar familiarity washed over him. Not only the resemblance to Lily's eyes, but something deeper still. Harry's posture on the broom was strikingly reminiscent of her. Snape's grip on his wand tightened, knuckles widening. The hem of his cloak billowed in the wind, rustling ominously. Beside him, Quirrell fidgeted, glancing around anxiously, a faint hissing emanating from beneath his scarf. Begin. Madame Hooch's silver whistle pierced the air. 14 broomsticks ascended simultaneously, the players shooting into the sky like arrows released from a bow. The quaffle soared into the air, and the match was officially underway. The quaffle streaked through the sky, casting a red glow, while Harry fixated on the fleeting figure of the golden snitch. He circled the perimeter of the pitch, flying at a height far superior to the others, granting him a better vantage point. The wind howled past his ears as his eyes scanned every nook and cranny. Suddenly, he felt the broom begin to tremble violently, as if intent on throwing him off. What was happening? Panic surged within him as he clutched the broom's handle, sensing the Nimbus 2000 convulsing beneath him, almost propelling him towards the ground. Harry, Hermione's voice rang out from the stands. Harry struggled to regain control, but the broom seemed to possess a will of its own, executing a series of perilous maneuvers, twists, dives, and sharp turns. His stomach churned violently, cold sweat soaking his back. "Save Harry!" Ron shouted in desperation. Through her binoculars, Hermione discerned the truth. Snape was glaring at Harry, muttering incantations. "He's casting a spell," she exclaimed to Ron, her eyes wide with shock. "It's a curse." "Are you saying Snape?" Ron asked incredulously. "Enough chatter, come with me." Hermione seized the binoculars and dragged Ron towards the teacher's box. Indeed, Snape was reciting a counter-curse. Wingardium Leviosa, a stabilizing charm intended to nullify the malicious jinx Quirrell had stealthily inflicted upon Harry's broom. He could not allow Harry to be harmed, despite the incessant reminders that this was merely his duty. "Quickly immobilize," Snape whispered, the tip of his wand emitting a silvery light, which collided in midair with a green beam from Quirrell's direction, erupting in sparks. Hermione rushed to the base of the teacher's box, witnessing Snape's cloak smoldering. "He truly is casting a spell," she urgently informed Ron, only to accidentally bump into Quirrell, who was passing by. "Watch it, Muggleborn," Quirrell stammered, oblivious to the fact that Hermione had knocked over his thermos. The viscous potion splashed over Quirrell's head, soaking his purple scarf. He shrieked, stumbling back, colliding squarely with Snape. "My apologies, Professor," Hermione blurted, yet her gaze remained fixed on Harry. The potion cascading over Quirrell's head diverted Snape's attention, interrupting his incantation. Harry suddenly felt the broom stabilize, no longer shaking violently. Regaining his balance, he spotted the golden snitch glimmering just a few feet ahead. "Now, Potter, focus," Harry urged himself, casting aside all distractions. He lowered his body and dove toward the snitch, the Nimbus 2000 humming contentedly beneath him. With a swift plunge, he seized the golden snitch just in time. As his fingers brushed against the tiny golden ball, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. "Harry Potter has caught the snitch," Madame Hooch announced, bringing the match to a close, declaring Gryffindor the victors. Snape stood in the stands, his fingers tightly gripping his wand. The scorched marks on his cloak still smoldered, the hem stained with Quirrell's potion from their earlier collision. He gazed at Harry, who was triumphantly waving the snitch amidst a cheering throng, his emerald eyes gleaming with victory. In that moment, Lily's essence resonated within Harry so strongly that Snape felt compelled to turn away. He hastily traversed the stands, his cloak billowing behind him. Quirrell clumsily followed, his scarf emitting muffled hisses of discontent. "You failed," Quirrell muttered in a low voice, though it was not entirely his own. "The boy lives." "Silence," Snape replied coldly, his gaze freezing. "This is not a place for conversation." He cast one last glance at Harry, who was being hoisted aloft by his teammates, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Why did those green eyes so resemble hers? Snape vanished down the corridor leading to the dungeons, his heart swirling with unutterable emotions. Chapter 12. The Confrontation in the Office. The clock tower of Hogwarts chimed 11, the echoes resonating through the silent halls. Most students had already retreated to their dormitories, leaving only a few magical lamps casting a dim blue glow in the corridor. The potions classroom was nestled in the castle's dungeons, its walls constructed of rough stone, perpetually cold and damp. The torches on the ceiling flickered, casting dancing shadows. The air was thick with the distinctive amalgamation of potion scents. Bitter herbal aromas mingled with metallic fermentation, laced with a pungent sulfuric tang. Snape's office was adjacent to the classroom, and this evening he opted to grade assignments in the classroom. His long oak desk was cluttered with parchment, stacks teetering precariously. The quill scratched sharply against the parchment, as if inscribing some silent incantation. Only a solitary oil lamp flickered in the office, its dim light illuminating Snape's pale visage and elongated fingers. His black hair clung greasy to his sallow cheeks, and the hawkish curve of his nose cast deep shadows in the lamplight. The sleeves of his cloak were worn, revealing his pallid skin and a dark red scar that bore an uncanny resemblance to the lightning-shaped mark on Harry's forehead that he had often noted. Suddenly, the quill came to an abrupt halt, the ink on the parchment spreading ominously. Snape's black eyes flickered with alertness as he heard shuffling footsteps outside, heavy and hesitant. Unlike the cautious tread of students on a nighttime stroll, the door to his office swung open with a creak that pierced the stillness of the night. Quirrell stood in the doorway, wrapped in that ludicrous purple scarf, the scent of garlic wafting in with his breath, nearly suffocating Snape. His gaze darted about, avoiding direct contact with Snape's eyes, his hands anxiously twisting together before his chest. "Good evening, Professor Snape," Quirrell stammered, his voice quivering more than usual. "I was searching for some potion ingredients." Without lifting his gaze, Snape continued to grade assignments, the quill leaving sharp scratches upon the parchment. "In the dead of night, seeking ingredients in the potions classroom, Quirrell? Your excuse is even more lamentable than your garlic turban." His voice was calm, yet laced with unmistakable sarcasm. I require some potions to alleviate my headache. Quirrell's gaze flickered, unwilling to meet Snape's penetrating stare. His left hand instinctively reached toward the back of his head, the very spot where Voldemort had latched onto him. Snape finally lifted his head, his black eyes sharp as a hawk, locking onto Quirrell's averted gaze. Of course, he said with biting irony, a cold smirk gracing his lips, especially after you just learned from Dumbledore that the Philosopher's Stone has been moved. Quirrell's body stiffened visibly, as if struck by a petrifying curse. His pupils dilated, and his Adam's apple bobbed on his gaunt neck. I don't know what you're talking about. His voice quivered, nearly inaudible. I don't know who you work for. Snape slowly rose, his wand sliding from his sleeve into his palm with fluid elegance. He circled the desk, the hem of his black robes sweeping the floor, casting a shifting shadow upon it. Nor do I wish to know, but I warn you, keep your distance from that boy. Potter? Quirrell's voice was tinged with confusion and an unusual echo, as if another voice were aiding his speech. Why do you care for him? Snape's black eyes narrowed dangerously, the wrinkles at the corners deepening. That is my concern. Now get out, while I can still restrain myself from casting a curse upon you far worse than the Cruciatus. His voice was low and menacing, akin to a poised Black Panther. The office fell into silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the torches. Quirrell's breath quickened, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He could sense the frigid aura emanating from Snape, a presence that transcended the authority of a mere professor, embodying a darker, more perilous essence. I shall leave, Quirrell stammered, retreating, his shoulder colliding with the doorframe. I was merely inquiring. Good night, Professor. He nearly fled the office, his footsteps echoing down the corridor, gradually fading away. Snape stood alone in the potions classroom, his thoughts swirling tumultuously. He gazed in the direction Quirrell had departed, a complex light flickering in his dark eyes. He could have informed Dumbledore of Quirrell's peculiarities, yet he opted to investigate on his own. This was his way of safeguarding Harry, without the meddling of that old man with the white beard. Who sent you? Snape murmured, his fingers grazing the serpentine engravings on the wand's hilt. His thoughts drifted to the boy with Lily's eyes, Harry Potter, whose fate intertwined with his in this manner. Outside, Hogwarts towers cast long shadows in the moonlight. The castle slumbered in the night, unaware of the dark forces already at play within its walls. Meanwhile, in the dungeon's potions classroom, a robed wizard pondered the best means to protect that boy. The potion in the cauldron emitted a gentle bubbling sound as Snape approached, tapping the edge of the pot with his wand. Steam coiled into strange shapes in the light, fleetingly resembling the smile of a young girl, before vanishing. Wait a moment. Harry, he whispered, his voice so soft that even he could scarcely hear it. I promise, you shall not come to harm. The quill on the parchment had long ceased its writing, the ink pooling into a small stain, reminiscent of an unfallen tear. Chapter 13, Misunderstandings and Doubts. The fireplace in the common room flickered with orange-red flames, the crackling wood intertwining with the low conversations of students. The firelight illuminated the Marauder's map in Harry's hands, the magical lines on the parchment flickering in the dancing shadows, the contours of Hogwarts castle unfurling like veins. I tell you, Snape is casting spells to harm Harry. Hermione exclaimed excitedly to Ron in the common room, her voice trembling with tension. The girl's brown curls were frizzed with excitement, a few strands clinging to the beads of sweat on her forehead. She clutched a hefty tome, Hogwarts, a history, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the spine. I saw his lips moving, and his robes were smoking. Her words drew the attention of several younger students nearby, who turned their heads with curiosity. Hermione lowered her voice, but the fear in her eyes remained unmistakable. But Harry said he felt someone stabilizing his broom. Ron scratched his head in confusion, the Weasley red hair flickering in the firelight like a leaping flame. He tossed a chocolate frog into his mouth, carelessly discarding the wrapper into the fireplace, where the flames promptly devoured it. And why did Snape warn Quirrell to stay away from Harry after the match? His tone bore the characteristic bluntness of the Weasley family. That is his distraction, Hermione insisted, animatedly waving her arms, nearly knocking over the pumpkin juice on the nearby table. She adjusted her glasses, which had slipped down to the tip of her nose, the lenses reflecting bright spots of light in the fire. He first intended to harm Harry, then noticed we were watching him, and switched to playing the good guy. Her voice rose several decibels in her fury. Harry sat in an armchair, tightly gripping the Marauder's map, the gift he had received from Fred and George on the first day of term. He stared at Snape's name on the map, his brows furrowed, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over the scar on his forehead, which throbbed faintly. Snape's name flickered repeatedly between the potion's office and the Quidditch pitch, as if tracing some invisible trajectory. Whatever potion he is concocting, Harry finally said, his voice low and resolute, I don't trust him. He recalled the cold, sharp gaze Snape had cast upon him in potions class, a look that pierced through him like a blade. Every time he looks at me, it's as if he wishes for my disappearance. His fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the Marauder's map. But why? Ron asked, as a chocolate frog card slipped from its wrapper, which he glanced at before stuffing into his pocket. You don't even know him. Ron's voice carried genuine bewilderment. Harry shrugged, his black hair falling over his forehead, obscuring his eyes. He did not know the answer, yet he could feel Snape's animosity toward him was intense and personal, as if Snape had known him for a very long time. He recalled the derisive and hateful tone in which Snape had mentioned his father during potions class, recalled the glimpse of black robes he had caught during the Quidditch match, fluttering ominously in the cold wind, and remembered Snape's gaze, as if he were looking through him at another person. I don't know either, Harry murmured, his thumb unconsciously rubbing Snape's name on the Marauder's map. But that feeling is both familiar and terrifying. Meanwhile, in the potions office, the flames in the fireplace dwindled, leaving only embers glowing faintly red. Snape, cloaked in his black robes, stood by the window, a silver Patronus, a graceful doe, hovering beside him, its antlers gently brushing against his shoulder. Apparitium, Snape murmured softly to the Marauder's map, and the parchment instantly revealed Harry's location in the Gryffindor common room. The potions master's fingertips glided over the creases of the parchment's edge. He had been copying this map for 3 years, having pilfered it from Fred and George, who had complained about why Professor Snape was always confiscating their prank items. He had not disclosed to anyone that he had quietly placed a tracking charm on the map, so that wherever Harry ventured, the map would automatically reveal itself. Through the Patronus's perspective, Snape saw Harry seated in an armchair, tightly clutching the Marauder's map, his brow furrowed. The boy's expression bore confusion, doubt, and an emotion he could not quite name. Snape listened to Harry's conversation with his friends, capturing keywords like Snape, distrust, and hostility. His fingers tapped an unconscious rhythm on the windowsill, a flicker of pain passing through his dark eyes. The Patronus seemed to sense his emotions, the elegant head of the doe gently nuzzling his cheek as if to offer solace. Sleep now, Lily's son, Snape whispered to the air, his voice so soft it was nearly drowned out by the wind outside. The Patronus burst forth from the tip of his wand, transforming into silvery mist that flowed toward the Gryffindor Tower. The silver doe galloped under the moonlight, its antlers brushing against the portraits on the walls, prompting several figures within to peer curiously. Through the eyes of the Patronus, Snape beheld Harry lying on his four-poster bed, his brow unfurling in peaceful repose. Tousled black hair splayed across the pillow. The boy's sleeping face appeared particularly serene in the moonlight, his emerald eyes tightly shut, lashes casting delicate shadows upon his cheeks. Snape's wand trembled slightly in his grasp. He forced himself to avert his gaze, yet could not quell the tumult of emotions surging within him. 17 years had passed since Lily departed, and this boy, possessing her eyes, increasingly resembled James. At least today, you are in no peril, he murmured, his voice imbued with a tenderness he was unaware of. The silver doe came to a halt at Harry's bedside, its antlers gleaming with a pearlescent sheen under the moonlight, as if the Patronus too was reluctant to part ways. Meanwhile, far away in the common room, Harry, in the depths of slumber, vaguely detected a familiar scent of herbs and, in a dreamlike haze, glimpsed a pair of black eyes silently watching him, eyes filled with emotions he could not comprehend. Chapter 14, The Out-of-Control Wand Class. In the first week of his second year at Hogwarts, Harry discovered that Lockhart's class was far more perilous than potions. Gilderoy Lockhart was brandishing his wand, attempting to corral a group of Cornish pixies that had escaped from their cage. The wand class was held in a classroom on the 3rd floor of the castle's eastern tower, adorned with black and white photographs of renowned wizards and diagrams of wand construction. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the oak floor. The students' desks were neatly arranged with brand new wands and textbooks titled Magical Theory and Practice. The air was thick with the mingling scents of pine and the distinctive aroma of wandwood. Professor Lockhart, clad in a shimmering turquoise robe, proudly displayed a magical achievement badge on his chest, enthusiastically demonstrating how to properly handle magical creatures. Everyone, stay still. Lockhart screamed as a stunning spell from his wand struck the chandelier, causing the crystal ornaments to jingle. Look at my disarming charm. Red light ricocheted around the classroom, the force of the spell dislodging decorative paintings from the walls. A pixie lunged for Justin Finch-Fletchley's ear, yanking off his earring, prompting the Hufflepuff boy to cry out in pain. More Cornish pixies swarmed out of their cages, standing only 8 inches tall, their wings as thin as gossamer, yet sharp as blades, their green faces gleaming with mischief. Help! A Ravenclaw girl shrieked as a pixie snatched her quill, shredding it in midair. My textbook. Another student gasped, watching in horror as his magical theory and practice was tossed about by the pixies. The classroom descended into chaos. Students panicked, some ducking beneath desks while others waved their wands, only to inadvertently injure classmates or damage classroom property. Professor Lockhart stood at the front, utterly flustered, merely shouting for everyone to remain still and to look at my demonstration, yet failing to cast even a single spell competently. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, each seeing the same sense of helplessness reflected in the other's eyes. Stupefy, Ron attempted, but the spell merely grazed a pixie's wing. Harry raised his wand, recalling the spell Professor Lupin had taught him the previous year. Tarantaligra. A blue light shot from the tip of his wand, striking the most rambunctious pixie. The creature immediately began to dance frantically, colliding with others. Tarantaligra. Ron tried to cast the spell as well, but his aim was off and hit the chandelier instead. Focus. Harry shouted, Tarantaligra. He cast the spell repeatedly, each beam of blue light accurately striking a pixie. Gradually, more and more Cornish pixies began to tap dance, colliding with one another, until they were all herded back into their cage. The classroom finally fell silent. The only sounds remaining were the hurried breaths of the students and the buzzing of pixie wings. Justin Finch Fletchley clutched his injured ear, looking at Harry with gratitude. Perfect control, Lockhart exclaimed, wiping sweat from his brow and clapping, his smile even brighter than usual. 5 points to Gryffindor. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor, came Snape's voice from the doorway. He leaned against the frame, a lesson plan in hand, the hem of his black robe stained with potion spills, his expression as stormy as a sky before a tempest. Potter and Weasley cast offensive spells without permission. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. Students exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their ears. But we were helping. Ron protested, his face flushed. His wand still pointed at the cage, the tip emitting wisps of smoke. So, 5 points deducted, Snape replied with a cold smirk, his dark eyes glinting with a cruel light, defying a professor. Harry gripped his wand tightly, knuckles whitening. He longed to retort, but upon meeting Snape's gaze, he swallowed his words. An awkward tension enveloped the classroom, the students silent as mice. Professor Lockhart cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Severus. I assure you, Harry and Ron were merely assisting. Gilderoy, Snape interrupted, his voice colder than the potion in a cauldron. If you cannot manage your class, perhaps you should consider teaching Muggle studies instead. After all, it does not require a wand. The classroom erupted in suppressed giggles, swiftly quelled by Snape's icy glare. Lockhart's face shifted through shades of pale and flushed, his smile frozen in place. Harry bent down to retrieve the crumpled Weekend with Werewolves, inadvertently overhearing Snape remark to Lockhart, Gilderoy, if you cannot manage your class, perhaps you should consider teaching Muggle studies. He looked up to see Snape regarding Lockhart with a cold disdain, his expression imbued with a complexity that Harry could not comprehend. The potions master's black robe shimmered in the sunlight, and the scar Harry had noticed before peeked from the cuff, resembling his own lightning-shaped mark on his forehead. Lockhart forced a smile, attempting to say something, but Snape had already turned away, the hem of his robe trailing behind him in a disdainful arc. Harry gazed at Snape's retreating figure, his mind swirling with memories from potions class. Snape always targeting him, yet seemingly protecting him. Snape despising his father, yet always looking through him at another. Snape's Patronus was a doe, Lily's Patronus. Harry? Ron's voice pulled him from his reverie. Are you all right? Harry blinked. Oh, I'm fine. He looked down at the crumpled Weekend with Werewolves in his hand, the pages revealing Lockhart's signature, to my dear Fan, Gilderoy Lockhart. Suddenly, Harry realized that this once-admired adventure writer may not be as brave or wise as he had imagined. And that ever-cold potions professor, the one who always seemed to target him, perhaps harbored secrets untold. Harry shoved the book into his bag, resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire with Dumbledore about Snape, about the scar upon his forehead, and about the past he knew almost nothing of. Chapter 15, Parseltongue. The gilded candelabra cast flickering shadows upon the oak dining table, while the December chill seeped through the gaps in the stained glass, causing the dual club banner to flutter audibly. The stained glass windows, adorned with intricate patterns of griffins and silver eagles in shades of blue and red, flickered in the twilight, casting a mosaic of shifting shadows upon the faces of students, who were a blend of excitement and trepidation. Honey-colored light danced upon Lockhart's glossy, platinum locks, harmonizing with the amethyst brooch at his collar. Clutching the second-hand wand borrowed from the Weasley twins, Harry felt the lingering sticky residue of fudge left by Fred, his knuckles pale from exertion as he pressed down, leaving tiny crescent-shaped indentations on the pearwood surface. The makeshift stage at the center of the great hall was draped in gold and crimson velvet, resembling molten lava solidifying in the winter chill. Lockhart's resplendent violet dueling robe shimmered under the spotlight, nearly blinding to the eye, while the Swarovski crystals embedded at the cuffs refracted rainbow hues with his exaggerated fencing motions. casting a flickering glow upon Snape's waxen complexion across the way. One must wield the wand with such elegant arcs. Lockhart exclaimed dramatically, spinning with flair as the tip of his wand traced a silvery trajectory through the air, leaving behind a slowly dissipating gleam. As if a fencing master performing a minuet at the Palace of Versailles, he bowed gracefully, eliciting a chorus of delighted shrieks from the girls. Snape remained as still as a black tombstone in his flowing robes, his pale wrist twisting as his wand emerged like a venomous serpent, casting the incantation Expelliarmus. The red light shattered the air with a deafening crack, and Lockhart was sent hurtling against the stone wall, the gilded frame of the stage shattering in response, glass shards sparkling like diamonds in the candlelight. The demonstration concluded. Snape brushed off the dust from his robes, the moonstone badge flashing with a cold glimmer, the atmosphere around him seemingly crystallizing with frost at the sound of his voice. Now, you will pair up. As his gaze swept across the crowd, Harry distinctly caught a flicker of disdain and something far more complex lurking within the depths of Snape's obsidian eyes, akin to the gaze of a werewolf sensing its prey deep within the forbidden forest. You and I shall partner, Potter. Justin's wand tip trembled beneath the candlelight. The ivy wrapped around his oak wand tilting precariously, a few dried leaves fluttering down with his quivering breath. At the moment he uttered Expelliarmus, Harry's mind was abruptly flooded with memories of the damp, tiled walls of the washroom, the rusted pipes whispering ominously, as if something were awakening in the sticky darkness. A familiar burning sensation ignited deep in his throat, reminiscent of downing an entire bottle of fire whiskey, and an alien voice seeped through his teeth. Kill him. The tip of his wand emitted a silvery blue glow, twisting into a spiral as a 12-foot serpent erupted, a foul wind knocking over a cauldron at the neighboring table. The dull thud of the brass cauldron against the cobbled floor was accompanied by the sickening sound of serpent scales scraping against the stone, akin to rusty blades scraping against bone. As the emerald vertical pupils of the serpent scanned the room, students recoiled in terror, candles toppled, igniting small flames that cast eerie green spots upon the serpent's glistening scales. Justin's scream pierced the silence, akin to a dying rabbit's final wail, while Lockhart's wand sputtered comically with pink sparks. Ridiculous, ridiculous. The spell collided with the serpent's scales, sending forth a shower of sparks that danced like tiny stars upon its hide. The serpent vanished in an instant. Snape's incantation, imbued with a chill akin to liquid nitrogen, caused silver runes to materialize around the serpent, pulsating in the air with a faint hum, reminiscent of ancient runes. The serpent emitted a wail akin to a newborn's cry, its form collapsing into silver mist. In that moment, Harry noticed the faint blue runes flickering beneath Snape's robe, a clear indication of a spell only Parseltongue could activate. His obsidian gaze swept the room, ultimately lingering on Harry's face for half a second, revealing a flicker of an emotion Harry could not decipher. Potter. His voice was colder than the shards at the bottom of a cauldron. Midnight, in my office. As he turned, the hem of his robe billowed, leaving behind a trace of the familiar scent of herbs, reminiscent of the aroma that perpetually filled the potions classroom. Chapter 16, Conversations in the Basement. As the clock struck 11, Harry noticed an unusual restlessness among the portraits lining the basement corridor. The ancient frames, fixed to the walls, seemed animated under the flickering torchlight, their shadows stretching and swaying upon the damp stone walls like phantoms. The distant sound of dripping water echoed, every droplet falling upon the stone floor amplified tenfold, creating a delicate resonance in the quiet corridor. The fat lady's friend, a Slytherin witch clad in a silver-green nightgown, whispered conspiratorially, "Did you witness the commotion tonight? For the first time in 50 years, Parseltongue has erupted uncontrollably in public. The last instance was during Tom Riddle's school days." Her voice brimmed with a deliberately suppressed excitement, as though discussing a forbidden topic. Indeed, a wizard in another frame stroked his handlebar mustache, his eyes glinting with malice. That child Riddle always flaunted his Parseltongue in potions class, and look where that led him. As Harry walked past, the conversations abruptly ceased, all eyes in the portraits fixating on him, filled with scrutiny and wariness. The spiral staircase creaked under the moonlight, as if lamenting the disturbance caused by the late-night visitor. Counting the steps of the basement, Harry's wand tip suddenly ignited with an eerie green glow. Was this the trace spell? The peculiar radiance brought to mind the eyes of predators in the forbidden forest. Looking up, he collided with Snape's scrutinizing gaze. The dew on his robes had evaporated, yet the ends of his hair remained encrusted with tiny ice crystals, glimmering under the wall sconces. Harry felt a tightness in his throat, beads of cold sweat forming on his palms. He recalled the events of the evening, the serpent's attack, the strange voice in his mind, and the bruise visible at Snape's collar, all seemingly intertwined with some unknown force within him. Explain. Snape's voice was sharper than the shards at the bottom of a cauldron. the porcelain teacup in his fingers casting a fleeting shadow as steam coalesced into tiny droplets in the air. When did you begin to comprehend the language of snakes? Harry's throat constricted suddenly. The rustling sound from the washroom pipes resurfaced in his ears, and the sensation of serpent scales against stone lingered at his fingertips. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and laden with an age beyond his 11 years. In the Forbidden Forest, that time. Snape's eyelashes flickered in surprise. Harry then noticed a small, fresh scar beneath his left eye, the hair that the potion's master usually tamed with gel, now rebelliously falling across his brow, dampened by cold sweat. Potter. Snape's voice snapped Harry back to the present. The potion's master stood before him. The coffee cup somehow returned to the table. Should I catch you near the Forbidden Forest again? Snape's gaze bore into Harry with an intensity that felt like a reprimand. Yet at that moment, Harry's attention was drawn to the silver badge pinned to Snape's robe, the emblem unique to the potion's master, swaying gently with his movements, casting light that fell directly upon the scales on Harry's hand. Those scales suddenly radiated warmth, and Harry heard a clear whisper in his mind. The soft hiss of Parseltongue. He is protecting you, just as he once protected her. The fireplace erupted with sparks, illuminating Snape's pale visage. I cannot control myself. Harry's throat tightened, the tip of his wand igniting with a ghostly green glow, the tiles of Snape's office revealing intricate serpentine runes, as if something within him was hissing for release. Close your ears to listen. Snape's incantation bore the bitter scent of gentian, and with a gentle tap of his wand, the restless runes extinguished like flames pressed beneath a sheet of ice. It was only then that Harry realized he had unknowingly approached the desk of the potion's master, the hem of Snape's black robe brushing against the tips of his sneakers. Listen, Potter. Snape's voice suddenly softened, as though he feared to disturb something delicate. In that moment, his fingers unexpectedly grazed Harry's wrist, the chill of his palm astonishingly intense, yet upon contact, it ignited a burning sensation at the black mark on Harry's arm. Come find me immediately. Harry's breath hitched sharply. Snape's thumb pressed against his pulsating vein. The potion's master's distinct scent of wormwood mingling with the musty aroma of parchment suddenly became acutely discernible. It was only then that he noticed the crooked collar of Snape's robe revealing a faint purple bruise beneath his collarbone, the result of the earlier spell's backlash. You, Harry, compelled by an inexplicable urge, raised his hand, fingertips brushing against Snape's cool skin. You need to apply some white salve here. Snape's pupils constricted instantaneously into serpent-like slits. He recoiled abruptly, the tip of his wand poised menacingly against Harry's throat. Who permitted you to? His voice cut off as Harry unexpectedly rose onto his toes, the warmth of his breath grazing the unhealed wound on Snape's chin. Whispers wafted in from the portraits outside the office. The fat lady's friend's sharp laughter pierced through the oak door. Look at that boy. He is just like he was in his youth. Silence. Snape's incantation carried an icy authority, yet it did nothing to make Harry retreat even a single step. The boy's emerald eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light in the flickering fire, the luminescence from the tip of his wand casting their overlapping shadows, one tall and gaunt, the other small yet resolute. Chapter 17, Memories of the Forbidden Forest. Time rewinds to 2 months prior, on the eve of Halloween. The edge of the Forbidden Forest loomed in the twilight like the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Gripping his wand, Harry felt the familiar throb of his scar. It had begun to ache intermittently ever since Snape had regarded him with that complex gaze during potions class a few days earlier. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Hermione's voice drifted from behind. Filch mentioned that there have been sightings of giant spiders. Harry nodded, the echo of Malfoy's taunt still ringing in his ears. Potter doesn't even know who his mother is, just an orphan. He needed to locate the Moonlight Orchid in the Forbidden Forest. The potions textbook mentioned that it could reveal the truth of one's lineage. I will return shortly. Harry slipped through the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow, following the flickering glow deeper into the woods. The pine needles crackled beneath his feet, and unknown nocturnal creatures scuttled among the treetops above. The air was heavy with a blend of decaying matter and a sickly sweet aroma. As he turned past the 7th tree marked with silver engravings, he heard the sound of whispering. Unlike the typical hissing of snakes, it carried an ancient rhythm, a rustling sound. Concealing himself behind a massive fern, he glimpsed 3 cloaked figures standing in a clearing. The mark has appeared, one of them proclaimed. Their voice reminiscent of a murmur from beneath the water. We need to confirm that boy. Dumbledore will not permit another to contradict him. He need not allow it. The 3rd figure lifted their hood, revealing a face that Harry recognized all too well. Professor Quirrell, but at that moment, his eyes glimmered with a serpentine sheen not belonging to a mere human. We must ascertain who Salazar's descendant is. Harry held his breath. Yet the snap of a twig beneath his foot betrayed his presence. The 3 figures turned simultaneously, and as Harry spun to flee, he collided with a warm body. Detention time, Mr. Potter. Snape's voice resonated above him, his grip firmly clasping Harry's shoulder. 50 points from Gryffindor. The figures in the clearing vanished swiftly, and Snape yanked Harry back, abruptly halting their retreat. The tip of the professor's wand ignited with a ghostly blue light, illuminating the ground beneath them, revealing a spreading pool of black liquid, exuding a nauseatingly sweet odor. Spider venom, Snape's voice was taut. The giant spiders are nearby. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling rustling echoed from the depths of the forest, reminiscent of countless arthropods in motion. Harry's heart raced as he beheld at least 20 giant eight-eyed spiders emerging from the underbrush, each as large as a small elephant. Lumos. Snape's spell illuminated the surroundings as if it were midday, his wand tracing intricate patterns to repel the vermin. A silver-blue barrier formed, momentarily halting the onslaught of spiders. Snape grasped Harry and sprinted, his black robe billowing behind him like a banner. Harry felt as though his lungs might burst, yet he dared not slow his pace. Left. Snape suddenly altered direction, pulling Harry through an exceedingly narrow crevice. Behind them, the enraged screeches of the spiders echoed, the fissure crumbling under their relentless assault. Here. Snape ushered Harry into a concealed cave, its entrance overrun with vines. He tapped the cave wall lightly with his wand, murmuring an incantation, Secretum non descendum. Inside the cave, to Harry's surprise, it was dry and warm. The walls were inscribed with runes he could not decipher. Snape retrieved a small glass vial from the inner pocket of his robe and handed it to Harry. Drink this, it will temporarily mask your scent. Harry accepted the vial, noticing the silver-blue liquid within, faintly glowing in the darkness. This is one of my potion research findings. Snape's voice echoed within the cave. Drink. Harry tilted his head back and consumed the potion, its taste a refreshing minty flavor mingled with an indescribably ancient essence. The tip of Snape's wand glowed softly, illuminating his pale face. For the first time, Harry noticed a faint scar beneath the potion's master's left eye, as if he had been scratched by some creature. Why did you save me? Harry inquired, his voice resonating distinctly within the cave. Snape's gaze lingered on Harry's face for several seconds, that complex emotion flickering again. Because of certain unfulfilled promises. He paused. Now tell me, why are you out in the Forbidden Forest at this hour? Harry's throat suddenly constricted. The matter of the moonlight orchid danced on his tongue, yet he could not articulate it. He suddenly noticed that the hem of Snape's robe was torn, a trickle of blood seeping through. You're injured. Harry pointed at the rip. Snape glanced down, dismissively waving his hand. It's merely a scratch. Yet Harry noted the rigidity in his stance. I was looking for the moonlight orchid, Harry finally confessed. The textbook mentioned it could reveal the truth of one's lineage. Snape's pupils constricted sharply. Who informed you of the uses of such potion ingredients? His voice became unnaturally tense. Was it Malfoy? Or another student? I read it in the textbook, Harry replied, somewhat confused. What book? The Secrets of Magical Lineage. I found it in the restricted section. Snape abruptly rose, the hem of his robe brushing against Harry's knee. Listen, Potter. His tone was unusually grave. There are some things you are not yet prepared to understand. The moonlight orchid can indeed reveal blood ties, but it can also be used to. A shriek from outside the cave interrupted Snape's words. His wand immediately pointed toward the entrance. They found us. Harry felt an unprecedented terror, not only from the giant spiders, but from the anxiety of the unknown truth. Snape stood at the cave's entrance, the light from his wand radiating even more intensely than before. I require your assistance, Potter, Snape suddenly said, his voice gentler than Harry had ever remembered. If they breach the barrier, do you recall the Patronus charm? Harry nodded, striving to recall the incantation he had yet to master. Excellent. Snape's lips curled slightly. A look Harry had never witnessed before, almost akin to a smile. Remember, a Patronus requires a strong, happy memory. As the first giant spider crashed through the vines, Harry saw a silver light erupt from the tip of Snape's wand, coalescing into a majestic stag. Meanwhile, Harry's wand emitted a silvery blue radiance, coalescing into a doe form nearly identical to Snape's Patronus. The two patron uses fought side by side, driving back the swarm of giant spiders. Harry gazed in astonishment at his own Patronus, then at Snape's, his eyes brimming with confusion. The Patronus charm reflects the essence of the caster, Snape softly elucidated, his voice echoing in the cave, and sometimes it also embodies the person closest to you in your subconscious. They remained trapped in the cave for an entire night. During this time, Snape imparted to Harry the foundational knowledge of dangerous creatures and potion making, even sharing tales from his own student days. As the morning light filtered through the gaps in the vines, Harry discovered that he had fallen asleep resting against Snape's shoulder. The potion's master's robe draped over him at some point. We should return. Snape's voice was remarkably gentler than usual. Upon exiting the cave, Harry noticed a slight limp in Snape's right leg. Your leg? A bite from a giant spider, Snape remarked nonchalantly. "I shall brew an antidote upon our return." "I can help you," Harry blurted out, immediately realizing his audacity. Surprisingly, Snape did not refuse. "If you wish to, but remember, Potter, this matter is ours alone to know." Returning to the present, Harry found his feelings towards Snape subtly shifting following the Forbidden Forest incident. Potions class was no longer a mere torment. He began to observe the potions master's every movement, the furrowed brow as he graded assignments, the slight movement of his lips while explaining potion principles. Even the elegant arc traced by the hem of his black robe as he turned. "What is up with you lately?" Ron asked after potions class. His gaze fixated on the Slytherin. "Nothing." Harry hastily averted his eyes, only to collide with Snape's penetrating gaze. A fleeting, unreadable emotion flickered in the potions master's eyes before he turned away, the hem of his robe rising in a familiar arc. That night, Harry perused the Magical Creatures Compendium, searching for more information on the Moonlight Orchid. The book mentioned that it only flourished in places where ancient bloodlines converged. "What dangerous thing are you researching now?" Hermione's voice came from behind. Harry closed the book, just a mundane potions assignment. "Oh, come on." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Ever since the Forbidden Forest incident, you've been acting strange, constantly heading to the restricted section and always staring at the potions professor." "I am not," Harry fervently denied, though he felt the heat rising to his ears. Hermione scrutinized him skeptically. "You know, this morning I saw Professor Snape waiting for you at the potions office door, holding a small vial. He turned and left as soon as he saw me." Yet, after the Forbidden Forest incident, Snape seemed to have forgotten about that night, reverting to treating Harry as he had before, like a mere nuisance, which left Harry in a state of turmoil. Chapter 18, The Night Guardian. The cauldron in the potions classroom continued to bubble at 2 in the morning. The dark green crystals forming along the edge of the copper pot shimmered with an eerie phosphorescence under the moonlight. As Snape tossed the chopped mandrake roots into the copper pot, his pale fingers grazed the edge, drawing small droplets of blood. The deep green liquid immediately surged, bubbling with pearlescent foam, the sound of the bursting viscous bubbles resonating distinctly in the empty classroom. The hastily scribbled antidote recipe on parchment was pressed down by a bone china paperweight. The corners stained with wet ink. Double doses of frostflower essence were to be added on the night of the full moon. Steam from the cauldron coalesced into mist on the stone floor, obscuring the portraits of past potions masters on the walls. The figures in those portraits seemed to whisper amongst themselves, their gazes converging on Snape's bleeding knuckles whenever he turned to adjust the flame. The air was thick with the bitter scent of herbs, mingled with a burnt metallic tang, making the entire classroom feel as though it were steeped in a potion's brew. When Dumbledore's silvery phoenix Patronus appeared at the door of the office, Snape was using a silver spoon to ladle a potion glowing with a ghostly blue light. "Severus, you should rest," the phoenix's call echoed, sending ripples through the potion's steam. "The resurrection potion is only a step away," Snape replied without lifting his gaze, his eyelashes casting a fan-shaped shadow beneath his eyes. "If that child is truly petrified, at least it will allow him to survive." His lips hardly moved as he spoke, steam forming tiny droplets that refracted the flickering light from the cauldron. "You know he is not the heir," Dumbledore's voice sighed, the phoenix's tail feathers igniting sparks as they brushed the doorframe. "The ancient magic of the Chamber of Secrets does not recognize bloodlines." Snape's silver spoon hovered at the edge of the pot, the metal reflecting his contorted visage. The potion suddenly surged into a ghostly green whirlpool, casting his pale face into a terrifying visage. "All I know is that he is a Parselmouth." Snape's fingers dug deep into his palm, droplets of blood seeping between his fingers into the cauldron, causing the potion to emit a wailing sound like a crying infant. He abruptly halted, the image of Lily falling flashing in his mind, her emerald eyes dimming within the crimson memory. At breakfast the next day, Snape deliberately seated himself across from Harry. The stained glass dome of the great hall fractured the morning light into shards, casting dappled patterns depicting angels battling dragons upon Harry's platinum hair. As the boy lowered his head to sip his oatmeal, he noticed a small scratch on his wrist. Last night, while patrolling the corridors, he had seen Harry slamming the Philosopher's Stone against the wall, the red stone refracting eerie light under the moon. "Potter," Snape's voice silenced the surrounding tables. The nearby Hufflepuff student frozen mid-bite of a sausage. "If you wish to commit suicide, at least choose a method that won't stain the carpet." The hem of his black robe brushed against Harry's plate, the bruise visible at the cuff of his sleeve glinting a purplish hue in the morning light, forming an unsettling symmetry with the scratch on Harry's wrist. Harry's green eyes shot up, flakes of cereal still clinging to his lashes. "I just wanted to test the legend of the Philosopher's Stone that Hagrid mentioned." His voice bore the stubbornness characteristic of youth, yet the inflection betrayed a hint of unease. "The Philosopher's Stone is in Dumbledore's office." Snape rose, the wind stirred by his robe knocking over the milk jug. the pristine white liquid spreading across the wooden table like an ominous omen. Instead of investigating legends, you should mind your own tongue. His gaze lingered momentarily on the nape of Harry's neck, where remnants of the serpent's scales from last night left a faint red mark. In the distance, the fat lady in her portrait yawned, the gold leaf at the edge of the frame glimmering in the sunlight. Harry stared down at his milk-soaked oatmeal, the bottom of the bowl reflecting a blurred image of himself, a glimmer of green light flickering deep within his pupils. As Snape turned to leave, the tip of his wand accidentally knocked over the salt shaker, the white grains cascading onto Harry's hand, emitting a faint hissing sound. Chapter 19. The Glimmer of the Patronus. The biting cold of early winter enveloped Hogwarts, Harry's breath crystallizing into white mist in the frigid air. Ever since the Ministry deployed Dementors around Hogsmeade and the grounds of Hogwarts under the pretext of guarding against the fugitive Black, the once clear skies above the castle seemed perpetually shrouded in a lingering gloom. That omnipresent stench of decay wrapped itself like a cold web around every corner. Fred and George said Dementors can suck away your happiest memories, Ron murmured at the breakfast table, nervously stirring his pumpkin juice. They're scarier than 100 angry trolls. Harry stared at his oatmeal, an unexpected sting radiating from the lightning scar on his forehead. Before him flashed blurred and frigid fragments. The swaying moonlight pierced through the branches of the forbidden forest, where a shadow cloaked in black moved swiftly among the trees, accompanied by a fleeting glimmer of silver. I must leave. Harry abruptly stood up, his bowl of oatmeal scarcely touched. Hagrid had mentioned that after the greenhouse, he could let him try out the newly acquired Tree Guardian. He fabricated an excuse. In truth, he was eager to find someone to discuss how to combat the suffocating dread brought by the Dementors. At the end of the last term, Professor Dumbledore had privately approached Harry, foreseeing the looming threat of the Dementors, and personally guided him through several lessons on the Patronus charm before the summer. The headmaster emphasized that this was an advanced and highly confidential magic, insisting that Harry must not disclose it until he had mastered it. To this day, Harry's progress had been sluggish. He could barely conjure a thin wisp of silver mist, which left him feeling disheartened. The path at the edge of the forbidden forest was carpeted with slippery, decaying leaves. Harry had come here alone, seeking refuge from the castle's clamor and the encroaching presence of the Dementors. He needed to practice, but more importantly, he needed to concentrate in tranquility. He raised his wand, striving to recall Dumbledore's gentle yet powerful voice. Expecto Patronum. Harry, the strength of this spell emanates from the purest and most profound joy. Let that light fill you, becoming a shield to dispel the darkness. Expecto Patronum. Harry focused intently, the tip of his wand emitting a few faint strands of silver smoke, which swiftly dissipated in the chill of the wind. Once more, he whispered to himself, delving deeper into the immense joy he felt upon first discovering he was a wizard. Escaping the Dursleys and setting eyes on Hogwarts Castle, the light at the tip of his wand brightened slightly, and silver mist surged forth, struggling to coalesce into an indistinct and almost unrecognizable outline of a stag. Yet, the apparition lasted but a moment, vanishing like smoke scattered by the wind. Not enough. Harry gasped, fatigue and frustration washing over him. The chill brought by the Dementors seemed to seep into his very bones. Rustle, rustle, rustle. An unusual sound, frigid with deathly silence, emanated from the depths of the forbidden forest. Harry spun around abruptly, his heart freezing. 3 tall figures, draped in tattered black cloaks, glided silently from the shadowy trees. Beneath their rotting hoods, he could make out skin of a sickly gray, as if soaked too long in water. From the shadows of their hoods, there were no eyes, only 2 gaping voids that seemed capable of consuming all light, fixated intently on Harry. A bone-chilling cold seized Harry, more frigid than any ice or snow, penetrating to his marrow. He felt all his strength and joy drain away as if drawn out by a pump. Expecto Patronum. Harry bellowed with all his might, the tip of his wand bursting forth with an even brighter silver mist. However, the mist merely grazed the scabbed hand that the foremost Dementor had raised, dissolving like frost under sunlight. A deeper darkness and despair engulfed him, suffocating him in the darkness of his cupboard, Aunt Petunia's sharp reprimands echoing in his ears, followed by a blinding green light flashing in his mind like shards of glass. A searing green light, a figure with red hair collapsing. Lily. Harry's legs buckled, his vision fading to black, nearly losing consciousness. The Dementor's rotten breath was mere inches away, its hollow mouth leaning down to consume his soul. Get down. A hoarse, fury-laden roar shattered the silence. A dazzling red light shot forth from behind the oaks to his side, striking the nearest Dementor and forcing it to drift back a few paces. Get away, you filthy wretches. Professor Snape surged forth like an enraged bat, positioning himself precisely between Harry and the Dementor, who was on the verge of collapsing. His wand traced a sharp and intricate arc, and its tip erupted with blinding brilliance. Incarcerous. Invisible ropes appeared out of thin air, temporarily ensnaring 2 of the Dementors. Yet they emitted a chilling wail reminiscent of a baby's cry, struggling as their icy breath continued to spread. The 3rd Dementor broke free from the effects of the stunning spell and advanced once more. Snape's complexion appeared even more sallow in the dim light. His eyes ablaze with a near-mad fury and an indescribable urgency. He raised his wand high over his head, as if summoning all his strength and will. A suppressed growl escaping his lips. Expecto, Lily. Run. The last 2 words were whispered so softly, they resembled an unconscious murmur. Buzz. An unprecedented, resplendent silver light erupted from the tip of Snape's wand. The brilliance coalesced instantly into a beautifully formed silver doe. It radiated warmth and power, raising its head high, its hooves striking invisible flames as it charged with astonishing speed toward the 3 Dementors. Silver light collided fiercely with darkness. The doe's antlers, sharp as the finest blades of light, pierced and shattered the Dementors' forms, solidified from despair. Their wails transformed into piercing shrieks, and under the onslaught of the silver light, the 3 Dementors disintegrated as if cast into a raging fire, collapsing into countless swirling black mist, entirely scattered by the winds of the forbidden forest. The silver doe raised its head and let out a long cry, its brilliance gradually fading before vanishing into the air. Harry sat on the ground, his body icy, gasping for breath, gazing in shock at Snape's silhouette. Professor, Harry's voice was weak, barely a whisper. Snape turned his back to him, his shoulders seemingly trembling imperceptibly. He quickly composed himself, brushing off the dew and leaves from his black cloak, his voice regaining its characteristic coldness, even more cutting than usual. Laced with a strained breath, shut your mouth, Potter. If your abilities are as barren as your arrogance, and you can be so easily toppled by 3 lowly Dementors, then the Quidditch pitch would be your express route to St. Mungo's. Now, before I deduct 50 points from Gryffindor, get back to the castle. With that, he did not spare Harry another glance, his cloak billowing as he strode purposefully down the path leading to the castle. Harry struggled to rise, watching Snape's retreating figure. Then glancing back at the seemingly empty edge of the forbidden forest, a profound confusion and dread rendering his limbs cold. He needed to return to the castle immediately. In the dungeon, Snape's private store, the cold stone walls were illuminated only by a few dim wall sconces. Snape's hand trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from an intense and unfamiliar fear. He abruptly yanked open a specially designed potion cabinet, which contained no ingredients. Only a row of small crystal vials filled with liquids of varying colors, each with a minuscule sediment at the bottom, seemingly alive. His secret concoction of locating potions. One of the vials contained a liquid that was bubbling violently, flashing an ominous red glow. The minuscule substance at the bottom, derived from Harry's leftover hair after a previous potions class, thrashed wildly, pointing towards the direction of the forbidden forest outside the castle. Just moments ago, this vial had suddenly become scalding hot, the red light blinding, vibrating like an alarm, causing his heart to constrict as he examined the stock of venomous tentaculous seeds. A sense of suffocating panic surged within him, far beyond the bounds of his duties. It was this sudden, intense sensation that compelled him to rush outside without hesitation. Why? Snape pondered, staring at the vial, which was gradually calming yet still warm. His voice hoarse as if whispering. His fingertips unconsciously traced the cold surface of the crystal vial, as if he could still feel the remnants of that earlier heart-pounding moment. A silvery image of a doe flickered through his mind, the guardian spirit he had cherished for over a decade, Lily's guardian. A profound anguish and a tangle of emotions seized him, for the call of blood can sometimes penetrate the deepest barriers. Severus, came Dumbledore's calm voice at the quiet threshold of the storeroom. The old headmaster had appeared there at some point, his blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles radiating a profound insight. Quietly observing Snape and the special potion before him, Snape slammed the cabinet door shut as if scalded, producing a dull thud. He swiftly turned, concealing his slightly trembling hand within the voluminous sleeves of his black robe, an instant mask of customary indifference settling upon his face. I am merely fulfilling my duty to protect the students of the castle, headmaster. If Black's minions or Dementors were to harm Potter, the ministry would face considerable trouble. His voice was deliberately steady. The castle's ancient magic has warned me of the intense darkness erupting at the edge of the forbidden forest, mingled with the light of a guardian. Dumbledore approached steadily, his gaze sweeping over the locked potion cabinet. It seems our Dementor guards are not as vigilant as one might hope, and your guardian, as luminous as the moonlight, remains that elegant doe. Snape's body instantly stiffened, as if bound by invisible ropes. He turned his back to Dumbledore, fingers tightening within the ample robe sleeves, nails digging deep into his palm, almost piercing the skin, bringing a sharp sting. That was merely a coincidence, Headmaster. A powerful magical energy responding in a crisis. The form is inconsequential. His voice emerged through clenched teeth, tinged with a near-defensive stubbornness. Dumbledore sighed softly, the sound resonating heavily in the silence of the cellar. Severus, his tone gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. The Patronus charm reflects the light most cherished in the depths of the caster's soul. It never lies. In the dim light, Snape's silhouette solidified into a silent black statue, only the tightly clenched fist betraying the tempest within. The air in the cellar seemed to stagnate. The medical wing was suffused with the faintly sweet aroma of calming potions. Morning light filtered through the fluttering curtains, casting dancing spots of brightness upon the pristine sheets. Harry stared at the ceiling's patterns, last night's memories fragmented like torn parchment. Chaotic and cold, the chill of death brought by the Dementors, Snape's furious roar, that warm and powerful silver light tearing through the darkness, and finally, the majestic doe shattering evil. In the instant the doe Patronus dissipated, he felt an indescribably faint warmth brush against his cheek, imbued with an oddly reassuring magical aura. This sensation inexplicably reminded him of the old photograph Aunt Petunia had locked away in the deepest drawer, the corners curled, depicting his mother's warm smile. Though he had never truly sensed the photograph's essence, that warmth was precisely what the image conveyed. "Harry, you're awake," exclaimed Hermione, bursting through the infirmary door. Clutching a towering stack of books, her hair more disheveled than usual, eyes reddened. "Ron and I searched for you all night. Madame Pomfrey said you fainted at the edge of the Forbidden Forest? Who found you?" "It was the Dementors," Harry replied, sitting up, feeling a lingering weakness. Instinctively glancing out the window at the passing owl. "I was practicing at the forest's edge when they came. If it weren't for Professor Snape arriving just in time to drive them off." He paused, confusion lacing his tone. Snape had saved him. Yet his demeanor suggested Harry had committed some grave error, compelling the professor to venture out in the dead of night. "Snape!" Ron exclaimed, entering right behind Hermione, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Filch was complaining to us last night during his rounds, saying Professor Snape was brewing some important potion in the cellar and ordered everyone not to disturb him. How could he possibly be in the Forbidden Forest at the same time?" Harry furrowed his brow, striving to piece together the chaotic fragments of memory. The iconic fluttering of bat-like robes in the moonlight, that powerful, graceful, singular silver doe Patronus. As Snape turned to leave, the hem of his robe brushed past a patch of damp underbrush, leaving a few deep purple stains, colors and scents Harry recognized from countless potion classes. The stubborn marks left behind when handling the roots of the bad blood plant. But why him? Harry raked his fingers through his already disheveled hair, his green eyes filled with immense confusion and disbelief. "He loathes me. The way he looks at me is as if I were some loathsome thing stuck to the bottom of his shoe. How could he possibly come to my aid?" This question bewildered him more than the chill of the Dementors. Moreover, how did he know I was there? He added quietly, the thought lingering in his mind. The next day in the potions classroom, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Professor Snape strode in, clutching a hefty lesson plan, his complexion more sallow than usual. The shadows under his eyes dark and heavy as though he had endured 2 blows to the face. As he passed Harry, he exuded a palpable aura of low pressure, accompanied by a complex scent reminiscent of bad blood roots, moonstone powder, and a distinctive bitterness belonging to Snape's private stores. Today, Snape's icy voice echoed against the stone walls, his wand rapping against the blackboard, where intricate recipes for brewing the draught of living death materialized. Given that some individuals cannot even cast the most basic protective spells correctly, perhaps mastering a potion that could save your life in dire circumstances would be of more practical significance to your impoverished survival skills. His gaze pierced through Harry like an icicle, unabashedly laced with sarcasm. Harry met that gaze with determination, summoning the courage to speak. "Professor, about last night." "Potter." Snape's voice abruptly escalated, sharp as a poisoned blade, instantly cutting Harry off. The temperature in the entire classroom seemed to plummet. If your head filled with cowbane and childish fantasies could be as lively as your mouth, perhaps Gryffindor's hourglass might still retain a few pitiful gems. Now, immediately, tend to your magic apple roots. If you are foolish enough to slice your fingers into the ingredients again, Gryffindor will lose 30 points. He spun on his heel, the black robe slicing through the air with a fierce arc. However, in that fleeting moment, Harry keenly observed that Snape's grip on his wand seemed overly tight. His knuckles paling, and the tip of the wand, briefly and uncontrollably, spattered a few fleeting silver sparks. The same hue as the doe Patronus that had torn through the darkness to save him the previous night. Harry's heart raced. He lowered his head, pretending to focus on the gnarled magic apple before him. Yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on the figure at the lectern. An even smaller detail made him hold his breath. As Professor Snape organized his lesson plan, the left sleeve of his robe inadvertently crept up slightly, revealing a pale wrist seemingly wrapped in a brand new, pristine white bandage. Chapter 20. The Goblet of Fire and the Pain of Scars. The din of Hogwarts' Great Hall turned to an icy silence the moment the Goblet of Fire announced Harry's name. Snape sat at the staff table, his fingers tightening around the goblet, knuckles whitening. Within the obsidian depths of his gaze, a storm brewed, not purely of anger but a complex blend of cold vigilance and an ineffable sense of being forcibly drawn into turmoil. His sharp eyes swept across Karkaroff's feigned astonishment before finally landing on the pale, shocked face of the boy below. The scent of a trap hung thick in the air. Later that evening, as the stone gargoyle of the headmaster's office awakened to the password, Snape entered, enveloped in an aura of chill. He did not crash in like a tempest, yet each step he took bore an oppressive weight. This clumsy ruse, surely you can see through it, Albus. His voice was deep, lacking the usual sharpness, infused instead with a gravity akin to black silk soaked in the chill of the dawn. The Goblet of Fire ensnared by a masterful confundus charm. There was someone, or rather some entity, intent on driving him to the brink. Dumbledore sighed wearily, his blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, brimming with concern. The pact has been sealed, Severus. The binding magic is ancient and potent. The cost of defiance is one we cannot bear. So, the second task, the Black Lake, has become a tomb tailored for him? Snape's tone dripped with icy sarcasm, yet beneath the surface lay an almost imperceptible tension. Without gillyweed or refined potions, he would not last 5 minutes at the bottom of the lake. Thus, I require you to ensure that all champions receive fair assistance. Dumbledore's gaze bore into him. You shall personally brew the gillyweed potion, Severus. Only your expertise can guarantee its success, and you alone can ensure it reaches those in need at the crucial moment. The final statement resonated profoundly. Snape's jaw clenched momentarily. He fell silent for a few seconds, ultimately emitting a faint, almost inaudible scoff. For the sake of the tournament's smooth progression, he turned, his black robes slicing through the air as he departed. There was no roar, but the weighty sound of the closing door expressed his suppressed irritation and a sense of helplessness against fate more eloquently than any shout could. On the eve of the second task, snow and wind battered the castle's windows. During dinner, Harry noticed that Snape's seat had been vacant for quite some time. An unease, like cold tendrils, coiled around him. The image of Ron struggling inside the crystal ball lingered in his mind. Dumbledore's assurances could not completely dispel the chill deep within him, especially considering the potion would pass through Snape's hands. Victor Crumb's whisper echoed in his ears, gillyweed from the storeroom. At midnight, Harry tightened the invisibility cloak around himself, his heart pounding like a drum as he crept into the frigid corridor. The oak door behind the potions classroom was firmly shut. He hesitated, his fingertips brushing against the door panel. Was it not locked? A familiar, complex scent of wormwood and powdered moonstone wafted out. He gently pushed the door open. The storeroom was not engulfed in darkness. A silvery, soft glow emanated from the depths of the room, not from the moonlight. Harry's heart leapt. The elegant silver Do Patronus hovered silently in the center of the storeroom, its radiance illuminating the myriad bottles and jars on the shelves, like a silent, ominous beacon. The presence of the Patronus silently proclaimed he had been discovered. Harry froze, the invisibility cloak slipping from his shoulders. From the shadows, Snape slowly emerged, his black robes nearly merging with the darkness, his face appearing particularly pale and weary under the Patronus's faint glow. His black eyes locked onto Harry's, refraining from immediate words. That gaze was complex and unreadable, no longer purely filled with disdain, but suffused with a profound amalgamation of exasperation and some weight that Harry could not decipher. In the late hours of the night, Snape's voice, deep and hoarse, shattered the silence, lacking its usual sharpness yet imbued with a stifling sense of oppression. Trespassing into the private storeroom of the potion's master, Potter, your arrogance and foolishness seemed to grow by the day. He stepped closer, the Patronus's glow flowing with his movement, illuminating the deep shadows beneath his eyes. Or perhaps our esteemed champion believes the rules do not apply to him. Harry felt blood rush to his head, a mix of fear and defiance swelling within him. I must obtain the gillyweed. His voice trembled slightly, but he endeavored to meet the depths of those black eyes. Ron is down there. I cannot simply wait. Wait for me to deliver the potion to you on time tomorrow morning, as the headmaster instructed? Snape interrupted him, his tone laced with icy sarcasm, yet oddly devoid of anger, more akin to stating a fact. Do you so lack confidence in my efficiency? Or do you? His gaze sharpening, relish the role of the solitary hero? At that moment, a sudden, searing pain, akin to a red-hot iron pressed against his forehead, struck him without warning. Harry stifled a groan, his vision momentarily clouding, and he staggered against a nearby shelf to avoid falling. The burning agony from his scar rendered him nearly breathless. Fractured images forced their way into his mind. A vast, cold stone chamber, its walls etched with twisted magical runes. A bubbling cauldron churned with foul, viscous sludge. A shadowy figure in black robes paced anxiously, exuding an oppressive darkness and madness. He spun around, and through the blurred visage, a pair of snake-like eyes, glinting with cruel red light, pierced through time and space, directly invading Harry's consciousness. Harry curled inward in agony, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Snape halted in his tracks. The indifference and mockery that had adorned his features vanished, replaced by a pure gravity and alertness Harry had never witnessed before. He instinctively stepped forward, his wand sliding silently into his hand, not aimed at Harry, but raised slightly in a defensive posture. The Patronus's glow seemed to waver. "Potter?" Snape's voice lowered. No longer a reprimand, but laced with an urgent inquiry. "Your scar?" As the pain subsided slightly, Harry lifted his head, his green eyes filled with agony and residual fear. He saw Snape fixated on his forehead, a tumult of complex emotions swirling in his dark gaze, scrutinizing him with a vigilance that even held a hint of concern Harry dared not acknowledge. I saw," Harry struggled to articulate, his voice hoarse, the snake-like eyes. In a terrifying place. Snape's pupils constricted sharply. He fell silent for several seconds, that silence under the Patronus's glow weighing heavily. He seemed to be weighing something swiftly. Finally, he averted his gaze, no longer regarding Harry's pained expression, but turning toward a nearby shelf. His movements bore an intentional stiffness. "Foolishness," he murmured, his voice regaining its customary icy tone, though it seemed to lack some of its usual force. "Paranoia and excessive tension cannot become excuses for your midnight thievery." He raised his wand, not to attack, but with a gentle flick directed at a jar marked with gillyweed beside the shelf Harry had just leaned against. The jar floated steadily, landing on a nearby low table, its lid automatically twisting open. Harry was taken aback, utterly bewildered by Snape's intentions. He glanced at the vibrant, breathing plants within the jar, then back at Snape's indifferent profile. Snape did not look at him, his attention seemingly disinterested in the unfolding events behind him. His gaze fixed on a row of glimmering crystal vials on a distant shelf. Only the taut line of his lips and the slight tension in his jaw betrayed a flicker of unease. "Get out, Potter." Snape's voice was as hard as iron, shattering the silence. "Before I change my mind and deduct 50 points from Gryffindor for your dust-covered pajamas, disappear at once." Harry felt as if a great weight had been lifted, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He dared not linger, even forgetting the invisibility cloak. Clutching the life-saving gillyweed tightly, he turned and bolted from the storeroom. As he sprinted down the desolate corridor, the frigid air filled his lungs, and the scar on his forehead throbbed with a dull ache. Yet, the tactile sensation of the plant in his hand and the silent acquiescence from the storeroom moments prior stirred within him an inexplicable turmoil and a peculiar exhilaration. Snape's final words resonated ominously, akin to a threat, yet they bore the semblance of a pardon. The glow of the stag Patronus seemed to linger in the periphery of his vision, imbued with an enduring, chilling warmth. Chapter 23. The Imprint of Old Wounds and the Glimmer of Guardianship. The heavy oak door of the storeroom closed behind Harry, sealing him off from the outside world. Within, Snape's strained facade crumbled instantly. He leaned heavily against the cold door, emitting a suppressed groan, his body trembling uncontrollably from excruciating pain. Cold sweat drenched his brow. His left hand pressed firmly against the deep-seated old injury beneath his right shoulder blade, akin to a venomous serpent awakening, gnawing at his nerves with a searing agony. This magical scar was a remnant of years past, a mark left during the height of Voldemort's tyranny. At that time, in a chasm filled with darkness and despair, he had forcibly summoned the Patronus to convey a piece of information vital to countless lives amidst the watchful eyes of Death Eaters. The Silver Stag, embodying the purest and happiest memories of Lily Evans buried deep within his soul, flickered painfully for but a moment before warping and disintegrating under the weight of overwhelming negative emotions. The backlash of violent magic, like an invisible blade, tore at the scar, rendering it an unhealable wound. It lay dormant, yet awakened fiercely during moments of intense emotional turmoil, especially when the use of the Patronus spell pushed the limits of his heart's endurance. Last night, in the storeroom, he had overexerted himself to suppress the encroaching dark powers of Voldemort that plagued Harry's scar, his magical energy already depleted. The surge of magic unleashed in class, merely to pull Harry away from the epicenter of the explosion, had ignited the old wound like a final spark. The pain radiated through his nerves, his right arm numb, each breath eliciting a tearing sensation. The world around him began to blur and spin, his wand nearly slipping from his trembling fingertips. He attempted to concentrate his will to cast a pain-relieving spell, but the agony and the dizziness from his drained magic surged like a tide, threatening to engulf him. Just then, a few hesitant knocks echoed from the storeroom door. "Professor?" It was Harry Potter's voice, laced with cautious inquiry. "Professor Snape? Are you all right?" The sudden embarrassment of being perceived as weak momentarily overshadowed his physical suffering. Snape summoned the last remnants of his willpower to stand upright. Though cold sweat continued to bead on his brow, his expression now frozen in a mask of icy indifference. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within. His voice deliberately honed to sound frigid and filled with disdain. "Potter, the comprehension barrier is evidently one of your most obstinate flaws. Do I need to translate get out into troll language for you to comply? 3 seconds. Otherwise, the Gryffindor hourglass shall witness its historic depletion." Silence enveloped the space for a few seconds. Just as Snape believed Harry had departed, the doorknob turned. He had forgotten to lock it in his moment of pain. Harry Potter pushed the door open, his emerald eyes filled with concern and determination, locking onto the scene within. Upon seeing Snape's face, pale as parchment, drenched in cold sweat, his mouth twitching in response to the pain, and the uncontrollable tremor of his right hand, Harry's concern swiftly transformed into shock. "You're injured," he exclaimed, his gaze fixating on the spot where Snape was pressing down. "Get out," Snape roared, his voice laced with offended fury, his wand instantly aimed at Harry, the tip flickering erratically due to the pain in his arm. Yet, Harry did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, his gaze firmly fixed on Snape's anguish and frailty. A flash of realization struck him. Was this suffering rooted in last night's events in the storeroom? Was it a consequence of his efforts to suppress the searing pain in Harry's scar by maintaining the Patronus? Guilt and impulse swiftly overran his fear. He hastily retrieved a small, exquisite vial containing a blue stabilizer from his pocket, thrusting it into Snape's unoccupied left hand. "Here, this." His voice trembled with urgency. "Didn't you say it could calm your magic? You need it more than I do right now." Snape froze. The cold vial, warmed slightly by Harry's palm, was pressed into his icy grasp. He looked down at the potion meant for Harry, then raised his gaze to meet those sincere, emerald eyes filled with unfeigned concern. That gaze was both familiar and strange. The fury that had surged within him ebbed like a receding tide, leaving behind a sense of disbelief, vulnerability, and an indescribable tremor deep within the layers of ice. "You." Snape's voice was hoarse and dry, devoid of its usual biting sarcasm, as he regarded Harry as if reassessing the boy, not merely for the eyes he shared with Lily. In the corner alcove, a tiny shadow of a magical phoenix flickered silently before extinguishing. Harry stubbornly held the vial aloft. Time seemed to freeze, with only Snape's trembling and cold sweat attesting to the ongoing pain. Ultimately, Snape neither discarded the vial nor roared. He merely cast a deeply complex gaze towards Harry, one that held a blend of warning, exhaustion, a hint of resignation, and perhaps an unacknowledged acquiescence that Harry dared not confirm. Then, he abruptly turned away, no longer looking at Harry. With trembling hands, he laboriously and somewhat awkwardly twisted the cap off the vial, tilting his head back to pour the viscous blue potion into his mouth, the act of swallowing sluggish due to the intense pain. The cold liquid flowed in, its gentle yet potent stabilizing power swiftly spreading through him, soothing the chaotic currents of magic within like a cool stream, calming a raging river. The sharp pain in his shoulder, though not vanished, was firmly suppressed to a bearable level. The tension in his furrowed brow eased slightly, his taut body relaxing a fraction. He did not turn around, facing away from Harry, his voice low and hoarse, laden with profound fatigue. "Now leave." Immediately. This time, it was a command, not a furious outburst. Harry quietly closed the door behind him, leaving the man who bore the weight of pain and secrets alone within. Outside, Harry leaned against the cold stone wall, exhaling deeply. The sensation of the potion vial and Snape's icy touch lingered in his palm. Confusion weighed heavily upon him, intertwined with a strange warmth. The vial had ultimately returned to its creator's lips. Inside, Snape listened to the sounds of footsteps fading away, the tautness in his nerves beginning to relax. He slowly raised his left hand, gazing at the now empty blue crystal vial, its surface shimmering faintly. He tightened his grip on the bottle, the cold pressure providing a semblance of reality. The dull ache of his old injury persisted. He released his hold on the painful spot, wearily wiping away the cold sweat. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against the area beneath his collarbone, where he could distinctly feel the distorted, pulsing magical scar. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the inner side of his left forearm, a place perpetually concealed by his sleeve. He froze abruptly, his pupils dilating. He roughly tore away the black fabric of his sleeve. His pale forearm was exposed to the dim light. There, Once branded with the grotesque and hideous mark of the Dark Mark, it had twisted and burned in accordance with Voldemort's will. Yet now, the mark had changed. It remained, but its color had faded, becoming exceedingly dull and indistinct, as if washed out like inferior ink. More astonishingly, at the center of the mark, a small, irregular patch appeared. Seemingly scorched by some pure force, a blank space. The edges of that vacant area glimmered with a faint, almost imperceptible silver halo, reminiscent of the light from his stag Patronus. Snape's breath caught in his throat. He stared intently at the empty space, his fingers trembling as they brushed against his cool skin. There was no searing pain, no dark tremors, only an eerie silence and an unprecedented faint sense of purity. It was the Patronus charm itself. In an instant, he comprehended. Last night, in an effort to suppress the dark encroachment of Voldemort within Harry's scar, he had overexerted himself, pouring all his willpower into maintaining that do Patronus, the essence of the Patronus charm, a magic that demanded pure joy and light. Unexpectedly and delicately purified the dark mark that bore the weight of the Dark Pact, while simultaneously battling Voldemort's darkness. The impact of this revelation far surpassed the agony of the scar. He stood frozen, as if turned to stone, his mind reverberating. The doe, a symbol of Lily, represented not merely memory but also embodied all the protective intent and resolve he had invested in casting the Patronus charm against the darkness. This power, while safeguarding Harry, had also shaken the heaviest chains binding him. He clenched the empty vial tightly, his knuckles turning white. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the small void on his arm, symbolizing the potential of protection that Lily might represent. This was not a transformation of form. It was an unexpected resonance against the darkness emanating from the act of guardianship itself. At the end of the corridor outside, Harry halted, glancing back at the potions classroom. From the depths of the cellar, a muffled thud of a cauldron echoed. The corner of Harry's mouth, unseen in the shadows, twitched ever so slightly upwards. A faint yet clear resonance pulsed from his scar. Chapter 22, a monologue in the potions room. In the frigid and stagnant air of the midnight storeroom, the remnants of shattered gillyweed jars had long been erased by a cleaning charm. Yet, the air stubbornly clung to the distinctive aroma of various potion ingredients, the sharpness of wormwood, the subtle sweetness of moonstone, the earthy scent of badger hair, mingled with a trace of Harry's own sweat and fear. Snape did not light a lantern. He merely paced in the darkness like a panther trapped in a cage. Moonlight scantily filtered through the high windows, illuminating his tightly pressed lips and deeply sunken eye sockets. Unconsciously, he raised a hand, his fingertips gently grazing the small, scabbed red marks on the back of his hand, remnants of Harry's unconscious scratching during last night's agony. Avada Kedavra! The boy's pained murmurs, the indistinct yet chilling words, echoed anew in his ears, akin to the hiss of a venomous serpent. Snape's pupils dilated sharply, a frigid tremor coursing up his spine. He gripped his wand tightly, as if to crush it. Without needing to summon, the silvery do Patronus silently materialized in the darkness, emitting a gentle yet resolute glow that dispelled a patch of shadow. It gracefully approached Snape, lowered its head, and gently, almost affectionately, touched his icy cheek with its ethereal yet warm antlers made of pure light. This gesture was astonishingly tender, starkly contrasting with the rock-like tension of its master at that moment. Snape's body quivered imperceptibly. He did not push the Patronus away. Instead, he closed his eyes. In the darkness, two images collided violently in his mind. The vibrant red hair sprawled like spilled paint, collapsing in the green light. Those once lively, yet now vacant and frozen green eyes, Lily. Overlaying this was the boy's anguished, curled figure, drenched in cold sweat. His own pair of verdant eyes unfocused from fear and excruciating pain, the lightning scar on his forehead throbbing grotesquely. Harry, what are you truly enduring? Snape's voice was low and hoarse, barely audible in the stillness of the storeroom, more an anguished query directed at the Patronus or perhaps at some long-lost specter. What had he seen? What had he felt? The silver light of the Patronus illuminated the deep furrows etched into his brow, filled with unspeakable burdens, forcibly awakened fears, and an unacknowledged, profound concern for the boy's plight. The following morning at breakfast, the Gryffindor table buzzed with its usual clamor. Harry absent-mindedly prodded at the fried egg on his plate when a tall shadow loomed over him. Snape glided past him, his footsteps not pausing for a moment. Only the sweeping of his large black cloak conjuring a familiar, chilling breeze of herbs. In the fleeting moment of their brush, Snape's hand, discreetly clutching his wand, subtly tapped the underside of the table. A soft, barely audible chime resonated. A thumb-sized crystal vial materialized beside Harry's plate, its deep blue hue containing a viscous potion that shimmered like liquid gemstones under the hall's light, casting an air of mystery. There was no label. Harry's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. He instinctively glanced up at Snape's retreating figure. Today, Snape's icy voice cut through the air from the front of the aisle, not glancing back. His tone colder than the simmering African snake skin in the cauldron. Potter, ensure you gather all your materials. He paused, as if weighing his words, yet ultimately delivered a scathing addendum, including that brain of yours, which has clearly been trampled by a troll. The surrounding Gryffindors stifled their laughter. Yet all of Harry's attention fixated on the vial of blue potion and a subtle movement from Snape as he turned. In the instant that Snape's black robe billowed, his wand hand seemed to flick ever so slightly, the tip flashing a fleeting silver light. The hue mirrored that of the Patronus from the storeroom, which had illuminated him and offered tacit approval. Harry's hand quietly tightened around the edge of the blue crystal vial. Its icy surface pressed against his palm, yet it emanated a certain searing warmth. Confusion and doubt, a faint yet stubbornly sprouting unease, churned within him, mingling with the lingering pain of the scar on his forehead. What was this potion? A warning? Compassion? Or yet another form of silent protection? He watched Snape's figure vanish behind the grand doors of the hall, for the first time perceiving that this man he had loathed for years was entwined in a riddle more complex than the most intricate potion recipe. Chapter 21. Doubt. The air in the hospital wing was suffused with the fresh scent of daisy root powder, attempting to dispel the lingering medicinal aromas. Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, dancing upon the pristine white sheets. Harry opened his eyes, his throat ablaze, still harboring an indescribable bitterness, more complex than any potion he had ever consumed. The memories of the previous night shattered like a broken mirror, their fragments sharp and vague. The suffocating sensation of Snape's cold wand tip pressed against his throat. Then, that pressure vanished abruptly. A tall shadow crouched down, icy fingers with an undeniable force lifting his chin, while another hand raised a wand emitting a faint glow, compelling him to open his heavy eyelids. The cauldron bubbled furiously, deep purple foam hissing. A chilling cup rim forcefully pried open his tightly sealed lips, pouring a bitter liquid down his throat, causing him to cough as the potion trickled from the corners of his mouth, roughly wiped away by a cloth imbued with the sharp scent of potions. "You're awake?" Madame Pomfrey's gentle voice broke through as she entered with a tray bearing toast and a glass of warm water. "How do you feel?" Professor Snape's calming draft worked effectively, promptly suppressing the violent reactions of your scar and the fluctuations of your magic. She scrutinized Harry's complexion, stating that he had endured some form of intense dark magic assault. His voice rasped like sandpaper as he turned his head, evading Madame Pomfrey's concerned gaze, stubbornly fixated on an owl soaring past the window. "Help me?" The question lodged in his throat, more bitter than the lingering taste of the potion. He yearned to inquire not merely about last night's elixir, but also about the unspoken acquiescence in the storeroom. Madame Pomfrey paused briefly before revealing a resigned, yet understanding expression. "Professor Severus Snape is the potions master at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. Ensuring the safety of students, troublesome ones included, is one of his responsibilities." She set the tray upon the nightstand, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Rest well. You need to regain your strength." On the day of the competition, the frigid waters of the Black Lake enveloped Harry, the gills granted by the gillyweed flaring violently at his neck. The merfolk's song echoed in the dim depths, and Grindylow claws grazed his ankles. When he finally beheld Ron, ensnared by the lakeweed with eyes tightly shut, fear and determination intertwined, propelling him forward. With all his might, he severed the water plants and propelled Ron upwards, breaking through the surface into blinding sunlight and deafening cheers that engulfed him. Gasping for air, he wiped the droplets from his face, instinctively scanning the jubilant crowd. His gaze traversed over the enthusiastic applause of Hermione and the exhilarated Gryffindors, landing upon the shadowed edge of the judges' panel. There stood Snape alone, his heavy black robes billowing in the cold wind from the lake, resembling an ominous flag. His expression was impassive, his complexion even more pallid and taut than usual, akin to a cold stone statue. However, at the fleeting moment their eyes met, Harry perceived something hard within those dark orbs shatter silently, revealing a semblance of relief, akin to a taut bowstring finally allowed to slacken, affirming that a crucial unresolved matter had reached its conclusion. Yet, that fleeting sensation was swiftly cloaked by the familiar chill and detachment as Snape diverted his gaze, as if the momentary connection had merely been a figment of Harry's imagination. "Harry, oh thank goodness," Hermione cried, rushing through the throng, her damp embrace nearly rendering him breathless, while Ron chuckled beside them, coughing with delight. "You were fantastic, mate." Ron patted him on the back. Though Harry's heart had not yet calmed, his gaze involuntarily drifted once more toward the direction in which Snape had vanished. The professor, he hesitated, uncertain how to articulate the ephemeral sensation he had just experienced. "Oh, him?" Hermione released Harry, lowering her voice with an odd expression. He was here in the hospital wing at dawn, standing by your bedside for, about 5 minutes? Didn't he utter a word? Just stared at you with a rather complex look in his eyes. Later, Professor McGonagall came to discuss the afternoon faculty meeting, and he said. Hermione mimicked Snape's flat, emotionless tone, decline. There are more important potion analyses to attend to. McGonagall appeared momentarily taken aback. Harry was stunned. Declining a meeting? For an analysis? Analyzing what? He glanced down at his fingers, still pale from the cold. Recalling the sensation of Snape's wand pressed against his throat and the forceful administration of the potion, the confusion in his heart only tightened, coiling like a vine. Chapter 24. The Collapse of Occlumency. The air in the dungeons of Hogwarts felt like frozen ice, each breath laden with the acrid scent of damp metal and decaying leaves. The door to Snape's office slid open silently before Harry, revealing a space illuminated by flickering shadows. The shadows cast upon the walls twisted like living entities, while the countless glass vials on the potion shelves gleamed ominously, akin to prying eyes. Occlumency, Snape's voice emerged from the depths of shadow. Colder and thicker than the noxious brew simmering in a cauldron, is fundamentally rooted in absolute willpower and emotional control, Potter. And your mind, filled with cheap impulses and self-pity, is evidently incapable of even the most basic threshold. He emerged from the shadows slowly, his waxen face half illuminated by the firelight, his black eyes resembling a deep pool, harboring only endless mockery and a barely perceptible weariness. Harry gripped his wand tightly, his knuckles whitening. The lightning scar on his forehead pulsed, as though a red-hot wire were stirring within. Fragments of last night's dream continued to sear his nerves. Ginny helplessly crying on the cold stone floor, the harsh scraping of basilisk scales against the walls, and that chilling, malicious laughter echoing directly within his skull. Legilimens. Without warning, Snape's wand struck like a viper, unleashing a powerful mental invasion that pierced through Harry's feeble defenses. Harry's consciousness spiraled into a hurricane, shards of memory violently ripped from him, swirling chaotically, the suffocating darkness of the Dursley's cupboard. The ecstatic thrill of capturing the golden snitch for the first time, the basilisk's immense, frigid yellow slit eyes in the depths of the Chamber of Secrets. Cedric's hollow gaze, Mrs. Weasley's weeping. Garbage. Snape's voice lashed at Harry's chaotic mind like a whip tempered in ice. Your thoughts resemble a rubbish heap trampled by a blast-ended scrut, utterly disordered, completely defenseless. That person's thoughts can wander through your mind as casually as strolling through Diagon Alley. He abruptly retracted his wand, his eyes ablaze with disappointment and a deeper rage. You waste my time, Potter. That's because you only wish to see what you want to see. The humiliation of being probed and the sharp pain of his scar ignited Harry's fury. And without a moment's hesitation, he swung his wand, unleashing his pent-up frustration. Reducto. A beam of red light grazed Snape's flapping robes, exploding against the stone wall, leaving a charred mark and scattering sparks. This ignited the powder keg of Snape's suppressed rage. How dare you? Snape roared, his voice akin to the howl of a wounded beast, his eyes suddenly ablaze with lethal intent. His wand traced a lethal silver arc at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, unleashing a curse more ferocious and menacing than any Harry had ever known. Sectum Sempra. An invisible, razor-sharp blade capable of rending steel cleaved through the air, hurtling towards Harry with a deafening shriek. Harry's reductor curse was obliterated in an instant. The tremendous force hurled him backward, crashing against the ancient, heavy brass stand supporting the pensive. Clang. Crash. The stand collapsed with a thunderous roar. The pensive was upended, and the silvery memories contained within, akin to liquid moonlight, erupted forth like a dam breaking. The silver liquid, as if imbued with life, rapidly spread across the floor, some portions leaping like living creatures toward the nearby desk piled high with parchment scrolls. Those yellowed scrolls, soaked in the silver liquid, seemed to awaken with vitality. Countless fragments of memory burst forth like startled silver fireflies, igniting like fireworks, exploding within the cramped office. Countless voices, images, and lights instantaneously filled the entire space. Among them, the clearest and most blinding fragment pierced towards Harry's eyes. A young Severus Snape, approximately 16 years old. He knelt before Dumbledore's desk, his raven curls matted with rain and mud against his pale forehead, his tattered black robe stained and ragged. Lifting his gaze, his face was devoid of color, marred only by sheer terror and desperate pleas, his youthful black eyes brimming with tears of despair. His hoarse, nearly tuneless cries echoed within the office, drowning out all other memories. Please, I beseech you, Headmaster Dumbledore, protect Lily, safeguard her. I will do anything, at any cost. My life, my soul, you may take them. I implore you, trade my life for hers. Please. The anguish, desperation, and sacrificial madness in his voice pierced Harry's mind like a tangible icicle. He forgot the pain, forgot to breathe, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he beheld the young Severus Snape, kneeling and pleading. A stark contrast to the cold potions master he knew. No, a soul-shattering roar, infused with extreme panic, fury, and a deeper terror, erupted from the depths of Snape's throat. The color drained from his face in an instant, rendering him paler than death, his usually cold black eyes now filled with utter, destructive madness. All thoughts fled, a complete cleansing. He frantically waved his wand, the tip emitting a blinding blue light, attempting to erase the swirling fragments of memory. But it was too late. Memories scattered like startled birds, wildly intertwining in the confined space. More fragments inevitably collided with Harry's vision. Hogwarts hallways, James Potter's triumphant grin, young Snape hanging upside down, his robe flipped up to reveal his undergarments, surrounded by raucous laughter. Lily Evans's furious red hair and scolding. Put him down, Potter. You make me sick. In the shadows of the shrieking shack, a tiny Harry wailing in his crib, a flash of green light. A red-haired figure surged forward like an arrow, arms wide open, resolutely shielding the crib. The green light illuminated her determined, motherly profile. On the ruins of Halloween night, beneath the cold moonlight, young Snape knelt amidst the wreckage, clutching the lifeless body of Lily Evans, now cold and devoid of life. He bowed his head, his body trembling violently, emitting silent, heart-wrenching grief. Moonlight highlighted the jagged trails of tears on his face, revealing a profound emptiness and despair, as if he had lost the entire world. Stop! Stop! Make it stop! Snape's voice had grown hoarse and distorted, tinged with a cry. As he futilely waved his wand, trying to dispel those nightmarish memories that stripped him bare, his magic surged wildly, uncontrollable due to his extreme emotional turmoil, causing the entire office to tremble slightly, jars clinking ominously. Harry struggled to rise from the floor, the pain in his back trivial compared to the emotional upheaval before him. He gazed at the man, desperate and roaring like a trapped beast within the storm of memory fragments. Witnessing the plea in the memories where he sacrificed his life to protect Lily, observing his silent sorrow beside Lily's corpse. All clues, contradictions, hatred, and confusion were replaced at that moment by an unprecedented, overwhelming understanding and impact. His emerald eyes were filled with shock, sorrow, and a piercing clarity that cut through the fog. He looked at Snape, his voice soft yet resonant, slicing through the chaos of the office. You loved her. Harry's voice trembled but rang clear, each word striking Snape's fraying nerves like a hammer. You have always loved my mother, Lily. This declaration was akin to a final judgment. Snape's frantic actions froze instantly. His raised wand halted midair, the light at its tip extinguishing like a candle in the wind. Slowly, agonizingly, he turned to face Harry. Time seemed to come to a standstill in that moment. Snape's expression was devoid of emotion. No anger, no mockery, no coldness. Only a profound, utter silence. Those black eyes, once reflecting countless mockeries and angers, now held an infinite void and a soul laid bare. He appeared transformed into a statue, devoid of all vitality. Then, under Harry's astonished gaze, the wand, symbolizing Snape's power, authority, and last vestige of defense, slipped from his feeble fingers. Clang! The wand fell to the cold ground, emitting a crisp, despairing sound. Snape did not retrieve it. He did not even glance at Harry again. Instead, he slowly turned away like a marionette stripped of all strings, stooping as he moved step by painstaking step toward the deepest shadows of the office. Finally, he curled up in the high-backed chair, burying himself deep in darkness, leaving behind only a trembling silhouette, reminiscent of a wounded beast, emitting silent, mournful cries. Chapter 25, The Unbearable Past. In the office, only the faint sound of the silver liquid from the pensieve trickled across the floor, coupled with the lingering echo of young Snape's desperate plea. Trade my life for hers. I implore you. Harry stood rooted to the spot, engulfed by profound sorrow and shock that rendered him motionless. He gazed at the crumbling figure in the shadows, the echo of you loved her reverberating against the cold stone walls. Just then, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of the puddle of still expanding silver liquid on the floor. Snape's uncontrollable cleansing spell had not entirely eradicated it. The moment their gazes met, an irresistible, powerful pull seized Harry's consciousness. No longer was it Snape's deliberate legitimacy, but those uncontrolled fragments of memory, infused with Snape's most intense emotions, surged like a torrent into Harry's unguarded mind. Countless shards of light and shadow exploded in an instant. Hogwarts corridors, a rainy day, young Snape, resembling a malnourished black plant, pressed against a cold gargoyle, attempting to evade the crowd. He clutched a piece of parchment, its edges curled and dampened by rain. Harry could see the blurred yet elegant script. Severus, you said potions could heal everything, but it seems this time. The letter bore dark splotches, whether from rain or tears. Remained unknown. Suddenly, a piercing burst of laughter erupted. James Potter, accompanied by Sirius and Wormtail, cornered him. James wore a malicious grin, casually pointing his wand. Oh, look. The Snivellus is writing a love letter to dear Evans. A flash of red light. Young Snape gasped as his body was abruptly hoisted upside down. His tattered robe flipped, exposing his patched, faded undergarments. The corridor erupted with louder laughter and mocking gestures. Snape's face, once pale, turned a humiliating shade of crimson as he struggled futilely. Attempting to shield himself, his eyes ablaze with fury and profound shame. Harry's heart ached, feeling intimately the humiliation and helplessness of Snape's youth. The scene distorted violently. Shifting to beneath the whomping willow, under the moonlit night, Lily Evans stood there, her fiery hair appearing to blaze in the moonlight, her face radiant like a pearl. Her emerald eyes, so reminiscent of Harry's, filled with disappointment and confusion. Her voice pierced through the barriers of memory. Severus, why? Why do you always associate with Mulciber, Avery? And those people? You are aware of the heinous actions they have committed. The young Severus Snape stood shrouded in shadows, his head bowed, his voice hoarse and fragmented, imbued with a self-destructive stubbornness, because they accepted me, unlike you lofty and noble Gryffindors, who merely mock and ostracize, treating the suffering of others as a jest. A flash of hurt and anger flickered in Lily's eyes. The scene tore apart once more. The chilling atmosphere of the shrieking shack assailed him, not the previous sacrifice, but a far more direct and brutal conclusion. Snape knelt amidst the devastation, cradling the lifeless body of Lily Potter, her once vibrant red hair now devoid of luster. Strewn upon the ground, those eyes, once brimming with life, were now hollow and gazing vacantly, reflecting the shadows of the ruins. Snape's trembling fingers, infused with a nearly reverent despair, slowly and cautiously brushed over Lily's cold eyelids, attempting to close her eyes. His touch was as gentle as if he feared shattering a rare and precious artifact, yet tears cascaded down like pearls set free from a broken string, falling incessantly upon Lily's pale cheek. A suppressed, agonized whimper, akin to that of a dying beast, escaped his throat. Harry felt a suffocating wave of sorrow, as if he were experiencing that heart-wrenching despair firsthand. The fractured lights continued to flicker. In Dumbledore's office, Snape's anguished roar of always resonated, revealing the profound pain and resolve in his eyes. In the potions classroom, the adult Snape's gaze lingered, lost in thought, upon Harry's stirring of the cauldron, fixating on those emerald eyes as if he were traversing time to seek a phantom long departed, a gaze so complex that it sent shivers down Harry's spine. There were even moments in the storage room, where Snape leaned against the door, drenched in cold sweat from the agony of old wounds. Stop. Cease. Get out of my head. A desperate, tear-choked scream yanked Harry abruptly back to reality. Snape, at some point, had struggled to rise from his chair. His face as pale as a specter, his eyes bloodshot, streaked with tears, his expression one of utter collapse and madness. He staggered toward Harry, not in aggression, but rather as if to shield Harry's eyes with his bare hands, to prevent that terrible intrusion. His wand lay on the ground. He could only grasp Harry's shoulders with his trembling, icy fingers, his nails nearly digging into Harry's flesh. You see, Snape's voice was shattered, laden with a raw, stripped terror and despair. Don't dare tell anyone. If you utter a single word. He incoherently threatened, yet his voice trembled with frailty, devoid of its former menace. In his hollow gaze remained only a plea. Harry winced under Snape's grip, yet did not resist. He gazed upon this man, utterly unhinged and consumed by anguish, feeling the chill of his fingers and the violent tremors of his body. A profound sorrow and understanding inundated him like a tidal wave. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, his voice low yet remarkably clear, imbued with a calm that pierced through all facades. I want to speak. I swear. Harry's emerald eyes locked onto Snape's bloodshot black ones, as if striving to delve into the depths of his soul. But I saw, Professor. I saw how deeply you loved her, Lily, my mother. He paused, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible catch. I understand that you have protected me all these years because of her. Because you promised Dumbledore, because you cannot let her go. These words, like a precise key, completely dismantled Snape's final defenses. Silence. Snape let out a cry akin to that of a wounded beast, forcefully shoving Harry away. He staggered back, as though Harry bore a lethal plague. His trembling fingers grasped futilely at the air, as if seeking some support, ultimately falling limply by his side. He fixed his gaze on Harry, his eyes reflecting acute pain, the shame of being seen, and a despair as if the world were collapsing around him. Get out. Snape's voice rasped like sandpaper, each word draining him of all his strength. "Get out of here, Potter. Never set foot in this office again." He raised a trembling hand, pointing toward the door, that arm seemingly laden with 1,000 burdens. Harry said nothing more. He cast one last deep glance at the man standing amidst the wreckage of the office, abandoned by the world, left with nothing but endless pain and despair. He bent down, quietly retrieving his fallen wand from the ground, hesitating briefly, ultimately refraining from touching Snape's discarded wand. He turned, step by step, heavily making his way toward the door. Behind him, Snape hunched over, hands clasped tightly over his face, the suppressed, fragmented sobs finally spilling uncontrollably through his fingers, echoing in the cold cellar. Harry gently closed the office door, sealing that heartrending wail within. He leaned against the frigid stone wall, closing his eyes, the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead throbbing faintly, while his heart felt as though it were burdened by a massive, icy stone. He comprehended the depths of Snape's hatred. All the severity, all the guardianship. Beneath it lay unfathomable pain and the despair of irrevocable loss. The weight of this truth was nearly suffocating. Chapter 26. Ripples in the Night and a Silent Consensus. That night, the four-poster bed curtains in Gryffindor Tower fell shut. Harry curled up in the darkness, utterly unable to sleep. The fragmented memories that had surged into his mind during the day now crashed like relentless waves, uncontrollably flooding his nerves. On the Quidditch pitch, Snape silenced the chaos of his out-of-control broom with a powerful, wordless stabilization charm, his cold, austere silhouette amidst the billowing black robes. At the ominous edge of the Forbidden Forest, the silver-white stag Patronus shattered the darkness, vanquishing the Dementors, its light warm and potent. In the dim light of the storage room, Snape, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to mask his agony from old wounds. Most vividly, he recalled the man who had curled in the shadows, silently wailing, the wand slipping from his grasp, entirely stripped of all icy exteriors, leaving only endless pain and despair. "He hates my father, the Marauder," Harry murmured in the darkness, his fingers unconsciously tracing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "But he has protected me with everything he has. Because of my mother." Lily Evans, those eternally smiling emerald eyes in his memory, now seemed to gently gaze upon him from the darkness, bringing forth an unprecedented complexity of emotions, sorrow, understanding, and a heavy, ineffable sense of responsibility. This sense of responsibility and profound empathy for Snape's plight ultimately compelled him to make a decision. Meanwhile, deep within the cold cellar, the cauldron in the potions classroom continued to bubble with deep purple, viscous liquid at 2 in the morning, exuding a pungent odor. Snape, like a tireless specter, mechanically processed the magical apple roots. His pale face bore no expression, only dark circles beneath his eyes, heavy as bruises. His fingers, clutching the silver knife, trembled slightly. As the blade grazed the magical apple, it slipped, and with a sharp sound, the keen edge sliced open a deep gash on his left index finger. Dark red droplets immediately oozing forth, falling onto the stone surface. Yet, he seemed impervious to the pain, merely staring blankly at the meandering trail of blood, his gaze vacant. Blood dripped into the cauldron, causing the deep purple potion to churn with eerie, pearl-colored bubbles, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. Numbly, he shook his hand, allowing the droplets to splatter onto the nearby parchment, scorching holes into it. He heard a fragmented, near whisper echoing through the silent classroom, laden with inescapable fear and nightmarish murmurs. Lily beheld him, clutching a phoenix feather quill, its tip mindlessly tracing circles on the parchment, mirroring the chaotic thoughts he could not escape. Harry's astonished gaze and his own anguished sobs, alongside Lily's final smile, relentlessly tormented him. He felt an acute dread regarding that boy, the sole witness to his most vulnerable and disgraceful moments. What would he do? Whom would he inform? Weasley? Granger? Or would the entire Hogwarts soon be abuzz with rumors of Professor Snape weeping over the corpse of Potter's mother? At that moment, a series of soft, hesitant knocks echoed through the oppressive silence of the cellar, reverberating like thunder. Snape's body jolted violently. Like a startled bird, he spun around, his wand instinctively slipping into his hand, though the action bore an unmistakable air of urgency and subtle weakness. The wand tip flickered with an unstable glow, revealing the turmoil within the caster's heart. His waxen face drained of color, marked by a hawk-like vigilance and a profound, bone-deep terror. Those bloodshot black eyes fixed intently on the crack of the door, as if a beast poised to devour lurked outside. "Who?" His voice was hoarse and taut, tinged with a sharpness that hinted at the brink of collapse, utterly devoid of his usual icy tone. This was not a question about curfew. This was an inquiry into whether it was you. "Potter, did you come to mock my disgrace? Were you intent on revealing my secrets to the world?" The office door creaked open slightly. Harry Potter stood alone in the dim corridor light, half his figure obscured by shadows. With only his emerald eyes reflecting the faint glow from the potions classroom. He bore an unmistakable tension, yet his gaze was composed and complex, devoid of mockery or malice. As Snape recognized Harry was unaccompanied, the overwhelming panic in his eyes seemed to wane slightly, though vigilance and tension remained unyielding. His wand still pointed unwaveringly at Harry. The knuckles white from exertion. He refrained from questioning further, instead locking his pain-wrought, wary eyes upon Harry, awaiting his next utterance. The air felt as if it had solidified. Harry inhaled deeply, stepping into the potions classroom, gently closing the door behind him. He did not approach, maintaining a safe distance. His gaze steady as it met the threatening tip of the wand. "Professor," Harry's voice was somewhat strained yet clear, "I am here to apologize." Snape's brow furrowed. His lips pressed into a rigid line, his grip on the wand unyielding, the doubt in his eyes deepening. "For using the bat bogey hex against you in class," Harry continued, his tone earnest, "and for knocking over the pensive." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the still bleeding finger of Snape and the stark pool of blood on the desk. His expression darkening. "For causing chaos and damage." And also he lifted his head, his verdant eyes locking onto Snape's, laden with a heavy understanding. "For forcing you to confront those you wish to avoid." "Apologize?" Snape's voice emerged hoarse and low, laced with profound exhaustion and deep-seated sarcasm. Yet the frenzied panic was temporarily subdued. "Potter, do you believe a few insipid apologies can erase?" His words trailed off, but the agony and anger in his eyes spoke volumes. The wand trembled slightly. Harry did not flinch. "I know." His voice was quiet yet remarkably clear, each word striking Snape's taut nerves. "I know you loathe my father. I have witnessed the unforgivable things he did to you." He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully, his gaze deepening. "I have also seen your feelings for my mother, Lily. They run deep, so profoundly that you would sacrifice everything." Snape's breath caught sharply, his hand trembling uncontrollably around the wand, its tip flickering erratically. So over the years, Harry's gaze remained unwavering, locking onto Snape's eyes. "Your protection of me on the Quidditch pitch, in the Forbidden Forest, during every potentially fatal moment, was not born from fondness for me." He forced a bitter smile. "It was because you promised Professor Dumbledore. It was because you cannot let her go. You are guarding a part of her in this manner." The final few words escaped his lips softly, yet they struck like a hammer. "Silence." Snape let out a suppressed roar, his voice hoarse and fragmented, the light at the wand tip flaring wildly. However, at the very peak of his emotional turmoil, a gentle, pure silver light erupted uncontrollably from his trembling wand tip. Not an attack spell. The elegant silver Do Patronus once again materialized autonomously. It radiated warmth and unwavering light, instantly dispelling the chill and tension in the potions classroom. With an air of soothing grace, it approached Harry, who stood by the door. Under the astonished gazes of both Harry and Snape, it bowed its head and, with an ethereal yet profoundly tangible touch, gently nudged the back of Harry's hand, which clutched his robe's hem tightly. A wave of warmth instantly spread from the point of contact. Harry gazed at the Patronus in astonishment, then lifted his eyes to Snape. Snape's expression froze. His focus locked onto his Patronus as it reached out to Harry. His eyes filled with incredulous shock and a sense of being laid bare to the depths of his soul. The Patronus's action seemed to be the most direct revelation of emotions within him that he could not articulate. He abruptly withdrew his wand, his movements tinged with a hint of disarray and haste. The Do Patronus dissipated into shimmering silver motes in the air. "Get out." Snape's voice was raspy, as he turned abruptly, presenting his back to Harry, his shoulders subtly trembling. His command was no longer cold and firm. Instead, it bore a profound fatigue and sense of powerlessness. "Leave now," he added stiffly, as if expending his last vestiges of strength. "Don't be late with tomorrow's potion for the calming draft." Harry remained rooted in place, the warmth from the Patronus's touch still lingering on the back of his hand. He observed Snape's rigid and solitary figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He said nothing further, merely nodding gently. "Yes, Professor," he replied softly, turning to gently pull open the door. Just as he was about to step across the threshold, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting movement from Snape's right hand, which gripped his wand, seemingly shifting ever so slightly. The wand tip emitted a brief, ephemeral glimmer of silver light. That hue matched perfectly with the Do Patronus that had just touched his hand, identical to every moment in the past when it illuminated the darkness during times of peril. Harry softly closed the door behind him. The cold air of the corridor enveloped him, yet the weighty confusion within his heart seemed to dissipate slightly, warmed by the lingering sensation on his hand and the last glimpse of silver light. Chapter 27. Whispers of the Locket and Silent Guidance. The door to the potions classroom gently closed behind him, sealing off the cellar's chill and the burdened silhouette of that man. Harry stood in the empty corridor. The warmth left by the dough Patronus akin to a faint imprint, contrasting strangely with the dull ache of the scar on his forehead. That fleeting glimmer of silver he glimpsed as Snape turned seemed more like a silent promise, pressing heavily upon his heart. The path ahead remained shrouded in the shadow of Voldemort, but at least he knew that deep within the cellar, a guardian burdened by heavy chains, similarly pursued by darkness, watched over him. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, the embers in the fireplace emitted a faint glow. Hermione and Ron immediately approached, their faces etched with concern and inquiry. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione whispered, her keen gaze sweeping over his slightly pale visage and the unnatural red marks on the back of his hand. "Snape didn't do anything to you, did he? We heard he was furious in class today, like a troll with its tail stepped on, and locked himself away in the dungeon, refusing to see anyone." "I'm fine," Harry replied, shaking his head wearily as he sank into an armchair, instinctively rubbing the back of his hand. "We talked." He avoided Hermione's probing gaze. "Talked? With Snape?" Ron exclaimed incredulously. Merlin's beard. What could he possibly discuss, other than deducting points and potions? "It's about the pensive," Harry replied vaguely, unwilling and unable to divulge Snape's deepest secrets, along with other matters. "In any case, it's nothing to worry about for now." He noticed Hermione was about to press further and quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, where's Kreacher? Did he mention Regulus again today? Or the locket?" Mention of the locket indeed diverted Hermione's attention, though her expression grew more troubled. "That's exactly what I wanted to say, Harry. Kreacher has been acting very strangely today. He's been quieter than usual, always huddled alone in the dirtiest corner of the kitchen, muttering to himself, repeating phrases like Master Regulus commands Kreacher. Kreacher must complete the bad locket. The lake water is so cold, and," she lowered her voice, "I noticed he has been obsessively polishing that enormous, hideous black family tapestry in 12, Grimmauld Place. Especially the spot where Regulus's name is. He has been scrubbing it so hard his fingers have become raw." "The locket?" Harry furrowed his brow as Snape's warning about dark magical objects echoed in his mind. He unfolded the Marauder's map, his gaze drifting over the dot representing Kreacher, who was indeed curled up in the corner of the kitchen, motionless. "We must speak with him again. Right now." In the dimly lit kitchen of the old black residence, a pungent odor of aged grease mingled with the distinct mustiness of house elf magic. Kreacher was huddled next to the cold, stone fireplace, his frail body curled up, and an expression of nearly numbing despair etched on his wrinkled face. His filthy fingers absent-mindedly picked at the seams of the floor tiles, while he muttered broken phrases. "Kreacher has failed. Master Regulus, the lake water, the bad locket. Kreacher cannot. Kreacher is a bad elf. Kreacher." Harry crouched down, attempting to soften his voice. "Please tell us about Regulus. And the locket. What did he make you do? What is the bad locket?" Kreacher's murky eyes shot up, filled with terror and anguish, as he shook his head vehemently, his straw-like ears flapping. "Kreacher cannot say. Kreacher was commanded not to say. The bad locket is terrible, evil. It harmed Master Regulus. It made Kreacher. Is it a golden locket?" Harry pressed, recalling the memory he had seen in the pensive of Voldemort demanding the creation of a Horcrux, adorned with Slytherin's serpent emblem. Kreacher's body trembled violently, as if he had heard the most horrific curse. He let out a sharp whimper and suddenly banged his head against the cold stone wall. "Kreacher cannot say. The bad master will punish Kreacher. Master Regulus. He sacrificed himself to destroy it. The lake water is so cold, so dark," he mumbled incoherently, curling up in agony. "Destroy it?" Hermione seized the key point, her eyes gleaming with sharp insight. Was Regulus trying to destroy that locket? That Horcrux? The term Horcrux struck Kreacher like a thunderclap, freezing him in place. He stared at Hermione in horror, as if she had uttered a blasphemous incantation, and then erupted into a more desperate wail. "Do not say that word. Evil. Evil." Master Regulus knew of its evil. He was brave. He found it. He commanded Kreacher, but the lake cave. Kreacher failed. Kreacher brought back a fake. Kreacher caused the Master's death. He frantically banged his head against the ground, blood seeping from his temple. "Fake." Harry's heart sank. "What does that mean? Kreacher, what did you bring back? Where's the locket that Regulus found?" Kreacher merely howled, writhing in anguish, refusing to answer any further questions. The lead seemed to have broken once more. The three departed the kitchen, burdened by heavy hearts. Back in their temporary bedroom, Hermione retrieved the book's Secrets of Dark Magic. Her fingers tracing the forbidden chapters on Horcrux creation, her brow furrowed. If Regulus truly found a Horcrux and attempted to destroy it, even sacrificing himself for that purpose, it means Voldemort has more than just the diary as a Horcrux. Furthermore, when Kreacher mentioned a fake, could it mean Voldemort set up a decoy? And the lake cave? Ron scratched his red hair. Sounds like a hiding place? The Black Lake? Or a seaside cave? Harry remained silent, his gaze falling on the parchment of the potion essay Snape had assigned. It detailed the precise formulation of a calming draft, with exceedingly stringent requirements. In the lower right corner of the parchment, Snape had inscribed a large T for troll, accompanied by a brief note. Discourse as chaotic as troll brain matter. Core components purification steps for moonstone powder and its reaction mechanism with bad bloodgrass juice completely absent. Rewrite. Also, consider solvent stability under extreme conditions, such as high salinity and low temperature water. Extreme conditions, high salinity and low temperature water, Harry murmured, his heart racing. This was too specific. The stability of the calming draft solvent typically revolves around temperature or pH. Who would specifically mention high salinity and low temperature water? It sounded like a description of cold seawater. A bold, almost absurd thought flashed through Harry's mind. He suddenly looked at Hermione and Ron. Snape's note. Look here. He pointed at the seemingly irrelevant addition on the parchment. Hermione leaned closer, her intelligent eyes widening in an instant. High salinity and low temperature water. This is not something typically considered for a calming draft. Unless. She inhaled sharply. Unless he was hinting at something? Hinting at the environment of the cave where the Horcrux is hidden? How could he know? Ron asked, perplexed. Could he? Don't forget. He was once a Death Eater. Harry's voice dropped, laden with complex emotions. Perhaps he knows some of Voldemort's secret hideouts? Or he sensed it through some means. Like the Dark Mark? Or perhaps Voldemort inadvertently revealed something. He recalled the blank space on Snape's arm that had been cleansed by the Patronus's power in the storeroom. Is he giving us a clue? Hermione asked incredulously, in such a cryptic manner. Perhaps it's a debt being repaid? Ron speculated, because you didn't reveal his secret? Harry did not respond, his fingers unconsciously brushing over Snape's sharp script on the parchment. Beneath that cold note, the abrupt addition felt like a deliberately left code only they could decipher. Was it a warning? A hint? Or a highly awkward form of assistance from Severus Snape? At that moment, the small object Harry had pulled from Snape, a silver locket that had once contained Lily's image, emanated an exceedingly faint yet distinctly warm sensation. As if in response to something, Harry withdrew it, the locket resting quietly in his palm, its cool silver surface glinting softly in the dim light. Empty, yet seemingly harboring unsolved mysteries and echoes from a distant cave. Regardless, Harry tightened his grip on the pendant box, feeling its peculiar warmth. A resolute glimmer shining in his emerald eyes. The mention of the lake water cave by Creature, along with Snape's annotations regarding the high salinity and low temperature waters, was no mere coincidence. We must locate that place. We must find the wretched pendant box that Regulus attempted to destroy. Hermione and Ron exchanged a glance, each recognizing the determination mirrored in the other's eyes. The quest for the Horcruxes seemed to have been redirected towards an unknown and perilous domain, prompted by the awkward annotations of a potions professor and the fragmented lamentations of a house elf. Chapter 28, The Starlight of the Observatory. The air in the potions classroom was more viscous than in other parts of the dungeon, infused with the earthy aroma of bad bloodroot and the faint sweetness of moonstone powder. Snape strode onto the platform like a shadow shrouded in a chilling breeze. His complexion remained unnaturally pale, with dark circles under his eyes resembling ink stains, yet that chilling aura had recoalesced, even more forbidding than before. As if the man who had collapsed the previous night had never existed. Only when his gaze occasionally darted towards Harry did a fleeting, elusive complexity wash over the depths of his obsidian eyes. Was it scrutiny? Residual pain? Or something deeper? No one could tell. Calming draft. Snape's icy voice echoed against the stone walls as he tapped his wand against the blackboard, revealing a complex potion formula designed to soothe intense emotional fluctuations and magical disturbances. The precision required was enough to perplex even a troll regarding the intricacies of calculus. His gaze, sharp as an icicle, pierced the Gryffindor table at the far end where Harry sat. Potter, in light of your remarkable performance in class yesterday and your contribution to my private stores, you shall have the honor of being today's first demonstrator of the formula. A collective gasp filled the classroom. Hermione cast a worried glance at Harry, and Ron kicked him under the table. The calming draft was a challenging OWLS-level task. Intricate in its steps with a minuscule margin for error, a slight miscalculation could result in a violent explosion or the production of potent hallucinogenic gas. This was clearly a setup. Harry rose, his expression tranquil, devoid of anger or fear, only a serene focus evident in his emerald gaze. He approached the demonstration table at the front of the classroom with steady strides. The warmth from the Patronus's touch on his hand from the previous night lingered, a reminder of the man's other side beneath the icy exterior. Step 1. Snape's voice slithered like a serpent. Measure precisely 7¼ grams of moonstone powder, grinding it to a smooth consistency. Begin, Potter. Let us see if your notoriously chaotic hands can execute a basic operation. Harry paid no heed to his sarcasm. He grasped the delicate brass scales, meticulously beginning his measurements. His movements were not particularly graceful or deft. Yet, they were marked by an extraordinary concentration and steadiness. He carefully poured the powder into the mortar, grinding it with the pestle, the sound of fine particles resonating in the hushed classroom. Snape stood nearby, his dark robes blending into the shadows, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze weighing heavily upon Harry. His eyes, hawk-like in their sharpness, missed not a single subtle movement of Harry's fingers or the rhythm of his breath. He was waiting, anticipating Harry's mistake, hoping for a moment that would allow him to unleash the frustration and complex emotions he had suppressed since the previous night upon this boy. However, Harry remained remarkably steady. He completed the grinding of the moonstone, the powder as delicate as fresh snow. Following the recipe, he cautiously added 3 drops of unicorn tears, a sample provided by Snape that was exceedingly precious, stirring clockwise for 3.5 rotations. The liquid in the cauldron transformed into a dreamlike pearl white. Step 2. Snape's voice turned even colder, laced with an almost imperceptible impatience. Add 5 grams of sliced bad bloodroot, ensuring the thickness does not exceed that of a Canute coin. Stir counterclockwise for 7 rotations, maintaining a temperature of 103 degrees Fahrenheit. This was one of the most critical steps. The bad bloodroot contained highly toxic components, and any mishandling or temperature fluctuations could yield catastrophic consequences. Harry inhaled deeply. He picked up a silver knife, selecting a fresh piece of bad bloodroot. His hand was steady, the blade gliding through the root, producing thin, nearly transparent slices of uniform thickness. He carefully dropped the slices into the cauldron, taking up the stirring rod, adhering strictly to the instructions, stirring counterclockwise. Simultaneously, his left hand hovered precisely over the flame control knob, his fingertips subtly adjusting the intensity to maintain an exceptionally accurate temperature. The liquid within the cauldron transitioned from pearl white to a gentle lavender hue, emanating a peculiar, calming fragrance. Snape's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He scrutinized Harry's focused profile, captivated by the reflection of the cauldron's faint glow in his emerald eyes. Everything was proceeding too smoothly. This was not the usual chaotic Potter. Had he truly accomplished something last night? Step 3. Snape's voice escalated sharply, laden with a more potent pressure. Add 3 drops of sleeping bean juice, simultaneously incorporating 0.5 grams of crushed billywig stings. Precisely. Stir quickly in a clockwise motion for 12 rotations. This must be completed within 5 seconds. This was a trap step. The combination of sleeping bean juice and billywig stings would become extremely unstable at specific temperatures, necessitating exact synchronization and rapid stirring to prevent an instant explosion. Many students had faltered at this juncture. Hermione anxiously covered her mouth. Ron's eyes widened. Harry's hands hesitated for a mere tenth of a second. He met Snape's scrutinizing gaze for the briefest moment, sensing an expectation that perhaps hinted at a desire to witness his failure. Then he moved. His actions were as swift as lightning, yet impeccably precise. As his left hand dripped in the sleeping bean juice, his right hand steadily sprinkled the accurately measured sting powder into the mixture, almost instantaneously upon contact. His stirring rod was in motion, executing clockwise rotations with astonishing stability and speed. 1 rotation, 2 rotations. The liquid in the cauldron began to churn violently, shifting from lavender to a perilous deep blue. 3 rotations, 4 rotations. Silver threads emerged within the deep blue. 5 rotations, 6 rotations. Silver strands intertwined. 7 rotations, 8 rotations. The deep blue merged with the silver. 9 rotations, 10 rotations. The liquid began to stabilize. 11 rotations, 12 rotations. A soft, melodious chime, akin to the plucking of a string, resonated from the cauldron. The tumultuous liquid stilled, revealing a profound, clear blue-violet hue, speckled with silver glimmers that floated like stars. A powerful yet gentle aura of tranquility enveloped the classroom, instantly soothing the tension among all present. A perfect calming draft. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Everyone gazed in awe at the potion, flawless as if lifted from a textbook, then shifted their attention to Harry Potter, standing beside the cauldron, slightly out of breath. Droplets of sweat forming at his temples, yet his gaze remained composed. Snape stood frozen in place. The icy mask upon his face showed the slightest fracture, his dark eyes swirling with a tumult of emotions, shock, disbelief, a hint of frustrated anger, and perhaps a trace of something even more subtle, an anomaly he himself had yet to recognize. He stared intently at Harry, as if truly seeing the boy for the first time. How had he accomplished this? Was it merely luck? Or had he truly Professor? Harry's voice shattered the silence, looking at Snape with clear eyes. Do you require me to continue the demonstration? Snape abruptly snapped back to reality. He He swiftly masked all visible emotions, cloaking himself once more in that layer of icy indifference. He let out a cold snort, his voice returning to its customary sharpness, barely passing. 5 points to Gryffindor, for your rare fortune in not blowing up the cauldron. He deliberately overlooked the quality of the perfect potion, and with a flick of his wand, the recipe vanished from the blackboard. Now, everyone, begin your preparations. 1 misstep, and 10 points will be deducted. A detonation will land you in detention until the end of the term. As the bell rang, students surged from the classroom as if fleeing a disaster. Hermione seized Harry, pulling him into the shadow of a stone pillar in the corridor, with Ron trailing closely behind. Harry, Hermione whispered urgently, her gaze sharp as a searchlight. You couldn't have suddenly mastered that calming draft, especially the final synchronization. Have you? She hesitated, lowering her voice even further. Did Professor Snape teach you the recipe privately, or give you some sort of hint? Harry paused, then forced a bitter smile. How could he explain? Explain the warmth of the Patronus he felt at the storeroom door last night. Explain the glimmer of the wand tip he glimpsed as he left. Explain the memories Snape had inadvertently revealed in his moment of collapse, which had given him a new understanding of the man. Explain the heavy sense of responsibility and the impulse to do something that had driven him to meticulously review each step of the calming draft throughout the night. No, Hermione. Harry shook his head, his expression earnest yet complex. He didn't teach me. I just couldn't sleep last night. So I went over the textbook a few more times. He avoided Hermione's probing gaze, looking instead at the overcast sky outside. Hermione clearly did not believe him, but she perceptively caught the weight and complexity in Harry's eyes that was different from before. She did not press further, merely nodding thoughtfully and murmuring, "All right, but Harry, the way you looked at him, and the way he looked at you, it feels strange. Like something has happened that we don't know about?" Ron scratched his head beside them. "Who cares? You made it through, and you even gained points. That old bat has nothing to say now." Harry did not respond. He lifted his gaze toward the castle's towering spires. As night fell, the outline of the astronomy tower became vaguely visible in the twilight. Late at night, atop the astronomy tower, the biting wind whipped at his robes. The stars sparkled like scattered diamonds across the deep blue velvet sky. Harry stood alone by the railing, gazing at the dark silhouette of the forbidden forest in the distance. He needed the cold air to clear his tumultuous thoughts. Behind him, he heard the faintest sound of footsteps, so soft they were nearly drowned by the wind. He did not turn around, simply stating, "You've arrived." Snape materialized from the shadows, standing a few paces away from Harry. He did not meet Harry's eyes, his dark gaze fixed on the distant darkness, his profile appearing even more austere and pale under the starlight. "The observatory is not a place for daydreaming, Potter." Snape's voice was colder than the night wind. "If your mind still contains anything beyond troll snot, you ought to return to sleep." Harry turned to face him, his emerald eyes shining brightly in the starlight. He no longer shied away, meeting Snape's gaze directly. "I was just thinking about what I saw last night." He hesitated, summoning his courage. "I was thinking about my mother." Lily. That name acted like a spell, causing Snape's body to stiffen instantly. He tightened his grip on the wand concealed in his sleeve, his knuckles paling in the darkness. Suddenly, he turned sharply, and his black eyes flashed with a fierce coldness, like a wounded beast, fixating on Harry with an unspoken warning. Yet Harry did not flinch. He met that threatening gaze, his voice imbued with an unprecedented calm and understanding. "I saw her standing in front of me in the shrieking shack, so determined and unhesitating." Snape's breath hitched, his chest heaving as if that image had once again rent his heart. He abruptly turned away, the force of his movement knocking over a discarded brass telescope, which clattered noisily against the floor. His back to Harry, his shoulders tensed like a drawn bowstring, his black robe billowing violently in the wind, resembling a storm cloud suppressing a tempest. He was struggling to maintain control. Harry watched the trembling black figure, his heart filled with a whirlwind of emotions. He took a small step forward, his voice soft yet clear against the wind. "Professor, you said you cannot let go of her, that you guard a part of her." "I understand." He inhaled deeply, voicing the question that had been circling in his mind. "But she ultimately chose my father, chose that ending. Did you ever hate her for her choice?" An oppressive silence enveloped them. Only the cold wind howled past the tower's peak. Snape's silhouette remained frozen beneath the starlight for what felt like an eternity. Just as Harry thought he would not respond, or that he might erupt in another thunderous rage, a voice emerged, hoarse and deep, as if it had been squeezed from the depths of his soul, resonating through the icy wind. "Hate? No, Potter." He paused for an extended moment, long enough for Harry to believe he had finished speaking. Then, that hoarse voice returned, faint as if it might be scattered by the wind, yet laden with immeasurable weight. "She chose you. Always." The final word, light as a sigh, fell like a heavy stone into the lake of Harry's heart, creating tumultuous waves. It transformed from a mere vow in Dumbledore's office into a profound confession from a battle-scarred man beneath the stars, a deep acceptance of fate, filled with pain, helplessness, and a transcendent guardianship that surpassed hatred. Snape did not linger, nor did he turn back. Like a specter, he quietly melded into the shadows of the astronomy tower. Vanishing from sight, Harry remained alone at the tower's peak, gazing in the direction where Snape had disappeared, the word always echoing in his ears. A gentle, rather than a stinging, throb emanated from the scar on his forehead. He looked up at the dazzling expanse of stars, feeling for the first time that amidst this heavy fate, beyond the shadow of Voldemort, a small yet resolute star had quietly begun to shine. Chapter 29, The Price of Protection. The chill of the wind atop the astronomy tower seemed to strip away Snape's final vestiges of pretense. The whisper of always reverberated within Harry, like stars falling into his heart, creating ripples yet also imparting a profound weight. He watched the solitary black figure merge into the castle's shadows, the gentle pulse in his scar now a soft resonance rather than a sting. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower. Yet sleep eluded him. The dialogue from the observatory, the depths of pain in Snape's eyes, and the eventual release, or resignation, replayed relentlessly in his mind. The phrase "she chose you" acted as a key, unlocking his understanding of Snape's every action, not merely a promise to protect Lily, but also a respect and fulfillment of Lily's ultimate choice. This newfound understanding did not bring relief, but instead a heavier sense of responsibility. He opened his potions textbook, yet could not absorb a single word. His gaze fell upon his hands, where he still felt the warmth of the Patronus doe's touch. He instinctively rubbed his fingertips. An uncontrollable thought emerging. Snape's old wounds, the backlash from the forced summoning of the Patronus. Had he overextended the protection against the darkness of his scar last night? Combined with the intense emotional upheaval atop the astronomy tower? How was he faring now? This thought entwined around him like a vine, making Harry restless. He donned the invisibility cloak, gliding like a ghost from the common room, once again slipping into the cold silence of the castle corridors. His destination was clear: the dungeon, the potions classroom. The door to the office stood firmly shut, enveloped in an eerie silence. Harry hesitated for a moment, on the verge of departing, when he suddenly perceived a faint and flickering silver light seeping through the crack beneath the door, an unmistakable gleam of a Patronus. Yet, the radiance was exceedingly dim, wavering like a candle flickering in the wind. Something was amiss. Harry's instincts screamed in alarm. Without further ado, he drew his wand and uttered, "Alohomora." The lock sprang open with a click. Upon entering, the scene within the office rendered Harry breathless. Severus Snape was not engaged in his usual tasks of grading assignments or brewing potions. Instead, he lay curled on the cold floor beside his desk, racked with excruciating pain. Resembling a dying blackbird, his dark robes were soaked with cold sweat, clinging to his gaunt back as he trembled slightly. The silver doe Patronus circled him anxiously, its light flickering feebly. Each attempt to draw near was thwarted by the tumultuous, pain-laden magic emanating from Snape's very being. The Patronus emitted a low, anxious whine. "Professor!" Harry cried out, rushing forward, his invisibility cloak slipping to the ground. He knelt beside Snape, attempting to lift him, but his hands met the icy dampness of sweat and violent shivers. Snape's visage was pallid as parchment, his lips devoid of color, clenched tightly as suppressed groans of agony escaped between his teeth. His right hand pressed firmly against the area below his right shoulder blade, as if seared by a branding iron. The old injury had flared up, and with a ferocity unparalleled. In an instant, Harry comprehended the cause. The emotional upheaval at the observatory, coupled with the Patronus's exertion to suppress the darkness of his scar, had triggered a catastrophic backlash of this magical wound. The doe Patronus, upon sensing Harry's presence, appeared to find solace, emitting a clearer cry of distress, its light flickering weakly as if seeking aid. Harry's heart clenched tightly. Witnessing Snape's torment and the helpless whine of the Patronus ignited an overwhelming impulse within him. He could not stand idly by. He had to act. He recalled the scene in the storeroom, where Snape had forcefully maintained his Patronus to alleviate the agony of his scar. He remembered Snape's words. The power of a Patronus stemmed from pure joy and the will to protect. Gazing at Snape, who was suffering to shield him, and the doe representing Lily, now so helpless, Harry's sense of heavy responsibility and an uncanny resonance surged to its zenith. Expecto Patronum. Harry inhaled deeply, concentrating all his energy, not envisioning the exhilaration of flying on a broomstick, but rather the warm smile from his mother's photograph. Snape's powerful silhouette summoning the doe to shatter Dementors in the Forbidden Forest, and that all-encompassing always uttered at the observatory. In that moment, he felt a fervent desire swell within him. He must assist this doe. He must share this pain. He must protect the one who safeguarded him. Expecto Patronum. What emerged was not the anticipated stag. A previously unseen, pure, and potent silver light erupted from the tip of Harry's wand. The brilliance instantly filled the dim office, its intensity far surpassing any previous conjuration. The light quickly coalesced into a form that was not a stag like Snape's, but a similarly elegant doe radiating warmth and brilliance. This newly manifested doe Patronus was slightly smaller, yet its light was solid and comforting. Upon its arrival, it resonated wonderfully with Snape's weakened, flickering Patronus. The two does' lights entwined, as if sharing a common lineage. Harry's doe emitted a gentle, soothing call, drawing closer to Snape's Patronus, enveloping it in its glow, as if conveying strength, and together they seemed to combat an unseen foe. Ugh! Snape on the floor let out a suppressed grunt, his body jolting suddenly. He felt a gentle yet powerful essence, stemming from the very nature of the Patronus, flowing towards him from Harry's direction, akin to a refreshing spring. This force infused his body, which was teetering on the brink of exhaustion from pain and magical backlash. It bore a strangely familiar warmth, Lily's tenderness, the will to protect, and a hint of Harry Potter's indomitable spirit. It did not directly heal the old wound, yet it greatly alleviated the violent turbulence of magic, like adding fuel to a dying campfire, causing the light of Snape's own Patronus to stabilize and shine more brightly. The intertwined powers of the two patron uses formed a stronger silver halo, gently enveloping Snape. His furrowed brow relaxed slightly, his labored breaths began to steady, and his body ceased its violent trembling, slipping into a deep, yet relatively stable unconsciousness. His Patronus nestled beside Harry's, no longer flickering but radiating warmth steadily. Harry maintained the Patronus charm, gazing at Snape's serene face as his pain eased in sleep, feeling the wondrous resonance and connection between their patron uses. His heart brimming with awe and an indescribable thrill. He had succeeded. He had aided Snape with his own Patronus. Just then, in an attempt to steady Snape's form, Harry's hand inadvertently brushed against Snape's left hand, which clutched his robes tightly. Snape's arm relaxed slightly in his unconscious state, causing the wide sleeves of his dark robe to fall away. Harry's gaze instinctively fell upon the pale forearm. In an instant, his breath caught in his throat. Bathed in the intertwining silver light of the two doe patron uses, he clearly discerned the once grotesque dark mark on the inner side of Snape's left forearm. Now in a startling state, the mark still existed, yet its color had dulled significantly, resembling a faded scar. Most astonishingly, the center of the mark, which Harry had glimpsed previously in the storeroom, now revealed an even larger and clearer irregular blank space. That area appeared as though scorched by the purest of flames, its edges distinctly defined, no longer blurred. Furthermore, at the perimeter of that blank space, a remarkably clear and stable silver halo emanated. Its hue harmonized perfectly with the light of the two entwined patron uses surrounding Snape. Purification. The thought struck Harry like lightning. Snape's Patronus power, in its battle against Voldemort's dark encroachment, had been continuously purifying the dark mark itself. Moreover, Harry's own Patronus's recent intervention and resonance seemed to have accelerated and intensified this process. Harry's heart raced. He gazed at Snape's pallid yet tranquil face, observing the purifying mark that radiated with the light of the Patronus. As he watched his own summoned Patronus gently nuzzle against Snape's, a bold and hopeful hypothesis blossomed within him. Perhaps Snape's protection was not merely a one-sided sacrifice. Perhaps his very existence, his understanding of Snape, and this moment of guardianship could also serve as a force to help Snape break free from the shackles of Voldemort's darkness. Maintaining the Patronus charm, he cautiously maneuvered Snape's heavy body to lean against the wall, ensuring he was more comfortable. The two doe patron uses, like loyal sentinels, hovered quietly beside them, radiating a gentle yet resolute silver light, dispelling the chill of the cellar and illuminating the purifying mark on Snape's forearm, an emblem of hope and redemption. Harry sat on the cold floor, leaning against the wall, the warmth of the Patronus's light enveloping him and the unconscious potion's master. No longer did he feel cold or afraid. His heart was filled with an unprecedented resolve. The shadow of Voldemort remains heavy, yet in this dimly lit cellar, beneath the radiance of two intertwined doe patron uses, Harry Potter perceives for the first time a brand new path, fraught with thorns yet brimming with hope. He safeguards Snape, and perhaps Snape's redemption will become the key to combating darkness. Chapter 30. The faint light of dawn and the promise of the pendant box. Within the cellar office, time seems to freeze in the silver glow of the Patronus. Leaning against the frigid stone wall, Harry's legs have long gone numb. Yet he perseveres in maintaining the Patronus charm, refusing to allow even the slightest lapse in concentration. One of the silver doe patron uses radiates warmth, while the other stands steady and gentle, like the most loyal of sentinels, nestled above the unconscious Snape. Their luminescence weaves together to form a serene dome, dispelling the surrounding darkness and chill, while simultaneously warming Harry's weary body and spirit. His gaze remains fixed upon Snape. The potion master's complexion is still pallid, yet the furrowed brow has relaxed, and his breathing is steady and prolonged, no longer the labored gasps of agony. Cold sweat clings to his dark hair at the temples, revealing a rare vulnerability in the silver light. Harry's attention is inevitably drawn to the purifying mark on Snape's forearm, where the clear silver halo emanates, like a lighthouse in the dark, silently conveying the possibility of hope and redemption. Sustaining such intensity in the Patronus charm is an immense drain. Beads of perspiration form on Harry's forehead, his arm that clutches the wand begins to ache and tingle, and a wave of fatigue washes over his mind. Yet he grits his teeth and perseveres, his singular thought being, protect him until he awakens. This determination is not solely for Snape, but also for the potential represented by that mark, for his mother, and for the shared struggle against Voldemort's encompassing darkness. As the darkness outside slowly recedes, a faint, gray dawn light filters through the high windows of the cellar, merging with the silver glow of the Patronus. Just as the first true rays of morning are on the verge of breaking the horizon, Snape's eyelashes flutter slightly. Harry's heart leaps, and he immediately focuses his mind. He must not be discovered. Snape's pride would never permit such a vulnerable side to be seen by a student, especially by Harry Potter. He swiftly yet gently retracts his magic. Harry's doe Patronus emits a reluctant, soft whimper, its brilliance gradually dimming, dissipating into scattered silver stars in the air. Snape's doe seems to sense its master's impending awakening as well, its glow softening and becoming even more gentle, quietly hovering beside Snape like a silent guardian spirit. Harry holds his breath, exerting the last of his strength to shrink into the deepest shadows of the corner while swiftly pulling the invisibility cloak over his head. Just as he manages to conceal himself entirely, Snape slowly opens his eyes. Those black orbs, usually sharp and cold, are now clouded with the confusion of awakening and a lingering trace of weakness. Instinctively, he raises a hand to press against the lingering agony of his right shoulder, only to discover to his astonishment that the excruciating pain has subsided by more than half. The chaotic magic within him has also calmed considerably, leaving behind only a profound weariness and a strange echo of warmth that suits him. What is happening? Snape furrows his brow in confusion. He recalls the heart-wrenching pain that had erupted again behind the observatory, causing him to collapse onto the cold ground. The Patronus had cried out, and then a warm, powerful force, imbued with familiarity, surged forth like a cool spring. His gaze shifts to the softly glowing, stable doe Patronus hovering beside him. The state of the Patronus is vastly improved compared to before his unconsciousness, even appearing more solid and serene than usual. This is certainly not a result achievable by his own power. An exceedingly absurd yet undeniable thought suddenly crashes into his mind. Potter. He bolts upright, the movement triggering residual pain that elicits a muffled groan. Yet his gaze swiftly sharpens, scanning the entire office like a hawk. It is empty. Only he, his Patronus. And on the floor beside his wand lies a silver pendant box, quietly gleaming in the dawn light. Snape's heart is instantly gripped by a cold hand. He nearly lunges forward, seizing the pendant box, the icy metallic texture causing his fingertips to tremble. He clutches it tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, as if to confirm its very existence. He quickly inspects the clasp, finding it intact, with no signs of having been forcibly opened. He exhales in relief, only to be engulfed by a wave of profound confusion and an inexplicable flutter of emotion. Why? Why would Potter return this? He clearly could have. What did he see last night? Is he? Could that warm, stabilizing force of the Patronus be? Countless questions swirl in Snape's mind. He cannot fathom that Harry Potter is capable of such feats, yet the undeniable reality before him and the sensations in his body cannot be dismissed. Even more startling is the fact that the boy did not exploit his unconsciousness for any purpose. Instead, he meticulously placed this object, which harbors his heaviest secrets, within reach. Just then, Snape's peripheral vision catches a glimpse of an unnatural distortion in the corner shadows. The edge of the invisibility cloak is not fully concealed. Snape's black eyes narrow sharply. Like a knife, he abruptly turns his head, his gaze honing in on that patch of shadow. His wand silently slips into his palm, its tip slightly raised. Poised for action. The air suddenly thickens, laden with a chilling scrutiny and dangerous tension. In the shadows, Harry holds his breath, his heart racing, nearly bursting from his chest. He has been discovered. However, the anticipated wrath and expulsion do not descend. Snape merely stares intently at that shadow, and time seems to stretch on. His expression is a complex tapestry of shock, disbelief, profound confusion, and a trace of mortified anger at being seen in such a vulnerable state. along with an almost imperceptible tremor that Harry cannot decipher. Ultimately, the fierce emotions swirling in his piercing gaze gradually recede like a tide, leaving only a profound fatigue and an air of resigned silence. He says nothing. No questions, no shouts, not even a cold, sarcastic remark. With deliberate slowness, Snape averts his gaze, as if the corner holds nothing of significance. He lowers his head, once more observing the pendant box tightly gripped in his hand, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing its cold silver surface. Then, he performs an action that leaves Harry utterly astounded. He unfastens the top 2 buttons of his black robe, cautiously reattaching the silver pendant box around his neck, close to his heart. The icy metal against his skin brings forth a vivid sensation. He gently tucks the pendant box into his shirt, pressing it against his chest, completely concealed by fabric. This gesture, silent yet weighty, serves as an unspoken declaration. The secret remains, cherished anew, close to the heart. It has not been stolen, nor trampled upon. It has been returned. Having completed this act, Snape seemingly regains his strength. He braces himself against the ground, laboriously rising to his feet. He does not cast another glance toward the corner, as if Harry simply does not exist. He straightens his disheveled black robe, smoothing the creases, and despite his still pale complexion, the icy aura belonging to the potion's master has recoalesced. Today, Snape's voice emerges, hoarse yet regaining its customary flatness, directed at the air, more akin to a soliloquy. Brew the Felix Felicis. The ingredients are on the 3rd shelf on the left side of the storeroom. Follow the steps as per the instructions. He paused momentarily, awkwardly adding a cautionary note about not miscalculating the dosage of the sneezewort syrup. After uttering those words, he lingered no longer, neglecting even to retrieve his fallen wand, and strode directly towards the inner door leading to his private storeroom. His dark robes billowed behind him, his silhouette remaining solitary and imposing. Yet, Harry keenly observed a fleeting moment before he disappeared through the door. The Patronus, a majestic stag, hovering in the air, seemed to offer a brief, almost imperceptible nod in the direction of Harry's concealed shadow. Then, the inner door closed. Within the office, only Harry remained, enveloped in the profound silence of dawn. Leaning against the frigid wall, his body trembled slightly beneath the invisibility cloak, not from fear, but from overwhelming shock and an indescribable complexity of emotions. Snape knew. He was aware of Harry's presence here, yet he chose to remain silent. He had reclaimed the locket box, fastening it back against his heart. He had even assigned a potion task, and reminded Harry of the dosage. Was the stag's nod merely an illusion? Slowly rising from the shadows, Harry removed his invisibility cloak. He approached the spot where Snape had just fallen and glanced at the now-closed inner door. An extraordinary, weighty understanding silently forged a connection between the two of them. The locket box was no longer a mere secret. It had transformed into an invisible bond linking Lily's past, Snape's anguished guardianship, and Harry, the boy who was both protected and sought to protect in return. He realized that Snape required time and space to process everything, to reconstruct his crumbling defenses. And he, Harry Potter, understood what he must do to safeguard this secret, to preserve this heavy connection, and when the time came, as he had done the night before, to extend a helping hand. He cast one last glance at the closed door before turning away and departing the potions classroom. The soft light of dawn had already flooded the corridor, heralding the start of a new day, laden with unresolved mysteries and heavy responsibilities, yet quietly illuminating newfound hope. The glow of the stag Patronus, nestled beside Snape, seemed to linger warmly in the depths of his heart. Chapter 31, The Thunder of Azkaban. The bone-chilling winds of the North Sea, laden with the rotting despair of Dementors, incessantly battered the nauseating black basalt walls of Azkaban prison. This wind was no product of nature. It resembled a sigh exhaled from the depths of hell, coarse with salt and the damp chill of death, penetrating every crack in the stone, every crevice in the bones. The stone walls themselves appeared to wail, the despair-soaked rock echoing with a dull, hollow resonance, akin to the dying groans of a colossal beast. The air was thick, as if solidified darkness enveloped it, each breath akin to swallowing icy sludge, imbued with the taste of rust, moldy straw, and the sweet, nauseating odor of decaying souls. In a narrow cell on the highest floor, Sirius Black curled upon a moldy bed of straw, gaunt and skeletal. Years of confinement and inhumane torment had nearly obliterated all vestiges of his humanity. His skin clung tightly to his protruding bones, appearing waxen and ashen, marred with filth and cracked sores. Once thick black hair had become matted and dirty, hanging beside his sunken eyes. Only his eyes, deeply shadowed, occasionally flickered with a faint yet stubborn light akin to ghostly flames. This was not a light of hope, but a cold phosphorescence forged from hatred and a nearly mad obsession. 12 years of hell had honed him into a blade with only the edge of vengeance remaining. The once flamboyant, carefree smile captured on the countless wanted posters had been replaced by a profound hatred, as if the canvas had been scorched, leaving only a grotesque outline. His bony fingers clutched a crumpled photograph of Harry Potter, torn from the pages of the Daily Prophet. The son of Lily, the son of James, his godson. In the image, the boy wore round glasses, his hair tousled, his emerald eyes sparkling with curiosity and shyness. He had seized this photograph from a discarded newspaper after a chance encounter with a dementor that had not fully drained his consciousness. The only piece of driftwood he had grasped in the boundless darkness. The edges of the photograph had become soft and frayed from his incessant rubbing. Harry's smiling face brushed countless times by his filthy thumb, as if through the paper he could touch that solitary warmth. Each gaze felt like a searing brand upon his heart, a reminder of all he had lost, and the responsibilities yet unfulfilled. Peter, a name steeped in endless hatred and pain. Like a curse with barbs, squeezed from his cracked lips, the sound raspy as sandpaper against stone. Betrayal. Wormtail Peter. That coward. That traitor. It was he who had sold out James and Lily. It was he who had caused the death of his closest brother. It was he who had condemned Sirius to rot in this hell for 12 years, bearing the stigma of a traitor. Each recollection of Peter's craven, sycophantic face sent a wave of bile surging in Sirius's throat. It was the suppressed fury of 12 years scorching his very insides. His nails dug deeply into the cold stone floor, imagining it to be Peter's filthy flesh. And Harry had been entrusted to that Muggle family, that accursed Dursley household. In the rare moments of lucidity untouched by despair, Sirius had painstakingly pieced together fragments of information from the indifferent, disdainful chatter of the guards. Petunia Dursley, Lily's cruel sister. Vernon Dursley, that arrogant, foolish pig. Imagining Harry growing up in such a household, treated like a house elf, summoned at will, regarded as a burden, and even subjected to abuse. A chill more profound and complete than the kiss of a dementor seized him, freezing his blood and rendering him nearly breathless. No, James and Lily's son, his godson, should never have to endure such a fate. He should have grown up in love and magic, should have been proudly introduced to the wizarding world, should have had his godfather by his side to protect him. This belated realization brought a pain that threatened to tear apart his remaining will. No, he had to escape. Not for freedom itself. Freedom was a luxury for one burdened with blood feuds and stigma, but for redemption. For Harry, to shatter the lies that cloaked James and Lily's gravestone. To scream the truth to all. To personally grind Peter, that traitor, into dust, forcing him to pay for his treachery. This thought flickered like an indomitable spark in the darkness, imbued with the dual heat of destruction and salvation, sustaining his already battered soul on the brink of collapse. This obsession was the steel rod supporting his spine, the engine driving his heartbeat, his final weapon against the void. When that familiar, soul-freezing chill surged forth once again from the corridor's end, accompanied by the silent rustle of a dementor's glide, Sirius no longer curled helplessly in despair. Futilely attempting to resist the cold vortex that siphoned all joy, he abruptly lifted his head, his sunken eyes fixed intently on the encroaching darkness beyond the iron bars. He summoned all his consciousness, all his memories, all the joy of those exhilarating shouts shared with James while chasing the golden snitch on the Quidditch pitch. The silent camaraderie with Remus at the edge of the Forbidden Forest during a full moon. And the gleaming spark of intelligence in Lily's eyes during their debates over spells by the warmth of the fireplace in the common room. The first time he cradled the swaddled Harry, the soft, warm little body evoked a profound joy, heavy enough to bring him to tears. Intertwined with a lifelong vow of protection, these emotions, as precious as diamonds, were fragments of his soul. With the ironclad will forged through 12 years of despair, he forcibly compressed and refined these sentiments, not to summon the silver guardian stag that would betray his intentions, but to transform the very essence of his existence, the remnants of his being, into a pure, cold, emotionless, and thoughtless burning obsession. This obsession bore but one name, Harry Potter. One singular aim, to find him, to protect him, to exact vengeance. He succeeded. Just as the decaying, death-sweet-smelling shadows of the hood enveloped the cell, at that very instant. Sirius Black, the most dangerous prisoner of Azkaban, vanished. There was no dazzling light, no violent transformation, only a chilling dissolution and reformation of substance. It was as if his gaunt body instantaneously liquefied and collapsed, only to stretch and reshape in the next moment. On the straw pile, only a few strands of broken black fur remained, and in the cold shadow of the iron bars, a massive, gaunt, ghostly black dog silently coalesced. Its filthy, matted fur and prominently visible ribs spoke of its malnourished state, while the deep-set eyes burned with the same cold, stubborn phosphorescence as Sirius Black. It did not even glance back at the stone tomb that had imprisoned it for 12 years. Thanks to its animal form's inherent, albeit weak, resistance to the Dementor's mental onslaught. And driven by that pure, untainted obsession, the enormous black dog slipped through the impossibly narrow gaps of the iron bars like a true specter, weightless and unburdened. The icy, bone-chilling waves of the North Sea immediately engulfed it. The black fur melded with the dark water as it paddled fervently towards the south, towards land, towards Harry, vanishing into the endless tumult of darkness. Above Azkaban, only the confused and furious wails of the Dementors remained, their cries piercing through the howling winds. Akin to the rusted hinges of Hell's Gate struggling in vain to announce the disappearance of its most dangerous inmate, the cold raindrops began to fall, drumming against the silent black rocks, as if tolling a silent bell for this heart-stopping escape, or perhaps drawing back the curtain on a delayed vengeance. Chapter 32. The Truth of the Shrieking Shack and the Choice of Protection. The Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade was suffused with dust, blood, and a heavy aura of residual magic. The air was taut as a bowstring on the verge of snapping. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Professor Lupin surrounded the trembling, tear-streaked figure of Peter Pettigrew in the corner. The truth weighed heavily upon each heart like a stone. Sirius, wait. Professor Lupin attempted to intervene, but before he could finish, the rotting wooden door of the shack was flung open with a violent crash. Sirius Black, transformed into the massive black dog, had tracked Pettigrew to this very spot. Bursting in with the fury of a storm and the weight of the night's dew, he instantly resumed his human form, looking more haggard than his wanted poster. His gray-white hair disheveled, and his sunken eyes blazing with the flames of vengeance potent enough to incinerate all in their path, locking onto the diminutive traitor with fierce intent. No, Sirius, my dear old friend, spare me. Pettigrew knelt, desperately pleading, his grotesque, severed fingers flailing helplessly in the air. It was Voldemort who forced me. He is too powerful. I just wanted to survive. For James and Lily's sake, silence. You do not deserve to utter their names. Sirius's voice roared like that of a wounded beast, each word steeped in 12 years of injustice, anguish, and deep-seated hatred. It was you. You betrayed them. You caused James and Lily's deaths. You made Harry an orphan. He raised his wand, the tip radiating with destructive light, aimed directly at Pettigrew's heart. Avada Kedavra. The deadly green light was about to burst forth. Expelliarmus. A blinding red light shot from the deeper shadows of the shack, striking Sirius's wrist with precision. His wand flew from his grasp, spinning to land on the dust-laden floor. Everyone turned in shock toward the source of the red light. Severus Snape emerged, as if coalescing from the shadows of vengeance. His face was pale as death, his lips pressed into a thin, white line, and his bottomless black eyes churned with a cold fury more frigid than the North Sea, coupled with a twisted delight at seeing his enemy ensnared. The embers of red light still flickered at the tip of his wand, now pointed menacingly at the unarmed Sirius. Severus, stop, Lupin cried, attempting to position himself between the two. Seize him. Capture the murderer of Lily Potter. Snape's voice trembled with extreme rage, each syllable piercing like poison icicles aimed directly at Sirius. And you too, Lupin. You, the werewolf who harbors a killer. You are all in cahoots. Arrest them all. For Lily's death, the suppressed hatred of 12 years erupted like a volcano. Snape offered no one the chance to explain, nor did he wish to believe any explanation. His wand unleashed a merciless curse without hesitation. Sectum Sempra. The invisible, razor-like blade capable of rending steel tore through the air, shrieking as it lunged at Sirius. Remus, get out of the way. Sirius bellowed as he shoved Lupin aside. The spell grazed Lupin's shoulder, drawing blood. Sirius himself rolled back clumsily, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. But the sharp edge still sliced through his robe's sleeve. Petrificus Totalis. Harry's spell finally struck Peter, who had been attempting to escape, freezing him in place. Yet an even greater crisis loomed. The enraged Snape. Like a thoroughly provoked serpent, each spell he cast bore the intent to kill, targeting not only Sirius, but also Lupin, who stood in his way. Stupefy. Incarcerus. Snape's barrage of spells rained down like a tempest. Chaos escalated. Lupin struggled to protect Harry and the others while fending off Snape's attacks and keeping an eye on Pettigrew. He was overwhelmed. Sirius lunged at Snape, and the two grappled fiercely, spells flying wildly in the confined space, splintering wood everywhere. Just then, in the midst of this dire moment, a thunderous crash. The shack's decaying roof was violently torn away by an immense force. The cold, full moonlight poured down like mercury, enveloping the chaotic battlefield in its glow. No. Lupin let out a desperate wail. The moonlight acted as a catalyst, causing his body to uncontrollably twist and expand. Bones cracked in a way that made one's teeth ache, fur erupted wildly. A painful, Inhuman howl rent the night sky of Hogsmeade. The werewolf. Under the full moon. The werewolf completely lost its sanity. Lupin's blood-red eyes were devoid of human emotion, consumed only by the primal ferocity and bloodlust of a beast. He lunged indiscriminately at the nearest target, Ron. Ron! Hermione screamed. Barriers abounded. Harry desperately cast spells, but the incantations barely affected the werewolf's thick fur. Pettigrew seized the opportunity to partially break free from the petrifying spell, swiftly shrinking down to his rat form, squeaking as he scurried through a hole in the wall, disappearing into the night. Yet an even greater calamity was about to unfold, as if drawn by the howls of the wolf and the heavy aura of darkness. A horde of Dementors surged in like sharks, scenting blood, flooding in from all directions through the shattered roof. A bone-chilling, despair-inducing cold suddenly enveloped the entire shack, the temperature plummeting dramatically. Harry, feeling as though all his strength and joy had been instantly siphoned away, desperately raised his wand, recalling the ecstasy of his Quidditch victory. Yet, the tip of his wand emitted only a few wisps of thin, trembling silver mist, which flickered weakly in the face of the overwhelming darkness brought forth by the Dementors, extinguishing like a candle in the wind. Hermione and Ron had already collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant as they were engulfed in their most harrowing memories. Even the furious Snape and the enraged Sirius found their movements sluggish under the oppressive chill of despair, their faces contorted in a grim struggle. The werewolf-transformed Lupin also sensed discomfort, emitting a low, threatening growl. The air was thick with the stench of death. Harry beheld the haunting image of his parents lying beneath the green light, the hollow gaze of Cedric freezing him as the darkness threatened to consume him entirely. Just as Harry's consciousness teetered on the brink of despair, his body spasming uncontrollably with the approach of the Dementors, a clear and resolute incantation, imbued with an unparalleled protective will, resonated behind him. The voice, though not loud, pierced through all the chaos of howling and the chilling despair with an unyielding determination. Expecto Patronum. It was neither Harry, nor Lupin, nor Sirius. A dazzling silver beam of light, more brilliant than ever before, erupted from behind Harry. The intensity of its radiance instantly dispelled all shadows within the shack, illuminating every speck of dust with unparalleled clarity. The light was warm, pure, and powerful, exuding a calming force that chased away all gloom. In an instant, the luminescence coalesced into the form of a graceful, agile silver doe, radiating a sacred glow. It held its proud head high, its hooves as if treading upon invisible flames, surrounded by a powerful, warm magical aura. Its eyes, composed of pure light, immediately locked onto Harry, filled with an indescribable complexity, guardianship, pain, and a profound resonance stemming from the soul. Without a moment's hesitation, the doe emitted a clear, resonant call, like a rallying horn, charging headlong at the swarm of Dementors exuding a stench of decay and despair. The clash of silver light and darkness was akin to the blazing sun melting ice. Wherever the doe passed, the Dementors let out blood-curdling shrieks. Their black forms, crystallized by despair, twisted and disintegrated under the onslaught of the silver radiance, as if thrown into the inferno of hell, ultimately dissolving into a purifying mist. The formidable power of the Patronus formed an unyielding barrier of light, safeguarding Harry, Hermione, and Ron behind it, while isolating the werewolf Lupin and Sirius. Harry, in shock, mechanically turned his head. The source of the light was Severus Snape. He stood at the intersection of moonlight and the Patronus' silver glow, wand raised high above his head, his face as pale as a marble statue, fine beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his body trembling slightly from the immense magical exertion and some deeper anguish. Yet, those black eyes, usually filled with mockery or rage, now burned with a conviction Harry had never witnessed before, an almost martyr-like determination. This radiance was more stirring than that of his Patronus. Harry's gaze instinctively fixed on Snape's left arm, tightly gripping his wand, though concealed by the voluminous sleeve of his black robe. Yet, Harry felt as if he could penetrate the fabric, sensing the intense and clear pain and the pulsation of the purifying silver light emanating from that spot. Snape was paying a tremendous price. But for whom? To thwart the werewolf? To combat the Dementors? No. In an instant, Harry understood. When the Patronus appeared, its gaze had first locked onto him. Snape's objective, from the very beginning, was to exhaust every ounce of his strength to protect Lily's son, even if it meant overextending his magic, triggering that damned old wound and the backlash of the purification mark, and indirectly safeguarding the man he loathed, Sirius Black. Always. A word so faint, yet imbued with infinite weight and promise, escaped Snape's tightly pressed lips like a sigh, almost drowned out by the call of the Patronus. Chapter 33, Whispers by the Hearth and the Erosion of Darkness. The chill of number 12, Grimmauld Place seemed to dissipate slightly under the flickering glow of the fire. Sirius Black had finally cleared his name, although the Ministry's warrant still shackled him like an invisible fetter within this house laden with dark memories. The shadows lingering in his brow had lifted considerably, and a spark of humanity reignited in his gray-blue eyes. At that moment, he sat cross-legged on the carpet, leaning against the old yet comfortable sofa, watching Harry opposite him, idly toying with an empty butterbeer bottle. Thus, Sirius's voice shattered the brief silence, tinged with an irrepressible sarcasm. Yet deep within his gaze swirled a complexity of emotions more profound than ever before. Was that old bat Snape's Patronus truly a doe? He drained the last dregs of the bottle, his Adam's apple bobbing. What utter absurdity! In his heart, steeped in venom, the most joyous place was a mere female deer? Could it be some dark magic disguised to gain Dumbledore's trust? His animosity towards Snape was deeply entrenched. Yet the powerful and pure light of the doe from that night in the Shrieking Shack, along with Harry's subsequent account, pricked at his heart like a thorn. Harry did not answer immediately. He looked down at his outstretched palm, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the inner side of his left arm, where there was nothing. Yet, he felt he could still sense the searing pain and the pulsation of pure silver light resonating with his soul, emanating from Snape's forearm when he summoned the Patronus that fateful night. He lifted his gaze, his emerald eyes lingering on Sirius's face for a moment. His voice soft yet crystal clear. That was my mother's Patronus form, Sirius. An identical doe. Sirius's movements froze instantly. The sarcasm on his face shattered like a frozen lake, replaced by a profound storm of immense pain and ultimate realization. He fell silent, the crackling of the fire seeming unusually pronounced in the stillness. The flames danced in his gray-blue eyes, reflecting the indelible memories of youth. Lily's warm smile, James's hearty laughter, and that Slytherin boy who always shadowed Lily with a brooding demeanor. Finally, he emitted a suppressed sound, akin to a wounded beast, abruptly slamming the empty bottle onto the low table with a dull thud. He did not pursue the topic further. However, his clenched fist and taut jawline betrayed the tumultuous waves roiling within him. His hatred for Snape remained fierce. Yet atop that hatred lay an undeniable, suffocating weight concerning Lily. He looked at Harry, his gaze tinged with an unspoken concern for Harry being ensnared in this complex and heavy bond. The conversation inevitably turned to Harry's increasingly frequent and vivid nightmares. As Harry recounted the cold, endless corridor, the ominous black door exuding a sinister allure, and the summons from behind it that felt as though Voldemort himself was whispering directly into his mind, Sirius's expression grew gravely serious, even tinged with a hint of fear. His voice, low and hoarse, bore the weight of bloody lessons learned and a heightened vigilance. Harry, listen to me. Regardless of what you believe lies within, or how real and enticing it may appear, do not seek it out. He leaned forward, gripping Harry's shoulders with fervent intensity, his steely gray-blue eyes unwavering and resolute, locking Harry South's gaze firmly in place. Absolutely. Under no circumstances should you endeavor to find it. This is not a game. This is not an adventure. It is the most core, darkest, and untouchable forbidden realm of the Ministry of Magic. What resides within exceeds your wildest imagination. They will distort your mind and devour your soul. Voldemort seeks to lure you there. It is undoubtedly a meticulously crafted fatal trap designed specifically for you. His knuckles turned white from the force of his grip. Promise me, Harry, no matter what happens, do not go. For your parents, for James and Lily, and for me. Promise me. Harry gazed into the depths of his godfather's eyes, brimming with an almost overwhelming concern and fear. A fierce protectiveness that felt both like a warm current and a shackle. He nodded solemnly, his emerald eyes reflecting utmost seriousness. I promise you, Sirius, I will not go. Yet, could Voldemort's will, akin to a relentless affliction, be so easily cast aside? The dreamscape unfolded like a meticulously woven web, growing denser, with details sharpening into clarity. The icy sensation of that corridor seemed to be branded upon his very skin, the door's temptation whispering like a demon in his ear. Even more chilling was the burgeoning awareness of a cold and powerful wave of intent emanating from the scar on his forehead. Voldemort's restlessness surged like bubbling magma, his fury biting like the winter's chill, all leading to a singular core, an extreme, twisted yearning for a prophecy orb hidden deep within the Department of Mysteries. This desire felt like tangible venom, incessantly pricking at Harry's scar, attempting to erode his will. Simultaneously, the mark on the inner side of his left arm, symbolizing his connection to Snape, periodically sent forth weak yet persistent tremors of warning, a cold pulse that differed vastly from the searing pain of his scar. It resembled a silent, distant call, striving to pierce through Voldemort's interference, reminding him of the danger, urging him to remain calm. Harry could vaguely sense the embedded warning but could not decipher its precise meaning. interpreting it merely as Snape's customary caution regarding Voldemort's increasing activity. At last, the fateful night descended upon them. Voldemort's meticulously concocted illusion infiltrated the very core of Harry's dreams like a vicious virus. He beheld Sirius bound by iron chains upon the cold stone slab of the Department of Mysteries. He witnessed Voldemort's pale fingers toy with his wand, his scarlet eyes gleaming with cruel mockery. He saw piercing green beams of light lancing towards Sirius. The agonized cries of his godfather and Voldemort's chilling, mirthless laughter tore through Harry's reason like a savage spell. Harry screamed awake from the nightmare, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing as though it might explode, the scar on his forehead burning like a searing brand. He gasped for breath, the haunting visage of Sirius's tortured face and Voldemort's malevolent grin lingering before him. He was tormenting Sirius. In the Ministry, the Department of Mysteries, Voldemort had captured him. His voice was hoarse and fractured, filled with an abject terror and reckless madness. Hermione's rational analysis fell utterly flat in the face of the grim reality of his godfather's torment. The instinct to protect his godfather overwhelmed all else. Ignoring Hermione and Ron's protests, Harry dashed to the fireplace in Umbridge's office, grabbing a handful of flue powder and casting it into the flames. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Emerald flames surged, illuminating Harry's face, contorted with fear and urgency. Moments later, Creature's wrinkled, malevolent visage emerged from the fire. Creature, is Sirius home? Harry nearly shouted. The house elf's bulbous eyes sparkled with a mix of schadenfreude and twisted satisfaction as he deliberately elongated his slick tone. Oh, it is Master Potter seeking Master Black? How unfortunate. Master, he is not at home. He emphasized the last 3 words, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Gone he is. Creature does not know where the Master has gone. Perhaps he is off seeking amusement? His tone dripped with insinuated malice. Not at home, gone. Harry felt as though struck by lightning. The final shred of hope shattered completely. Creature's gleeful expression and malicious implications magnified within Harry's already frayed nerves, confirming the horrifying truth of his dream where Sirius had been captured. He has taken him. Voldemort has taken Sirius. Creature is mocking me. He is reveling in this. Harry's green eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, fear and rage erupting like a volcano, utterly consuming the last vestige of his reason. The mark on the inner side of his left arm, which had been sending warning tremors, was now drowned in the overwhelming tide of emotion and Voldemort's potent interference through the scar, like a feeble candle extinguished by a tempest, no longer perceivable. We must save him. Now. Immediately to the Ministry. Harry turned, bellowing at Hermione and Ron, his voice laced with an undeniable resolve and destructive madness. Hermione and Ron exchanged a desperate yet unwavering glance, witnessing Harry's near-collapsed state and the reckless fire in his eyes. They understood that any attempt to dissuade him would be futile. The Order of the Phoenix was unreachable, and Umbridge's surveillance net loomed like an iron curtain, leaving them isolated and helpless. But to abandon Harry? That was utterly inconceivable. All right, Harry, Hermione's voice trembled with an uncontrollable quaver, yet she forced herself to steady, her gaze sharpening with resolve. We will go, but we need a plan, even if it is the most rudimentary. However, in the face of Harry's palpable desperation to rescue his godfather, any semblance of a plan appeared feeble and insubstantial. The neglected cold tremors of warning from the mark on his left arm now echoed like a distant dirge, drowned beneath the hurried footsteps toward the impending trap. They utilized the thestrals, cloaked in the impenetrable darkness of the night, akin to moths drawn to the flame, racing toward the carefully laid snare of fate that threatened to consume all hope and love. The Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries. Chapter 34. The Battle of the Department of Mysteries. The cold marble floor reflected an eerie glow. 12 black doors silently turning within the circular chamber of the Department of Mysteries, resembling the compass of fate. Harry gripped his wand tightly, his knuckles whitening with exertion, his palms stinging from the ominous prophecy orb pressing against it. It radiated an opalescent glow, the indistinct whispers within gnawing at his nerves like a venomous serpent. He inhaled deeply, the barriers forged by his mental occlusion quivering beneath the tumult of his racing heart. He must remain calm, for everyone. And for that deeply buried secret regarding Snape and his mother, Lily. They're coming. Hermione's voice, tinged with sheer terror, pierced the suffocating silence. The tide of Death Eaters surged in, a silent and swift wave, cloaks billowing, bringing with them a bone-chilling dread. Bellatrix Lestrange's twisted cackle reverberated beneath the dome. Harry Potter, what lovely eyes you have, just like your filthy muggle mother. This venomous taunt pierced Harry's most vulnerable wound. Lily Evans's gentle smile melded with the memory of Snape's eyes, filled with pain and obsession, colliding within him. the emotional shock nearly shattering the barriers he had erected around his mind. He forced himself to concentrate, his wand slicing through the air. Expelliarmus. The red light struck a Death Eater's wand, sending it flying, yet more shadows loomed, creeping closer like a relentless disease. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared. A solid barrier before him, Sirius Black, his wand tracing a fierce golden arc. Harry, take the prophecy orb and run. No. Harry's roar reverberated through the vast chamber. Together. In an instant, chaos erupted as spells of every hue collided and exploded like a frenzied meteor shower within the confined space. Amidst the turmoil, Harry caught a glimpse of Lupin and Sirius standing back to back, skillfully fending off the onslaught. Kingsley and Tonks were valiantly resisting the tidal wave of attacks from the opposite side. A blinding green light suddenly flashed. Bellatrix. Mr. Weasley let out a muffled groan and collapsed. Arthur. Molly Weasley's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, shattering hearts. Sirius was momentarily distracted by this turn of events, his spell faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Bellatrix unleashed a red bolt that forced him back several paces. He staggered but regained his footing, the color drained from his face, yet his gaze remained sharp. Sirius. Harry's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. Don't worry about me. The prophecy ball. Sirius shouted through gritted teeth, repelling the enemy while urgently locking eyes with Harry. Go. Just as Harry hesitated, his gaze was drawn to the shadows on the other side of the room. Severus Snape. He seemed to meld into the darkness itself. His black cloak motionless, only the tip of his wand glimmering with a cold light, steadily aimed at Bellatrix. Harry's mind raced, attempting to decipher the inscrutable depths of those black eyes. Was it surveillance? A poised strike? Or a possibility too daunting to contemplate? The barriers of his mind were buzzing under the weight of tumultuous emotions, and Lily's visage re-emerged uncontrollably. Potter. Snape's voice was low and stern, cutting through the cacophony like ice water splashed upon Harry's chaotic thoughts. Think. Leave with the prophecy. The commanding tone bore an inexplicable urgency to Harry's ears. In the midst of the fray, Sirius and Bellatrix had shifted to the edge of the room, near an ancient stone archway cloaked in tattered black drapery. Sirius laughed, taunting Bellatrix. Come on. The most dangerous is the most interesting, isn't it? Do you dare, coward hiding behind your master's skirts? Coward? Bellatrix's manic laughter twisted into a piercing scream. Avada Kedavra. The dazzling green light erupted from the tip of her wand, swift as lightning, striking Sirius squarely in the chest. Time seemed to freeze. Harry witnessed Sirius's triumphant smile freeze in place, his vibrant gray eyes widening in shock. His body did not fall heavily like others struck by the curse. Instead, it became strangely weightless, like a feather caught in the wind, drifting backward. Beyond the low protective railing, and tumbling behind the tattered, swaying black drapery of the ancient archway. Sirius. Harry's heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the chamber. He dashed toward the archway like an arrow released from a bow, his heart ensnared by overwhelming terror. He reached the railing, futilely extending his hand toward the drapery, finding nothing but the cold, dust-laden air enveloping his fingertips. The tattered black fabric seemed alive, fluttering gently before him, then settling back into stillness as if it had never devoured anything. Sirius Black, his godfather, his last bridge to his ancestors' world, vanished silently behind the drapery, leaving no trace. Only an oppressive silence and Harry's gut-wrenching despair. Bellatrix's triumphant cackle shattered the quiet once more. I've taken him down. I've taken down Sirius Black. She turned her gaze to Harry, malice gleaming in her eyes. Now it's your turn, you little brat. Let your aunt send you to join him. A razor-sharp red light shot in from the side, striking Bellatrix's wand with precision, sending it spiraling away to crash against the distant wall. Harry jolted awake from the depths of anguish and disbelief, tears blurring his vision as he beheld the figure emerging from the shadows, Severus Snape. He stood like a sudden black barrier, interposing himself between the dazed Harry and the furious Bellatrix, his billowing cloak carving a decisive arc through the air. Get away, Snape barked. Bellatrix's face twisted with rage as she swiftly reclaimed her wand, screeching at Snape. What do you intend to do? Snape moved with ghostly swiftness, his wand slicing through the air as he uttered a low, lethal incantation. Sectum Sempra. An invisible silver arc, imbued with the essence of death, shot forth, grazing Bellatrix's cheek and carving a deep, ghastly mark into the obsidian wall behind her. A few strands of her hair fell, and a line of blood blossomed on her face. The woman let out a piercing wail of pain and horror, staggering backward. Snape did not pursue. He turned swiftly, positioning himself back to Harry, facing the oncoming tide of Death Eaters, shielding Harry behind him. His gaze swept over the grief-stricken Lupin, who was desperately trying to break through. And he barked, Lupin, get Potter out. Now. His voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority, as if he were the true master of this desperate scenario. Lupin's face bore the mixed expressions of shock and sorrow over Sirius's disappearance, coupled with instinctive resistance to Snape's command. Yet, upon seeing Snape's unyielding form and Harry's soul-drained state, he made a swift decision. He rushed to Harry's side, grasping his shoulders tightly, his voice hoarse yet unwavering. "Harry, you must go. Now. For Sirius. Go." He pulled Harry away from the archway railing with force. Harry felt like a lifeless puppet, the immense sorrow and the shock of witnessing his godfather's disappearance rendering him nearly incapable of thought. The barriers of his mind trembled under the emotional deluge. Fragments of memories of Lily and Snape, and the last expression on Sirius's face before he fell behind the drapery, flashed chaotically in his muddled mind. Through the haze of tears and dizziness, he saw Snape's form amidst the onslaught of Death Eaters, a solitary black rock in a tempest. His wand moved with impenetrable precision, casting both defensive and offensive spells that formed a dazzling curtain of light around him, staunchly halting the attackers. That dark figure wove through the chaotic spell fire, deflecting and countering, creating a fleeting path of escape for Harry and Lupin. Was he preventing Bellatrix from attacking further? Or was he protecting himself, simply for the sake of Lily's eyes? The thought pierced Harry's numbed heart with sharp anguish and chilling confusion. "Potter, move." Snape's roar once again penetrated the battlefield's clamor, laden with an urgency that felt nearly tearing. Even a hint of something Harry had never heard before, an untranslatable tension. With all his strength, Lupin nearly half-dragged, half-carried the dazed Harry away from the archway. Harry cast a final, bewildered glance back at the fluttering drapery that had consumed his godfather. He was yanked backward by Lupin, staggering. In that last moment of being pulled away, Harry's gaze instinctively darted over Lupin's shoulder, locking onto the solitary figure battling valiantly against the encirclement of Death Eaters. Snape's profile, illuminated by the spell light, appeared particularly hard, like carved stone. But just as Harry was dragged into the swirling black door, his vision about to be severed, he seemed to catch a fleeting glance of Snape's inscrutable black eyes, momentarily sweeping in his direction. The gaze was as cold as ever. Yet like a stone cast into a deep pond, it stirred ripples in the lake of Harry's silent heart. The resolute black figure became the final scene etched in Harry's mind before he departed from the hell that had consumed his godfather. Chapter 35, Fractured Memories. The sunlight filtering through number 4, Privet Drive, resembled a veneer of false gold, clinging to the frigid, rigid order of the Dursleys' household. It failed to penetrate the eternal night within Harry's heart, a realm constructed from despair, regret, and a more insidious, suffocating chaos. The image of Sirius disappearing behind the ancient curtain was an unhealable wound in his psyche, each heartbeat accompanied by a sharp pang of pain, the frozen smile, the weightless descent, the silent engulfing of the curtain. Yet, more persistently lingering in the depths of his consciousness was the figure shrouded in chaos and despair, standing before him and valiantly resisting the surging tide of darkness, along with those unfathomable black eyes that, in the final moment, pierced through the cacophony and tears, momentarily locking onto him. Harry lay rigid upon the narrow bed, his body as stiff as a tombstone. The Ministry of Magic's healers had tended to his physical wounds, but they were powerless against the myriad scars etched upon his soul. The Dursleys maintained a fearful distance, with only Dudley awkwardly placing a food tray outside his tightly shut door. The barriers of his mind, cloaked in a protective spell, crumbled beneath the overwhelming weight of sorrow. Each time he attempted to focus, Snape's figure intrusively occupied his thoughts, not the scornful professor of the classroom, nor the boy in the pensive screaming in anguish for Lily, but the guardian, cloaked in black, whose precise movements in the chaotic light of the prophecy chamber shielded him like a banner in battle. The command that cut through the tumult, "Potter, move," bore a sense of urgency so intense that Harry had never experienced, resonating dangerously with a thought that had long since taken root in a hidden corner of his heart, one he dared not explore. "Don't do anything foolish, Potter." Snape's exasperated warning by the pensive echoed once more, at a time when Harry had only heard the insult directed at his father. But now, beneath that urgent tone, he perceived a flicker of panic. Panic born for him? This notion seized Harry's heart with a tight grip, quickly overwhelmed by a more profound guilt and anguish. How could he? When Sirius had just sacrificed himself for him, how could he entertain thoughts of Snape? To ponder the faintest stirrings of concern within those cold, dark eyes? Harry sat up abruptly, cold sweat soaking his t-shirt, not from a nightmare, but from the uncontrollable turmoil surging within him. He groped beneath his pillow for his wand. The familiar cold hardness offered no solace. In his pocket, the shards of the prophecy ball pressed against his thigh, reminding him of the source of his calamity, and the intricate, unresolved connection woven from hatred, secrets, and something quietly burgeoning between him and Snape. he stealthily descended the stairs. The living room was filled only with the hollow noise of the television. Like a specter, he glided through the kitchen and pushed open the door leading to the backyard. Outside, the meticulously trimmed lawn shimmered blindingly in the sunlight, while Mrs. Fig's cat dozed on the garden wall, enveloped in a stifling tranquility. He reached the end of the garden and slid down against the cold brick wall. Sunlight bathed him, yet he felt as if his blood had turned to ice. He opened his palm, staring at his pale fingers, as if he could still sense the grip with which Sirius had clutched his collar in those final moments. Silent tears cascaded down, scalding as they fell onto the grass. He loathed this serenity, despised the sunlight, hated that he was still alive, and most of all, he detested the complex emotions regarding Snape that quietly unfurled over Sirius's blood, feelings that transcended the simplistic interpretation of a guardian over his mother's eyes. Heavy footsteps echoed at the kitchen door. Harry quickly wiped away his tears, though the subtle tremors of his shoulders betrayed him. Dudley Dursley's massive frame blocked the doorway. A new tray in his hands, a blend of confusion, anxiety, and a hint of curiosity marred his chubby face. Clearly, he had witnessed Harry's gesture of wiping his tears. Dudley awkwardly began. Mum asked me to bring you this. He placed the tray cautiously at Harry's feet. Harry remained motionless, staring blankly at the wall. Dudley hesitated, shifting uneasily in place, as if grappling with something. He gazed at Harry's curled-up figure, so unlike the cousin who could conjure magic to scare away monsters. Now fragile as glass, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. That night, Dudley suddenly whispered, as though sharing a secret, "Did you hear noises in your room? Like someone was screaming? And things crashing?" Harry's heart sank. It was a nightmare, a rehash of the vision of Sirius falling through the veil. Mingled with chaotic thoughts of Snape's silhouette, he remained silent. Dudley continued, his voice dropping lower. "Yesterday, I heard Mum and Dad talking in the kitchen. Dad was complaining about trouble with the ministry, and then Mum..." He paused, as if straining to recall the unfamiliar name. "Mum said that kid." His expression was just like Lily's after she got that letter. Harry's head snapped up, his heart gripped tightly by a frigid hand. Lily? Aunt Petunia had mentioned Lily? And in a tone laced with distant memories? This collided strangely with his tumultuous thoughts. Dudley flinched at Harry's sudden sharp gaze, taking a step back, bewildered. "Lily? Who asked that? Your mum?" Harry's throat tightened, rendering him speechless. Aunt Petunia remembered Lily's reaction upon receiving her acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Had Lily at that time been as devastated by profound loss and unutterable chaotic emotions as he was now, and was Severus Snape by her side back then? Would that boy be moved by her suffering? The absurdity of this thought ensnared him. Dudley observed Harry's ever-shifting expression, growing more uncomfortable. Anyway, I've left the stuff here," he said, pointing to the tray, and hurriedly retreated as if fleeing from something. Harry remained alone in the silence. Aunt Petunia's whispering like an incantation swirling in the air. The chaotic thoughts, mirroring Lily's, surged like bubbling lava. Lily's anguish, Snape's youthful guardianship, Sirius's death, Bellatrix's maniacal laughter, all culminating in an inevitable freeze frame. In the prophecy chamber, that figure amid the chaotic spells, robes billowing like wings of night, wand swirling like a silver serpent, shielding him from harm. That defiant stance, the final glance cast seemed to conceal a glimpse of tumultuous waves. "Why?" Harry murmured, his voice hoarse and fragmented, tears once more blurring his vision. Why him? Why did the one who had sown that hidden seed in the depths of his being become the one to grasp him at the edge of the abyss? This feeling inflicted a pain deeper than mere hatred. Night descended. The Dursleys slumbered in their dreams. Harry wandered in the darkness, a ghost with no place to rest. Aunt Petunia's words about Lily acted as a key, unlocking the deepest prison within his heart, drawing him toward the cupboard beneath the stairs. He pulled open that small door. Familiar dust and the scent of old shoe polish assailing him. The narrow, dim space had once been his prison, now transformed into the sole sanctuary capable of containing his shattered self. He curled up inside, closing the door. Complete darkness enveloped him, offering a perverse sense of security. Here, he was the forgotten freak, unseen in his current unraveling, with no one privy to the chaotic secrets that filled him with shame. He leaned against the cold, rough wooden wall, burying his face deep into his knees. The suppressed sobs finally broke free, echoing heavily in the confined space. For Sirius, for that all-consuming veil, for Dumbledore's silence, for the Ministry of Magic's impotence, and also for the unrelenting anger and guilt that he could not dispel, as well as the complex emotions towards Snape that stubbornly entwined his heart, growing tenaciously in the blood of his godfather like a creeping vine. He loathed him. He should hate Snape more than ever. He despised his cruelty, blamed him for his father's death, resented that he might have indirectly led to Sirius's demise. Yet, at this moment, in the cramped cupboard, amidst boundless sorrow and darkness, What he truly detested was that the one figure who had reached out to save him in his direst moment had somehow merged with the indistinct shadow deep within his heart. This shattered everything, tearing at his soul. He hated Snape, and even more so, he loathed himself for being unable to extinguish the flickering embers that still glimmered beneath the ashes of hatred. The cold, safe rationale for Lily's eyes now seemed utterly feeble. If it were merely for her eyes, then what explanation could there be for the urgency in his gaze? The desperation in his fighting stance? Did protecting Lily's eyes necessitate such extremes? Or was there a minuscule possibility that it was, in fact, for Harry Potter himself? This thought ignited like a match struck in the dark, illuminating a corner of his chaotic mind, sending a tremor through him, only to be swiftly drowned by deeper fears and guilt. How could he entertain such thoughts? It was the most profound betrayal of Sirius. He must extinguish it. He had to. And so, in this cold, biting self-loathing, amidst the searing sorrow and the dangerously suppressed emotions still pulsing in the darkness, he succumbed to an exhausted slumber. Days later, an owl from Hogwarts delivered a letter from Dumbledore. Harry numbly tore it open. The message was exceedingly brief. Harry, I shall visit tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock. Please ensure you are at home. Additionally, the occlumency lessons will resume immediately upon your return to school. Be prepared. Albus Dumbledore. Occlumency. Snape. Harry's fingers tightened around the parchment, knuckles whitening from the pressure, while his heart raced uncontrollably within his chest. That name was a double-edged sword, plunging into his wounds and delivering sharp pain, yet strangely stirring the very heartstrings he desperately sought to suppress. He gazed out the window as the dying rays of the sun painted the sky a ghastly crimson, reflecting in his hollow yet tumultuous green eyes, reminiscent of the unfathomable, mirror-like surface of the Black Lake at Hogwarts. Beneath that surface, dark whirlpools churned. All he could do now was cling fiercely to the anchor of his self-loathing, striving not to be wholly consumed by the perilous vortex that awaited in his impending confrontation with those black eyes. Chapter 36, Ripples. As Dumbledore stepped into the living room of number 4, Privet Drive, it seemed as though a spell of spatial expansion had been cast. Uncle Vernon, his massive form crammed into the sofa like a frightened hippopotamus, contrasted sharply with Aunt Petunia, who stood rigidly by, nervously twisting the edge of her apron. Her gaze fixed on Dumbledore's flowing silver robes and crescent-shaped glasses, as if they were an incursion from another realm. Dudley lurked at the corner of the staircase, revealing only half of his astonished yet curious round face. Harry remained shrouded in shadow, feeling like a broken exhibit on display. Dumbledore's eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating the soul, fell upon him, imbued with a profound and nearly unbearable compassion. "Good evening, Harry." Dumbledore's voice was as calm as ever, yet it rippled through Harry's numbed heart like a stone cast into still waters, creating icy ripples. "Vernon, Petunia, I appreciate your hospitality." He inclined his head slightly, his demeanor impeccably polite, rendering the Dursleys even more flustered. After a few terse exchanges that felt almost one-sided, Dumbledore turned to Harry. "I believe we require a bit of private space to converse, Harry. Perhaps the garden?" His gaze swept over Uncle Vernon's flushed face and Aunt Petunia's taut lips, imbued with an undeniable gentle authority. Harry silently nodded, pushing open the door leading to the backyard. The summer night air carried the scent of grass and earth, refreshing yet unable to dispel the gloom that clung to Harry's heart. He walked to the brick wall at the end of the garden, leaning against the cold surface as he awaited Dumbledore. Dumbledore stood before him, moonlight cascading over his silver hair, rendering him akin to a sage or a judge from ancient lore. "Harry," he began, his voice low, "I am profoundly saddened and regretful regarding Sirius's departure. He was a brave man, a loyal friend, and he loved you as his own." His gaze lingered on Harry's face, unflinching in the face of his deep anguish. "His sacrifice was to protect you, to safeguard our fight against Voldemort." "Protect?" Harry's voice was hoarse, laced with suppressed fury. "He fell into that cursed veil. He vanished. Not even a body remains." Tears once again surged uncontrollably to his eyes as he turned away abruptly. "Ancient magic is always fraught with the unknown, Harry," Dumbledore sighed deeply. "That archway connects the boundaries of life and death, a domain we have yet to fully comprehend. Sirius's body may no longer exist, but the fate of his soul is unknown. Death does not manifest in a singular form." He paused, seemingly weighing his words. "But please believe me, his sacrifice was not in vain. He held Bellatrix at bay, buying time for Lupin to escort you away." "Time?" Harry bitterly echoed, his voice rife with self-mockery. "To let me survive, and then what? Live on to endure all of this? Live on to face Snape?" That name slipped from his lips, sharp and complex in ways he had not even realized. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, as if piercing through the chaotic surface of Harry's turmoil, delving into the maelstrom within. "Severus." He spoke slowly, the name laden with significance. At the Department of Mysteries, he played the role he must. Played? Harry shot up, his green eyes ablaze with confusion and fury. He saved me. He stood between me and Bellatrix. He nearly severed her head with the Sectum Sempra. Is that what you call playing? He nearly exposed himself. For what? For Voldemort's grand scheme? He faltered, the phrase for Lily's eyes choking in his throat like a scalding iron. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, and under the moonlight, the wrinkles on his face deepened. Severus Snape, he finally spoke, his voice remarkably clear, each word bearing the weight of 1,000 truths. He is one of the bravest individuals I know. Ignoring Harry's shocked and disbelieving expression, he continued, he walks a razor's edge, Harry. Every action, every word, even every glance, could reveal his true allegiance to Voldemort. At the Department of Mysteries, his intervention to save you was a choice he made after careful consideration. It was essential to protect the prophecy and to protect you. But this choice was incredibly perilous. He had to ensure that his actions appeared justifiable in Voldemort's eyes. Justifiable? Harry's voice trembled. Like what? That he hated my father. So he wanted to kill me himself? Or that he needed to ensure the prophecy orb ultimately fell into Voldemort's hands. Or at the very least, to guarantee that Voldemort believed he intended to do so, Dumbledore calmly interjected. Bellatrix's frenzy and lack of control could jeopardize this objective. Stopping her could be interpreted as serving the Dark Lord's interests and protecting you. Dumbledore's gaze once again pierced deeply into Harry's eyes, suggesting that he either wished to deliver him into the hands of the Dark Lord or that he required his survival because Voldemort was intent on killing him. Severus was astute in this regard. A wave of dizziness washed over Harry. Dumbledore's words felt like a cold scalpel, stripping away the fleeting, inappropriate flutter of emotion within his chaotic thoughts, exposing them to the harshness of reality. Snape's actions were the result of meticulous calculation, malevolent disguise, and the cold strategies that a double agent must execute. For the greater good, for the mission, to protect the prophecy, but not for him, Harry Potter himself. That urgency in his eyes, that resolve in battle, all mere performance, skillful enough to deceive everyone, including nearly fooling him. An icy despair, mingled with a sense of shame at being duped, engulfed Harry in an instant. He felt like a complete fool. The turmoil he had endured for that figure, the potential ripple of emotion that might have been for him, turned out to be mere self-indulgence. Everything was a cold calculation. I understand. Harry's voice was hauntingly hollow, as if all emotion had been instantaneously siphoned away, leaving only a numbing chill. The barriers of his mental occlusion rose with unprecedented intensity, coldly sealing away all his chaotic pain and that shameful flutter. He needed this coldness. It made him feel secure, made him feel as if he was no longer a puppet easily seen through and toyed with. Dumbledore observed the instant freezing of Harry's expression and the vacant, defensive gleam in his green eyes. A flicker of barely perceptible pain and concern crossed his own. He sighed softly. Harry, the truth is often more intricate than it appears, and the human heart even more so. Severus's situation is 1,000 times more arduous than you can fathom. Please reserve your judgments until the dust has settled. Harry did not respond. He merely regarded Dumbledore coldly, as if gazing at a stranger. The truth? He believed he had already grasped the most rational explanation, one that allowed him to hate and close himself off with a clear conscience. The image of the Hogwarts Express billowing steam towards the castle lost all color in Harry's eyes. The clamor of Platform 9 3/4, the concerned greetings from classmates, felt as though separated by a thick frosted glass. He responded mechanically, the cold barrier of his mental occlusion completely severing him from the outside world. Only Hermione's worried gaze and Ron's hesitating expression occasionally pierced through that layer of solid ice, bringing with them a faint sting. On the first night back at school, the notification arrived as expected. A familiar, keen-eyed school owl dropped a small note before Harry Potter, 9 p.m. Dungeon office. Do not be late. SS. No address. No superfluous words. Only a cold command, and the familiar signature marked by a serpentine's. Harry clutched the note, his fingertips icy. SS. Severus Snape. This name pierced through the icy layer he had just erected like a poisoned icicle, sending a sharp tremor mixed with hatred and something deeper coursing through him. At 5 minutes to 9, Harry stood before the familiar, chilly wooden door of the dungeon. He took a deep breath, striving to solidify the barrier of his mental occlusion, forcefully repressing all swirling emotions. Then, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Enter. Snape's cold, silken voice penetrated the door. The office was dimly lit, with glass jars on the walls containing various peculiar specimens, casting distorted shadows in the flickering candlelight. The air was thick with the potent scent of herbs and potions. Snape sat behind an enormous desk, his black robes blending almost seamlessly with the shadows. He lifted his head, his inscrutable black eyes locking onto Harry like two pools of glacial ice. There was no greeting, No small talk, not even the slightest pause. Snape's wand was already raised. Its tip aimed directly at Harry's forehead, the movement as swift as a striking serpent. Legilimens. The cold voice was akin to a verdict. A powerful, frigid mental force surged into Harry's mind. It was more violent and direct than ever before, carrying an unmistakable intent to probe everything. Harry was prepared. The barrier of his mental occlusion stood firm like the hardest ice shield, staunchly resisting the invasion. He concentrated all his willpower, conjuring the image of number 4. Privet Drive's backyard in his mind, the neatly trimmed lawn, the cold brick wall, Dudley clumsily setting down a tray, the scene monotonously repeating with utter worthlessness. However, Snape's mental power was like a sharp ice pick, precisely piercing the weakest point of his defenses. The emotions he had deliberately sealed away, yet still surged beneath the icy surface. The moment Sirius fell into the veil flashed uncontrollably before him, followed by Bellatrix's maniacal laughter, and then, inevitably, the figure that had shielded him amidst the chaotic spellfire. The black robes billowing, that resolute stance, the last glance imbued with the tumult of stormy seas crystal clear, as if it were yesterday. No, Harry screamed internally, desperately trying to expel this image, attempting to overlay it with the frigid backyard scene. But it was too late. Snape's mental probing latched onto this vision like a shark sensing blood. Harry sensed the slightest moment of hesitation in the probing, as if it had also been struck by some force. Yet this moment passed quickly, replaced by a stronger, colder pressure imbued with fury. Weakness. Potter. Snape's voice echoed in reality, chilling to the bone, laced with undisguised disdain. Your mind is as defenseless as a giant slug. Sadness, guilt, and those. He seemed to deliberately pause, a flicker of something inscrutable in his black eyes, perhaps disdain, or something else entirely, an utterly meaningless chaotic thought. Is this the result of your holiday recuperation? Harry felt a rush of blood surge to his head, the shame, the panic of being seen through, and the deep-seated hatred for the man before him erupted like a volcano. The ice of his mental occlusion fractured under the intense emotional turmoil. Do not mention him. Harry shouted uncontrollably, his wand gripped tightly in his hand, its tip aimed directly at Snape. The green eyes blazed with a frenzied fire, tears mingling with rage streaming down. Do not mention Sirius. And do not. The words "do not judge me" caught in his throat. He could not articulate the rest. Do not judge me for my conflicted feelings towards you. Snape abruptly stood, his towering figure imposing a powerful sense of oppression. His face remained expressionless. Only those black eyes, like the deepest abyss, fixated on Harry's uncontrolled stance and the wand directed at him. The air in the office seemed to solidify, the potent scent of potions wafting with a chilling aura of impending danger. Lower your wand, Potter. Snape's voice was low, almost a whisper, yet laced with a chilling threat, unless you wish to experience what true defenselessness feels like. Harry trembled, the tip of his wand quivering from the sheer force of his grip. He looked into Snape's temperatureless eyes, seeing reflected back his own chaotic, vulnerable, and broken self. The ice shattered completely, and a torrent of despair engulfed him in an instant. He abruptly withdrew his wand, turned, and slammed open the heavy wooden door of the dungeon office, racing into the dark corridor outside like a young beast utterly crushed, desperate to flee the hunting ground. The frigid stone walls and the flickering shadows cast by the torches rapidly receded in his tear-blurred vision. He was unaware of his destination. He merely wished to flee that place, to escape the penetrating gaze of those black eyes that ruthlessly tore apart and exposed his most unbearable secrets to the chilling air. In the cellar office, Snape remained rooted in place, his dark robe swaying slightly in the gust created by Harry's abrupt exit. He fixated on the still trembling wooden door, and a fissure finally appeared in the icy facade of his expression. He slowly, almost imperceptibly, sank back into his chair, his long, pale fingers unconsciously stroking the smooth surface of his wand. The candlelight danced in the depths of his inscrutable black eyes, reflecting the tumultuous and ineffable undercurrents swirling within. The chaotic image he had forcibly intruded upon in Harry's mind, a battlefield where he stood protectively before the boy, along with the overwhelming emotions mirrored in Harry's eyes at that moment, surged within him like a stone cast into a deep pool, sending ripples through his heart that refused to settle. Chapter 37. Escape. The cold, unyielding texture of the stone walls pressed against Harry through his thin shirt as he sprinted down the dimly lit corridor, his lungs ablaze, each gasp laced with the acrid taste of blood. It was not the physical pain that tormented him, but the anguish of his heart being repeatedly torn apart by an invisible hand. Snape's fathomless black eyes, seemingly aware of everything, along with his frigid, scornful judgments, pierced him like a poisoned dagger, relentlessly slicing through the fragile fortress he had just constructed under Dumbledore's truths. He burst into Gryffindor Tower, leaving the fat lady's startled exclamations behind. The warmth of the common room's fire and the surprised gazes of a few classmates pricked at him like needles. He did not linger, a black whirlwind sweeping up the spiral staircase, crashing into the empty dormitory and slamming the door shut behind him. Sliding down to the floor with his back against it, silence enveloped him instantly, leaving only the sound of his own ragged breaths echoing in the room. He curled up tightly, his arms wrapped around his knees, as if trying to shrink into an imaginary shell. The barrier of his occlumency had shattered completely, and the torrent of emotions he had forcefully suppressed surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, roaring down all his defenses. Shame. A searing, burning shame. Snape had seen it. He must have seen it. He had witnessed the pain of Sirius's death, perceived his vulnerability, and even glimpsed the tumultuous emotions he despised within himself for that dark-cloaked figure. That meaningless, chaotic thought spiraled in his mind like a curse, each word laced with Snape's characteristic cold disdain. In Snape's eyes, he was not merely a weak fool. He was a loathsome creature harboring vile thoughts toward an enemy. Anger. A molten rage that burned like lava. He loathed Snape's cruelty, despised his coldness, resented the way he trampled on his deepest wounds, and abhorred the manner in which he laid bare his most unbearable secrets to the frigid air. He loathed even more the figure who had intruded into his vision on that chaotic battlefield, disrupting his entire world with such resolute demeanor. Why him? Why must it be him? Despair. A bone-chilling despair. The truth painted by Dumbledore, the calculated precision of Snape's actions, the cold strategy, should have made him resign himself to hate. Yet why, when Snape regarded him with those black eyes and that scornful tone, did that truth seem so pallid and powerless? Why did that wretched flutter within him not extinguish, but instead entwine itself tighter, like a poisonous vine, under the duress of pain and humiliation? He had betrayed Sirius. He had betrayed his own heart. There was no escape. Tears surged forth silently, not boiling hot, but icy, mingled with self-loathing and despair. He was like a wounded cub, whimpering in a corner unseen by anyone. He hated himself, hated his weakness, hated his confusion, hated his uncontrollable emotions. He needed to leave. He needed to escape this place. Flee from the omnipresent shadow of Snape, and escape everything that suffocated him. The following day, when Harry appeared at the breakfast table with swollen eyes and a pallid complexion that was truly alarming, Hermione and Ron exchanged a glance filled with deep concern. He mechanically consumed his food, oblivious to the surrounding clamor, like a soulless shell. A familiar order of the Phoenix Owl swooped in, dropping a concise note in front of him. Harry, 2 p.m. Headmaster's office. Password, lemon drops. Albus Dumbledore. Harry stared at the note, his numb eyes betraying no emotion. Another conversation. About the truth? About Snape? About his disgraceful breakdown last night? He did not wish to go, but he loathed the thought of remaining here, under Hermione's probing gaze and Ron's cautious silence. At precisely 2 o'clock, he stood before the hideous gargoyle, dryly uttering the password. The spiral staircase carried him to the gleaming oak door. He knocked. Come in, Harry, came Dumbledore's voice. The headmaster's office remained filled with an array of peculiar silver instruments, while the phoenix fox preened its feathers on a perch. Dumbledore sat behind a large desk, his blue eyes, sharp behind half-moon glasses, scrutinizing Harry as he entered. That gaze was no longer merely compassionate. It bore a profound inquiry and an almost imperceptible concern. Please, take a seat. Dumbledore gestured toward the chair opposite him. Harry sat stiffly, his gaze lowered, fixated on his tightly clenched fists resting on his knees, avoiding the penetrating eyes that seemed to see through him. It seems something unpleasant occurred last night in the cellar? Dumbledore's voice was calm, yet his question struck at the core. Harry stiffened, a rush of mixed shame and anger flooding his cheeks. He clenched his jaw, refusing to respond. Severus reported to me, Dumbledore continued, his tone devoid of emotion, that your occlumency has regressed significantly. Your emotions are out of control. Your defenses are alarmingly fragile. You even attempted to raise your wand against the professor during training? He deserved it, Harry exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head, the fire of suppressed fury igniting in his green eyes. His voice was hoarse. He wanted to denounce Snape's coldness, to condemn his trampling of his emotions, but the words lodged in his throat, revealing only his own pitifulness if spoken. He did what he had to do, Harry. Dumbledore's voice deepened, carrying an undeniable weight, stern, even harsh. It was part of his teaching method, especially in such a perilous time. He paused, his azure gaze locking on Harry's. Voldemort's power is growing, Harry. His infiltration of your mind is one of the gravest threats. Occlumency is your only shield. You must master it at all costs. Your emotions must be controlled. Controlled? Harry's voice dripped with sharp sarcasm as he suddenly stood, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. How can I control? He choked once more, his chest heaving violently. Dumbledore watched him in silence, his expression complex. After a long pause, he finally spoke, as if making a difficult decision. Given your currently unstable condition and the serious obstacles reported by Severus between you, the occlumency lessons will be temporarily suspended. Harry froze. Suspended? This unexpected reprieve did not bring the relief he had anticipated. Instead, it struck him like a heavy blow, plunging him deeper into confusion. His only training to combat Voldemort's threat had been halted? Is it because he cannot control his emotions in front of Snape? This feels akin to a profound failure and exile. Yet, Dumbledore's voice pulled him back. It did not imply you could relax. On the contrary, Harry, I have a more pressing task for you, one that may perhaps temporarily shift your mindset. Harry stared at him in bewilderment. Professor Horace Slughorn, Dumbledore stated. I believe you are already acquainted with him. He holds you in quite high regard. I need you to approach him, to earn his trust. Dumbledore's gaze grew exceedingly sharp, for he possessed a memory of paramount importance. Harry, a memory concerning a young Tom Riddle, otherwise known as Voldemort. This memory is a crucial piece in piecing together the enigma of Voldemort's immortality. You must find a way to extract it from him. Slughorn, the old professor who relishes collecting the smooth tales of the famous, obtaining a memory? This task felt distant and foreign, as if it resided in an entirely different realm from the tumultuous hell raging within him at that moment. Is this the task you have assigned me? Harry's voice was dry. To curry favor with Slughorn? It is about establishing trust. Harry, Dumbledore corrected, his tone laden with significance, utilizing his interest in you, exploiting any potential compensatory sentiment he may harbor about returning to Hogwarts. The method is yours to determine. But this memory is of utmost importance. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Harry's still pallid, tormented visage. Perhaps leaving the castle to undertake this task would provide a temporary reprieve for your taut nerves. Leave Hogwarts? Escape the omnipresent shadow of Snape? To undertake what appeared to be a trivial social endeavor? Within Harry's chaotic thoughts, it seemed a fissure had opened, allowing a sliver of faint light to penetrate. Yes, he needed to leave, to flee from everything here. Slughorn. That memory became the only lifeline he could grasp to escape the whirlpool of his turmoil. Very well, Harry heard himself reply hoarsely, devoid of emotion, I will do it. In the ensuing days, Harry operated like a machine programmed on autopilot. He forced himself to attend classes, mechanically jotting down notes, responding to Hermione's concerned inquiries and Ron's clumsy attempts at comfort with silent shakes of his head or curt replies. He poured all his energy into the Slughorn plan. He perused advanced potion making, searching for topics that might intrigue Slughorn, subtly inquiring with Hermione about Slughorn's preferences, and even began to observe which students Slughorn enjoyed conversing with during meals in the Great Hall. These deliberate actions formed a fragile shell, momentarily encasing the tumultuous pain and chaos within him. As long as he did not think of the dungeon, did not dwell on those black eyes, he could maintain a semblance of outward calm. The frigid barrier of the occlumency he had painstakingly constructed began to crack, as he struggled to contain the emotions that threatened to erupt at any moment. That afternoon, in search of information on a rare potion ingredient, Harry entered the hushed library. The towering shelves cast long shadows, and the air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and dust. He buried himself behind a row of shelves at the edge of the restricted section, his fingertips gliding over the spines of hefty tomes, striving to concentrate on the obscure texts before him. At that moment, an almost imperceptible sound of footsteps, barely distinguishable from the shadows, approached. It was a unique rhythm, cold and smooth, akin to a serpent slithering upon the ground. Harry's blood seemed to freeze in his veins. He jerked his head up, his heart gripped as if by an icy hand, nearly ceasing to beat. At the end of the narrow aisle, flanked by two shelves, stood Severus Snape. He was clad in a sharply tailored black robe, his figure appearing even more gaunt and poised in the dim light. He slightly turned, retrieving a weighty tome with a dark crimson leather cover from the high shelves. The candlelight etched the harsh lines of his pale cheek and prominent nose. He did not glance in Harry's direction. His focused profile appeared tranquil and distant within the shadows. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Harry stood frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. The fragile ice of his occlumency shattered upon Snape's arrival. All the repressed emotions, shame, anger, despair, and that most hidden, most loathed flutter, erupted like a long-suppressed volcano, finding its sole outlet. Visions flashed before his eyes, the frigid air of the dungeon office, the wand pointed at his forehead, that piercing accusation of weakness, the chaotic battlefield of the prophecy chamber, the billowing black robes shielding him, that final inscrutable glance cast his way. In the pensive, a young Snape calling out for Lily in anguish. Dumbledore's calm words, intricate calculations, cold strategies. These images collided and burned frantically. Hatred and that unquenchable flutter fiercely tore at his heart. He should hate him to the core. But why? Why? As he beheld that tranquil profile. Watching those long, pale fingers graze the ancient pages, did that flutter not only persist but surge forth with a sharp, almost desperate pain? Harry's hand trembled uncontrollably, his fingertips digging into his palm, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks. A wave of dizziness struck him, his vision darkening as if the entire library were spinning. He bit down hard on his lower lip, tasting the rust-like tang of blood, summoning every ounce of strength to stifle the almost involuntary whimper that mingled pain with an indescribable emotion. He could not break down here. Not in front of Snape. Absolutely not. Instinctively, driven by a primal urge for survival, Harry suddenly turned, as if lashed by an invisible whip, staggering and stumbling out from behind the shelves. He dared not glance at Snape, too afraid to look. He simply wished to escape, to flee from that suffocating sense of oppression, to evade those eyes that could turn and see through him once more, delivering their cold judgment. He burst through the heavy library doors, the glaring sunlight momentarily blinding him. He ran blindly down the corridor, his heart pounding wildly within his chest, tears finally breaking free, blurring his vision. He did not know where he was headed, only that he longed to reach a place devoid of humanity, a sanctuary free from the shadow of Severus Snape. Deep within the library, Snape's movement to retrieve the book faltered slightly. He slowly turned his head, his deep-set black eyes tracking the direction Harry had vanished. The narrow aisle seemingly still echoing with the remnants of the boy's panicked flight. His expression was impassive, yet the long, pale fingers clutching the heavy tome tightened imperceptibly, the knuckles paling with the pressure. The candlelight flickered in the depths of his inscrutable gaze, reflecting a fleetingly complex glimmer, so swift it was nearly impossible to capture. Before it returned to a chilling silence, he withdrew his gaze, as if nothing had transpired, resuming his focus on the ancient volume in his hands. Though the air in the library now felt even more stagnant and frigid than before. Chapter 38, The Canary, Felix Felicis. As that drop of golden liquid slid down his throat, Harry felt an extraordinary warmth instantaneously radiating through his limbs. The world seemed to be illuminated by a spell of brilliance, colors becoming vibrantly vivid, the air imbued with the scents of books, ink, parchment, and the distant aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the kitchen, each distinct and discernible. An unprecedented, almost audacious confidence filled his chest, momentarily dispelling all the shadows that had lingered: Sirius's demise, the truth of Dumbledore, the humiliation of the dungeon, the collapse of the library. These were all momentarily pushed aside, cloaked in a warm and optimistic golden glow. He knew what he had to do, knew how to proceed. Everything appeared remarkably lucid, teeming with possibilities. The door to Slughorn's office swung open before him, revealing a warm and inviting interior, suffused with the sweet aroma of sherry and delectable dishes. Alongside an array of eccentric collectibles, Slughorn himself radiated joviality, and upon spotting Harry, particularly when he beheld the exquisite bottle of oak-aged mead that Harry presented as a modest gift, he beamed like a contented, plump cat. "Harry, my dear boy, do come in, Slughorn exclaimed warmly, taking the mead and fondly caressing the bottle. "Ah, the hue, the vintage. You truly possess an eye for quality, far superior to those lemon sherbets of Albus. Sit. The conversation flowed astonishingly smoothly under the influence of the Felix Felicis. Harry effortlessly accepted the crystal goblet filled with amber-hued sherry that Slughorn offered, discussing the intricacies of potion-making, reminiscing about Slughorn's former illustrious students, and even sharing a harmless little joke about Filch and Peeves, which elicited hearty laughter from Slughorn. The old professor's gaze grew increasingly benevolent and satisfied. As if Harry were a long-lost prodigy he had finally reclaimed. The moment had arrived. The warmth instilled by the Felix Felicis whispered merrily within Harry. He observed Slughorn, who was becoming increasingly engrossed in conversation, and with an air of utmost naturalness, as if merely recalling an intriguing topic, he began, "Professor, speaking of Tom Riddle, I recently came across some accounts of his school days in the library, and I must say, they were quite astonishing. It seems he harbored an extraordinary interest in immortality. Was he even researching Horcruxes at such an early stage?" "Horcruxes?" Slughorn's smile abruptly froze, as if doused with icy water. His crystal goblet trembled in his grasp, spilling a few drops of sherry onto his velvet waistcoat. The color drained from his face, replaced by a look of horror and profound dread. It was a visceral reaction, as if he had been confronted with the darkest corners of his memory that he wished to forget. No, Harry, you must be mistaken. Or perhaps those are merely irresponsible rumors. Tom was an exceptional student, truly exceptional, but he could never be involved with such evil. He stammered, his voice quivering with panic. The warmth of the Felix Felicis suddenly turned sharp, shifting from a comforting confidence to an undeniable, oppressive command. Harry felt his consciousness being manipulated by an unseen force, his body instinctively leaning forward, his green eyes locking onto Slughorn's terrified gaze. He clearly perceived it. Deep within those eyes, widened in fear, a fragment of deliberately buried, twisted memory churned violently. Professor, Harry's voice was unnaturally steady, imbued with a hypnotic resonance. A power bestowed upon him by the Felix Felicis. You know the truth. About that night, when Tom Riddle consulted you about Horcruxes in your old office while it rained outside. He reiterated the details that Dumbledore had imparted to him, each word striking Slughorn's crumbling psychological defenses like a hammer. Slughorn emitted a short, gasping sound, as though his throat had been constricted. His corpulent body trembled violently, his gaze becoming unfocused, as if he were ensnared in the terrifying recollections of that rainy night. He envisioned the young, handsome, yet chillingly cold Tom Riddle, heard those spine-chilling inquiries about splitting souls to create Horcruxes, and felt the overwhelming terror and cowardly urge to evade the memories surging like a torrent threatening to breach the dam he had meticulously constructed. No. Slughorn suddenly clamped his hands over his ears, emitting a near-despairing shriek. Do not ask. Leave. Harry, please leave. He stumbled to his feet, knocking over the goblet on the table, the amber liquid swiftly spreading a stain across the opulent carpet. He pointed to the door, as though warding off a plague, his face a mask of sheer panic and pleading. Get out. Please. Forget today. Forget what was just said. The magic of the Felix Felicis ebbed away rapidly, and Harry was beset by a wave of intense dizziness and nausea. The earlier sensation of control vanished, replaced by a debilitating fatigue and a chilling panic. Had he failed? No. He had indeed touched upon that memory, just a fraction more. The warmth bestowed by the Felix Felicis dissipated entirely, and despair's icy grip surged back in an instant. At that moment, the heavy wooden door of the office swung open silently. A frigid, stagnant breath rushed into the warm room, freezing the air like an invisible current. Severus Snape stood at the threshold, cloaked in black like a living shadow. His pallid visage appeared particularly austere beneath the warm glow of Slughorn's office lights. His inscrutable black eyes first scanned the disarray of the table and the wine stains upon the carpet, then settled upon the pale, trembling Slughorn. Finally, like two ice-cold blades, they pierced through to Harry, who was rooted in place. Horace? Snape's voice glided across the air like silk over ice, devoid of emotion. It seems I have interrupted something. Slughorn, as if seizing a lifeline, staggered towards Snape, his voice tinged with desperation. Severus, you've arrived. Splendid. This child, he posed some dreadful questions. About Tom. About those evil things. I cannot bear it. He babbled incoherently, his plump fingers gripping Snape's black robe tightly. Snape's gaze remained fixated on Harry. He allowed Slughorn to cling to him, his black eyes, akin to the most precise instruments, meticulously cataloging Harry's pallid complexion. The cold sweat beaded on his forehead, the lingering peculiar glimmer of the Felix Felicis in his eyes, and the unmistakable dread akin to that of prey hunted by a predator. Dreadful questions? Snape's voice deepened, tinged with a dangerous curiosity. About Riddle? Potter? He stepped forward, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping Harry. It appears Dumbledore has entrusted you with a special task, to intimidate an elderly professor and unearth his unspoken past? A chill surged from Harry's toes to the crown of his head. Snape knew. How could he possibly know? Had Dumbledore revealed it to him? Or had he surmised it? The emptiness that followed the Felix Felicis and the terror of being caught collided within him, leaving his mind a void. He opened his mouth to protest, to deny, but his throat felt constricted, and not a word escaped. He could only watch helplessly as Snape's cold, sharp gaze seemed to dissect him completely. Snape's gaze swept between Harry's pale face and his eyes still shimmering with golden flecks, his nostrils seemingly twitching ever so slightly. He had caught the scent. In addition to the aromas of sherry, mead, and food, there lingered an almost imperceptible yet unmistakable essence of Felix Felicis, akin to sunlight kissing gold. Felix Felicis. Snape's voice pronounced the words like a sentence, cold and devoid of warmth. A sardonic, chilling smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and his black eyes betrayed an unmasked disdain and contempt. To fulfill Dumbledore's task, you resort to the use of illicit advanced potions to manipulate a professor's mind? Potter, your moral compass is truly astonishing. Manipulating minds. Slughorn recoiled in horror, releasing Snape's sleeve, gazing at Harry with disbelief. What have you made me drink? That mead? No, I did not. Harry finally regained his voice, hoarsely protesting, though it sounded feeble and ineffective. I merely. Merely what? Snape advanced a step closer, his towering figure nearly enveloping Harry entirely in shadow, a chilling breath sweeping over him. Was he merely to exploit the false courage and shameful deceit bestowed by the Felix Felicis to pry open the door of a memory fraught with terror that an elderly man was reluctant to confront? All for your grand savior's cause? Each of his words struck like poisoned ice needles, piercing sharply into Harry's heart, nailing him to a pillar of shame. The afterglow of the Felix Felicis had completely evaporated. Emotions that had been pent up for weeks and months. The sorrow for Sirius, the disappointment in Dumbledore's truth. The shame of his own chaotic feelings, the torment of the library encounter, were now publicly unveiled, judged by Snape's venomous language, unleashing despair and fury like a fuse ignited on a barrel of explosives, detonating within Harry. The barriers of his clemency shattered under the relentless assault of Snape's icy gaze and heart-wrenching words, crumbling like fragile glass. The forcibly sealed memories and emotional torrent lost all restraint, erupting like a rampaging flood. This time, it was not merely images, it was a surging, unreserved maelstrom of anguish. Chaos, despair, and a certain twisted thrill. Harry felt as if an invisible force had seized his throat, darkness encroaching upon him, and a sharp ringing in his ears. He could not rein himself in, surrendering entirely to the potent torrent of intertwined negative emotions, a wild, unrestrained surge rushing towards the ever-looming Snape. He beheld the drapes of the prophecy chamber, Sirius's frozen smile, weightlessly plummeting, the drapes silently consuming him, that heart-wrenching despair, the humiliation of the cellar, the frigid office, a wand pointed at his brow, that excruciatingly futile remark of weakness, the truth of Dumbledore, meticulous scheming, frigid strategies, all for Lily's eyes. The collapse in the library, the suffocating escape amid dimly lit shelves, tears of heartbreak, and in the deepest, most secret recesses, the resolute figure protecting him amid the chaotic battlefield, the last glance that seemed to harbor tumultuous storms, followed by an uncontrollable surge of hatred, yet still searing with a pulsating pain. All of this, a chaotic, unbearable nightmare, was laid bare through the unhinged mental connection, crashing down upon Snape with ferocity. Snape's towering form jolted violently, as if struck head-on by an invisible, formidable incantation. His eternally cold, mask-like visage exhibited an unprecedented intensity of fluctuation. The depths of his black eyes contracted to an extreme, waves of tumult rising from within. Shock, disbelief, and a deeper, more complex torrent of rage and offense. As if he had trespassed into an absolutely forbidden realm, swept over his pale countenance. Instinctively, he took a step back, his robes swirling, as if to evade something profoundly filthy. You. Snape's voice, for the first time, lost all its coldness and smoothness, replaced by a guttural growl. Raw and laced with disbelief and a hint of panic at having his deepest secrets exposed. In that moment of the mental storm's outpouring, Harry regretted it all. A profound sense of shame and fear drenched him like icy water. He glimpsed the unprecedented fury in Snape's eyes, a rage that seemed capable of shredding him to pieces. What had he done? He had laid bare his most pitiful, chaotic, and shameful self before the very man he loathed the most. Harry emitted a faint, pitiful whimper akin to a dying creature, his body swaying, and then darkness enveloped him entirely, just before his consciousness sank into oblivion. The last image he beheld was Snape's eyes, brimming with ferocious rage and a chilling, unfathomable abyss, fixated on him as if seeking to consume him whole. Then, boundless darkness devoured him. He fell backward like a detached canary, crashing heavily onto the opulent yet frigid carpet of Slughorn's office, losing all awareness. An eerie silence enveloped the office. Only the wine stain seeping into the carpet expanded slowly. Slughorn gazed in horror at the fallen Harry, then at Snape, who radiated a terrifying aura, akin to a vengeful specter returned from the depths of hell, paralyzing him with fear. Snape stood rooted, his chest rising and falling violently, his body taut as a drawn bowstring beneath his robes. He fixated on the unconscious youth sprawled on the floor, his black eyes roiling with tumult, and amidst the fury, there lingered an ineffable chaos, a tremor so faint that even he refused to acknowledge it. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly bent down, his pallid hand, devoid of color, reaching out as if to touch something exceedingly dangerous and filthy, grasping Harry's arm. Chapter 39, Confinement. Consciousness drifted like a vessel submerged in the cold, dark depths of the sea, laboriously rising to the surface. The mixed scent of antiseptic and daisies first invaded his nostrils, followed by the soft touch of sheets beneath him, and the distant murmur of hushed conversations. Harry struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, the blinding white light forcing him to squint. The familiar white ceiling of the hospital wing came into view. He had returned. Memories surged back like a tidal wave. Slughorn's terrified face, the spilled sherry, the panic following the Felix Felici's withdrawal, And then, that figure intruding like a chilling current, those cold, piercing, judgmental black eyes, and finally, the complete collapse of his mental dam, pouring forth all his chaotic, shameful secrets into the open, alongside the violent fury that had momentarily ignited in Snape's gaze. An overwhelming sense of shame and fear gripped Harry's heart, nearly suffocating him. He abruptly closed his eyes, wishing desperately to sink back into that dark abyss. What had he done? He had stood before Snape, bare and mad, exposing all his unworthy vulnerabilities. How would Snape perceive him? A grotesque creature, weak and chaotic, still harboring shameful fantasies of vengeance against an enemy? He was finished. He could never face anyone again, especially not. He awakened to a calm, familiar voice, though not the cold and harsh tone he had anticipated. "How are you feeling, Potter?" Madame Pomfrey inquired, her voice softer than usual, as Professor McGonagall stood at his bedside, her expression grave yet tinged with a hint of concern. Madame Pomfrey leaned closer to examine his pupils. "You experienced a mental overload, a temporary disruption of magical energy, coupled with a bit of excessive fright. Professor Slughorn was quite alarmed by your sudden collapse, nearly suffering a heart attack. It was Professor Snape who carried you here." She emphasized the word carried, seemingly underscoring the incredibility of this fact. Snape had carried him? The realization struck Harry like a bolt of lightning through his chaotic mind. He could scarcely fathom such a scene. The eternally cold Snape, who despised physical contact, would lift his unconscious form, transporting him down the corridor, to the hospital wing? This revelation shocked him even more than if Snape had plunged a knife into his very soul. "Professor Snape," Harry struggled to articulate, his heart racing in his chest, uncertain whether it was fear or something else entirely. "Severus conducted a preliminary examination, stabilizing your magical fluctuations," Professor McGonagall interjected, her keen gaze scrutinizing Harry. He then noticed a potion bottle she indicated upon the bedside table. Following her direction, Harry beheld a slender crystal vial standing quietly, its deep midnight blue body cradling a silvery liquid that shimmered with a mother-of-pearl luster, reminiscent of molten moonlight. A small label adhered to the vial bore the familiar, elegant cursive script, "Calming draught, take 3 drops before sleep SS." There were no superfluous explanations, no scathing remarks, only the cold name of the potion and that succinct signature SS. Severus Snape. Harry stared at the potion, the silvery light within appearing to possess an enchantment of its own, gently flowing and intertwining with memories of Snape's concentrated silhouette as he brewed potions, the smoke and unusual colors rising from the cauldron. This potion had been brewed by Snape himself? For him? After witnessing his unbearable mental collapse? How could this be? This was a stark contrast to the tempest he had anticipated. Was it the meticulous calculation Dumbledore had mentioned? Or something else entirely? Madame Pomfrey has confirmed its efficacy. It is quite pure. Professor McGonagall's voice shattered the silence, imbued with a tone of professionalism. Yet Harry discerned a subtle trace of confusion beneath its surface, as if she too struggled to comprehend Snape's actions. "As for you, Potter," her voice turned stern. "To approach a professor with Felix Felicis in an attempt to unearth matters he wishes to remain unspoken is exceedingly reckless and irresponsible. 50 points from Gryffindor. Detention. The specifics and timing shall be determined by Professor Snape." Her final words carried a significant weight. Detention determined by Snape? Harry's heart sank momentarily. Yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn back to the vial shimmering with moonlight. The deduction of points and detention was expected, but this potion remained an enigma, a cold yet softly glowing mystery. "Now, rest well," Madame Pomfrey insisted as she tucked the covers around him. "Take this potion. Professor Snape instructed that it would aid in stabilizing your mind and calming the tumult of magical disturbances following intense emotions." She gestured toward the moonstone-glossed potion. Harry hesitated, but under Madame Pomfrey's unwavering gaze, he picked up the crystal vial. The glass was cool to the touch, delicate in feel. As he uncorked it, a refreshing aroma, faintly infused with mint and the essence of moonlit orchids, wafted forth, instantly soothing his frayed nerves. He carefully placed 3 drops beneath his tongue. An indescribable coolness spread from his tongue, akin to the purest stream flowing through a parched and cracked heart under the moonlight. The acute feelings of shame and fear that had lingered in his mind seemed to be gently assuaged and dismissed by a tender yet firm hand. His tumultuous thoughts gradually settled, and the surging emotions slowly subsided, enveloping him in a long-lost tranquility, a serene fatigue that wrapped around him. The subtle ache within him, born of mental overload, dissipated. The potion's effects were remarkable, and its flavor was not bitter, but rather possessed a strangely comforting sweetness. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the coolness coursing through him as his tense body gradually relaxed. Snape had not only saved him, but had also brewed such an effective calming draught for him. Why? Harry had spent 2 days in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey strictly adhered to Snape's medical instructions, administering 3 drops of that wondrous silver calming draught each night before sleep. Each dose was akin to a spiritual cleansing, washing away the day's fatigue and lingering anxiety, allowing him to drift into undisturbed slumber. Hermione and Ron had visited, carefully sidestepping sensitive topics, bringing along class notes and snacks. Harry could see their deep concern and confusion in their eyes, particularly regarding Snape. Yet he himself was at a loss to untangle the threads, let alone explain. On the 3rd morning, Madame Pomfrey finally declared his magic stable, and his mental state acceptable. He was free to leave, though he was strictly admonished against any emotional upheaval and to take his medicine on schedule. As he dressed and gathered his belongings, his gaze once more fell upon the crystal vial, now containing only a small amount of silvery liquid at the bottom. He hesitated, but ultimately placed it carefully inside the inner pocket of his robes. The coolness against his skin oddly offered a sense of reassurance. The first thing he did upon leaving the infirmary was not to head to the Great Hall or return to the tower. As if drawn by an invisible force, Harry made his way toward the cold corridor leading to the dungeons. His heart raced, not from fear, but from a complex mix of confusion, anxiety, and a faint glimmer of anticipation. He intended to retrieve the book that might have fallen in Professor Slughorn's office. This rationale was barely sufficient. The dungeon office area was even quieter and colder than above. He approached the door to Slughorn's office, which was firmly shut, just as he hesitated to knock. The heavy wooden door of Snape's office, familiar and imposing, creaked open slightly. Harry's heart leapt, and he held his breath. Inside, darkness prevailed, devoid of light, revealing only the vague outlines of tall bookshelves and the shadowy form of a cauldron stand. It seemed Snape was not present, just as Harry contemplated a sigh of relief. A cold, silky voice, lower than usual yet smooth as silk, whispered from the shadows beyond the door, "Your detention, Potter." The voice was not loud, yet it sliced through the stillness of the corridor, piercing Harry's ears. He froze in place, feeling his back tense instantaneously. He peered into the darkness, finding only a deeper shade beyond the door's crack. Saturday evening, 8 o'clock. Dungeon. Processing African snake skin and billywig stings. Snape's tone continued, retaining its customary authoritative cadence, yet at a slightly slower pace, devoid of its usual sharpness, replaced by a bland professionalism. Harry even questioned if it was an illusion. There seemed to be a faint hint of fatigue woven into that cold voice. Late, or poorly handled, the voice paused, infused with a familiar tone of menace. "The consequences are yours to bear." With that, without waiting for Harry's response, the door creaked shut, sealing off the darkness within and blocking Harry's inquisitive gaze. Harry stood rooted in place, facing that closed door that appeared never to have opened, his heart racing chaotically in his chest. There was no anticipated roar, no deliberate humiliation, only a brief notification of detention and a chilling threat. Even that threat sounded somewhat perfunctory. What stirred an odd ripple in Harry's heart was the faint trace of fatigue in Snape's final words, coupled with the deeper tone of his voice. Was he unwell? Had managing this troublesome situation depleted his energy, or was it the aftershock of the recent emotional tempest? Harry instinctively touched the inner pocket of his robes, feeling the outline of the crystal vial containing the remaining calming draught press against his ribcage. Its cool touch seemed to carry a peculiar connection, linking him to the man forever cloaked in shadows behind that door. Ultimately, he chose not to knock on Slughorn's door. He turned and slowly walked away from the cold dungeon corridor, step by step. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the motes of dust floating in the air. Harry lifted his gaze to the beam of light, sensing a hint of warmth seemingly absorbed by the crystal vial nestled in his pocket. The impending Saturday confinement involving African tree snake skin and billywig stings would either prove to be a chilling trial or an opportunity to draw him closer to the enigma at hand. Harry was uncertain. Yet, the frozen lake within him, rendered so by Snape's wrath, appeared to crack ever so slightly under the gentle illumination of the moonstone's faint glow. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth, unbeknownst even to himself, began to seep through that narrow fissure. Chapter 40. Agitation. The heavy wooden door of the basement office closed silently behind him, severing the faint light of the corridor and the lingering scent of blood, calming draughts, and a unique herbal aroma that clung to the boy. Severus Snape leaned against the cold door, as if all strength had been siphoned from him. His tall figure slightly hunched in the shadows behind the door. Silence engulfed him instantly, leaving only the chilling heartbeat within his chest, pounding with an unprecedented ferocity against his ribcage, producing a dull and chaotic echo. He slowly raised the hand that had just touched Harry Potter. The same hand that wielded a wand with lethal precision on the battlefield, and that had remained steady as a rock before the potions table, now trembled uncontrollably. The tips of his fingers seemed to linger with the warmth of the boy's wrist, the slick chill of Potter's blood still clinging to him. The coarse texture of African tree snake skin, the potent venom of billywig stings, the bubbling potion in the cauldron. These familiar elements had lost their usual order during the confinement, becoming blurred and distant. His senses and thoughts seemed forcibly anchored to 2 points: the boy's pale profile adorned with beads of restrained sweat, and the fragile pulse beneath his own fingertips. The muffled cry of pain pierced through his customary icy barriers like a searing needle, plunging into a corner he believed long since frozen in silence. Why? Why did this Potter, the son of the arrogant James Potter he so despised, a living tombstone carrying the eyes of Lily yet constantly reminding him of his monumental failures and suffering, so easily stir the depths of his tumultuous emotions? In the chaotic battlefield, the figure resolutely standing before the boy, wielding a wand against the tide of darkness, was not solely a product of Dumbledore's meticulous scheming. The moment Bellatrix's wand pointed at Potter's temple, a primal fury, devoid of rational thought, seized him. That feeling was so foreign, so perilous. He attributed it to the guardianship of Lily's eyes, the execution of Dumbledore's mission, the maintenance of Voldemort's plans. With the cold, merciless command of Sectum Sempra, he suppressed that momentary impulse of chaos. However, in Slughorn's office, when the tempest of mixed agony, chaos, and a certain twisted yearning he refused to acknowledge surged toward him without reservation, Snape felt the fortress of ice he had meticulously constructed over decades shatter with a massive crack. He saw it. The despair that could rend one's soul when the veil engulfed Sirius Black in the prophecy chamber. In the basement, the humiliation brought forth by his cold wand and biting words felt like tangible lashes. The truth of Dumbledore's meticulous plan extinguished the last flicker of something in the boy's eyes. In the dim library, when the boy gazed at his profile, the moment of escape and surging tears shattered, and deep within, the image of himself standing before the boy in that chaotic battleground. A scene that left him feeling violated and desecrated. Furthermore, the complex emotions in the boy's eyes at that moment, far from solely fear and hatred, revealed a tumult of feelings he dared not decipher nor wish to acknowledge. All of this, akin to the most tumultuous and sordid hurricane, swept him into its vortex. Shock and rage at being exposed overwhelmed him. He nearly unleashed the most venomous curse upon the audacious boy who dared cast such filthy thoughts upon him. The roar of you contained a panic he himself had not realized had breached the realm of absolute taboo. Yet, in the next moment, the sight of the boy collapsing like a bird with broken wings, those eyes tightly shut from excruciating pain and despair, instantly quelled all his fury. A more ancient and weighty force eclipsed his wrath, the eyes of Lily. The owner of those eyes would never wish to see her son perish before her, no matter how much he resembled the father she had loathed. Thus, he bent down, using hands soiled with various dark substances, yet feeling heavier than ever, to lift the scalding, chaotic body that was astonishingly light. As he traversed the corridor, he felt the astonished gazes upon him, but he blocked them all out. His entire focus was on the unconscious form nestled in his arms, the faint breath, the fragile heartbeat, the damp black hair matted with sweat at the forehead. An unfamiliar and profoundly unsettling urgency gripped him, urging him to hasten to Madame Pomfrey. While preparing the moonstone-glossed calming draught, he forced himself into the most familiar state of potion-making. He precisely measured the powdered moonlight herb, carefully extracted the essence of moonstone, controlled the cauldron's temperature, and watched as the silver liquid gradually became clear, emitting a soothing and crisp fragrance. This was his domain, cold, precise, and controllable. He needed that sense of control to combat the tempest stirred within him by Potter. He reassured himself that this was solely to ensure Potter's swift recovery, to continue as a pawn against the Dark Lord, to keep living with Lily's eyes. However, when the confinement commenced, when the boy clumsily handled the venom glands, when that muffled cry of pain echoed, and when his fingers instinctively and irrationally grasped that wrist, feeling the searing warmth of the skin and the slickness of blood, all his cold rationalizations crumbled to dust. The tremor in his fingertips gradually subsided. Snape slowly straightened, forcing himself to step away from the door that still seemed to harbor the essence of the boy. He approached the massive oak desk, the cold surface reflecting the dim green light from the ceiling. His gaze fell upon the corner where Harry's forgotten dragonhide glove lay, stained with blood. He extended his hand, his pale, slender fingers hovering without directly touching the soiled leather. The tips seemed to still resonate with the pulse of the boy's wrist and the warmth of his blood. A tumult of exceedingly complex and contradictory emotions churned within his chest, a familiar, deep-seated loathing and anger, a cold sense of duty, and an almost reluctant flicker of what could only be described as compassion for that fragile and suffering soul. No, it could not possibly be compassion. It was merely the minimum obligation towards Lily's orphan. He jerked his hand back as if burned by the glove. The feeling of revulsion surged to the forefront. How could he? How could he harbor even a hint of emotion beyond the bounds of necessity for such a weak, chaotic boy who even dared to entertain such shameful thoughts towards him? That would be a betrayal of Lily, a desecration of his lifelong convictions. He needed to be cold. He needed to return to that familiar fortress built upon hatred and duty. Snape approached the potion storage cabinet, retrieved a crystal vial containing a more potent calming draught he had concocted for himself, a thick, deep purple liquid exuding a pungent aroma of wormwood. He uncorked the bottle and unhesitatingly poured the bitter liquid down his throat. The familiar sensations of burning and icy numbness swiftly spread, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous emotions churning within his chest. He approached the pensive. The shimmering silver strands of memory twirled gently within. He needed to see Lily, to gaze into those pure, trusting, and warm green eyes, in order to cleanse himself of the taint left by Potter's eyes, filled with anguish, chaos, and other burdens. He drew his wand, the tip resting against his temple. As a silken thread of silver was slowly extracted, this was the memory of Lily's first smile directed at him aboard the Hogwarts Express. Just as he was about to immerse the memory into the pensive, a faint, hesitant voice, as if transcending time and space, abruptly echoed in his mind. It was not Lily's voice, but Potter's, a whisper so soft it was nearly inaudible, uttered just before the conclusion of their confinement. In that voice, the usual anger and defiance had vanished, leaving only confusion, fatigue, and perhaps an indefinable fragility. Snape's movements froze. The silver thread at the tip of his wand trembled slightly. He stared at the gentle image of Lily in the pensive, yet Potter's image, the pale, fragile boy in the infirmary, the awkwardly injured boy during confinement. The one collapsing in despair amid a mental tempest, persistently superimposed itself upon his thoughts. An intense, frigid irritation surged within him. With a decisive flick of his wand, he violently hurled the thread of memory concerning Lily back into the recesses of his mind, opting not to place it into the pensive. The silver light within continued to swirl, reflecting the tumultuous emotions of self-loathing and profound confusion etched upon his face. He did not wish to look. The intertwining of Lily's eyes with Potter's chaos would only exacerbate his agitation. He turned away from the pensive and approached the massive cauldron, which simmered with a soothing potion base intended for OWL's preparation, emanating a gentle herbal aroma. He grasped the stirring rod and began to stir with precision and force, as if he sought to shatter the tumultuous, ineffable emotions within him within the calm of the potion. In the dim cellar, the only sounds were the rhythmic bubbling of the cauldron and Snape's silhouette, cold and taut as stone, yet concealing a turbulent undercurrent amidst the swirling steam. The faint glow of the moonstone calming draught seemed to have dissipated long ago. Nevertheless, something had already cast an unignorable stone into the depths of his icy heart's lake, creating ripples far more enduring and profound than he was willing to acknowledge. Saturday's confinement had concluded, yet another, more arduous and clandestine confinement of the heart had only just begun. Chapter 41, The Half-Blood Prince. Slughorn's potions class was suffused with a more intense steam and a palpable tension than usual. The old professor's round face bore a subtle fatigue and lingering apprehension. Following the incident with the mead, his enthusiasm for Harry had noticeably diminished, replaced by a cautious distance. However, the day's lesson on the draft of living death was sufficiently gripping to render all students breathless. This advanced potion was renowned for its intricate steps and delicate balance. A minor misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Harry sat in his usual seat at the back with Ron. The cool crystal vial containing remnants of the moonstone calming draught nestled against the inner pocket of his robe, akin to a clandestine talisman. He forced himself to focus on the pristine pages of the open potions textbook. This was the advanced potions tome generously lent to him by Slughorn at the start of the term, an old book with yellowed pages and curled edges titled Advanced Potion Making. Yet, this antiquated book promised Harry far more than mere knowledge. The blank spaces on the pages were densely filled with annotations, not in Slughorn's flamboyant script, but in a sharp, fluid italic that exuded a cool elegance. These notes incisively pointed out the redundancies and errors in the textbook's instructions, proposing more succinct and efficient, even brilliant, alternatives. For instance, before adding the essence of the soporific bean after stirring counterclockwise 7 times, the note stated, the active ingredients in the soporific bean will be destroyed by counterclockwise stirring. First, stir clockwise 3.5 times to stabilize the base potion's magical field, then quickly add the essence and immediately switch to a single counterclockwise stir. The effectiveness would increase by 30%, with doubled stability. Harry followed the prince's method. As the essence of the soporific bean dripped into the cauldron, stirred clockwise, and seamlessly melded into a peculiar pearlescent sheen without eliciting the violent reactions and noxious fumes warned of in the textbook. He nearly erupted in a cheer. Yet, even more astonishing was yet to come. Regarding the grinding of moonstone powder, the annotation read, "Grind to a fine sand-like consistency? A waste of time and detrimental to the lattice structure. Take a piece the size of a thumb, and 1 minute before adding, lightly tap it with the wand tip, infusing it with a trace of ice element magic to allow it to disintegrate naturally into the optimal powder state, maximizing its potency." Harry held his breath, pointing his wand at the small piece of moonstone, silently attempting the unfamiliar incantation. A faint chill emanated from the wand tip, and the surface of the moonstone instantly became adorned with a web of minuscule cracks, silently crumbling into a delicate powder as fine as silver snow. Shimmering with an unprecedented purity, he carefully added it to the cauldron, and the potion instantly transformed into a deep, captivating midnight blue, exuding a refreshing aroma akin to a moonlit spring, the very hue of perfection Slughorn had demonstrated. By Merlin's beard, Slughorn's exclamation resonated through the quiet classroom. He approached Harry's cauldron, his round face alight with incredulous delight. Midnight blue, pure midnight blue, a perfect prototype of the draft of living death. Mr. Potter, this is nothing short of a masterpiece. Tell me, how did you conceive such a brilliant approach? His gaze swept over the old textbook in Harry's hands, laced with confusion and curiosity. Instantly, the attention of the entire class shifted to Harry. Ron's mouth fell open, while Hermione furrowed her brow, her sharp gaze darting between Harry and the ancient tome, evidently sensing something amiss. Harry's heart raced, his face flushed with excitement and a hint of secret pride. He replied vaguely, "I just try to optimize the steps, Professor." He instinctively used his arm to shield the annotations on the textbook that did not belong to him, as if guarding a vast treasure that was solely his. Who was this half-blood prince, whose potion-making skills were nothing short of extraordinary? The annotations were precise, efficient, and insightful, akin to a master chef dissecting the intricacies of potion-making. Clutching this old book, Harry felt as though he held a key to the ultimate treasury of potion mastery, a surge of unprecedented confidence and control washing over him. Almost akin to cheating. Under the prince's guidance, complex potions became crystal clear, and tedious steps were infused with the thrill of exploration. This epiphanic realization even temporarily overshadowed the shadows of confinement and the gloom brought by Snape. However, this exhilaration and secret pride were abruptly frozen by a sudden, bone-chilling cold. At the classroom door stood a tall, dark figure, Severus Snape, seemingly equipped with an aura of silence and shadow, looming there quietly. His fathomless black eyes, akin to precise probes, instantly locked onto the potion in Harry's cauldron, which radiated a perfect midnight blue and emitted a crisp, fragrant aroma. Then, his gaze slowly shifted to the tattered textbook that Harry instinctively shielded beneath his arm. Slughorn caught sight of Snape, and a smile spread across his face. "Ah, Severus. Come and see. Mr. Potter has brewed an almost perfect prototype of the elixir of life. The technique is truly astonishing." Snape chose to ignore Slughorn. He strode into the classroom, his black robes swirling silently behind him, exuding an invisible, suffocating low pressure. He made a beeline for Harry's workstation, each step feeling as though it were treading upon Harry's wildly thumping heart. An overwhelming rush of blood surged to Harry's head, only to freeze rapidly under Snape's frigid gaze. Instinctively, he wished to conceal the tome filled with the prince's secrets behind him, but it was already too late. Snape halted before Harry's desk, his gaze first settling upon the deep midnight blue liquid in the cauldron, lingering for a moment. Harry noticed Snape's pupils constrict ever so slightly, an almost imperceptible flicker of something inscrutable passing through the icy depths of his gaze. Surprise? Scrutiny? Or perhaps an exceedingly subtle sense of familiarity. Next, Snape's attention shifted like a pair of icy tweezers to the old textbook in Harry's hands. He did not reach for it. Rather, he scrutinized it from his elevated position with a penetrating gaze that seemed capable of piercing the soul, sweeping over the yellowed cover and the densely packed, sharp italic annotations peeking through Harry's fingers. Time appeared to stand still. The classroom was utterly silent. Even the bubbling of the cauldron seemed to fade away. Everyone held their breath, watching this tense moment unfold. Snape's face bore no expression, still the unchanging mask of icy indifference. Yet Harry felt an unprecedented weight pressing down upon him, as if the very air around him had been siphoned away. Snape's gaze lingered on the textbook longer than it had on the cauldron. Harry absurdly imagined Snape's fingertips trembling ever so slightly, as if yearning to touch the pages, yet held back by an overwhelming restraint. At last, Snape slowly raised his head. His eyes returned to Harry's face, stripped of the sharp scrutiny that had examined the potion and the book, now restored to their customary unfathomable coldness. accompanied by a more profound, indescribable sense of oppression. In those eyes, there was no approval for genius, no curiosity about the optimized steps taken. Only a silence akin to a frozen abyss that seemed capable of encasing the soul. Snape's voice, as dark as midnight blue, finally broke the silence. Smooth as cold silk sliding over rough stone, announcing a fact devoid of inflection. The color is acceptable. His gaze swept over the cauldron once more, then those deep, abyssal black eyes refocused on Harry, swirling with a familiar, suffocating loathing and contempt, as though looking through him to some far more detestable shadow. Seemingly inheriting a talent for opportunism. "Keep it up, Potter." The final words dripped with heavy sarcasm. Having spoken, he did not spare Slughorn another glance. His robe swirled as he turned and departed the classroom like a black whirlwind that carried away all warmth and light. The heavy thud of the closing door echoed sharply in the stillness of the classroom. Harry stood frozen in place. The excitement and pride that had surged within him due to the prince's guidance now thoroughly doused by Snape's icy water, leaving only a chill of embarrassment and the feeling of being laid bare. The last look from Snape, laden with disdain and sarcasm, pierced through the fragile fortress of confidence he had just begun to build upon the gifts of the half-blood prince, like a cold dagger. Opportunism? What was he suggesting? Did he recognize that book? Recognize those handwritten annotations? This thought sent a wave of inexplicable panic coursing through Harry. The heavy wooden door of the dungeon office closed behind him, sealing away the lingering scent of herbs from the potions classroom and the chaotic mixture of excitement, anxiety, and residual humiliation emanating from the boy named Potter. Severus Snape leaned against the cold door panel, this time not stooped but instead resembling a taut black blade, radiating a dangerous low pressure. The icy heart within his chest thumped against his ribs with a force previously unknown, not from excitement, but from a wrath thoroughly offended and desecrated, mingled with a sharp pain from old scars being reopened. Midnight blue, the nearly dazzling perfection of the elixir of life's prototype. And that damned old textbook, the one filled with the familiar sharp italic annotations he knew to the bone. That textbook was utterly foolish. Stirring counterclockwise destroys the active ingredients. Frigus infusio, those phrases, those enhancements, the fruits of his labor, painstakingly developed by Severus Snape over countless solitary nights in front of the cauldron. Wisdom that should only exist within his private notes, belonging to the half-blood prince. And now, it was in the hands of that Potter boy, reveling in it like a thief who had discovered treasure, and praised by Slughorn, that fool. Jealousy? No, it was something colder, deeper than mere jealousy. It was the furious rage of violated ownership. It was the invasion of his most intimate and cherished domain by someone he despised, in a manner so dismissive and unworthy. That textbook, those annotations, were the only pride of his youth, the most precious gems from the hall of knowledge he once shared and discussed with Lily. Now, it was being picked up like trash by James Potter's son, flaunted in class. What stung more was the look on Potter's face. That gleam of excitement in discovering a secret treasure, that worship akin to enlightenment. He worshipped the half-blood prince. And who was the half-blood prince? It was Severus Snape, the very man he loathed most at this moment, who was now scrutinizing him with cold, disdainful eyes. This was the most absurd and malicious irony of all time. Talent for opportunism, the words he had just spoken to Potter echoed in his mind. It was not merely a jab at James Potter, but a secret disdain for himself. For the half-blood prince who once longed for recognition and visibility. As he watched Potter shine with the prince's wisdom, Snape felt as though he were gazing upon his younger self, the one who had quietly toiled away in shadowy corners, yearning to prove himself through talent, hoping to gain Lily's approval. Yet that self had ultimately succumbed to the arrogance of James Potter, losing Lily and sinking into darkness. Now, his intellectual legacy had inadvertently fallen into the hands of his enemy's son, becoming the very capital for the latter's boasting. This feeling was more painful and infuriating than any curse could ever be. Potter was unworthy. He sullied that knowledge. He desecrated the name of the half-blood prince. A chilling fury nearly shattered his sanity. He wished to rush back, reclaim that book, tear it to shreds, or incinerate it with a fiend fire. He wanted to tell everyone that those exquisite enhancements, that elixir of life which had astonished Slughorn, all originated from him, Severus Snape, not from that opportunistic Potter. But he could not. The identity of a double agent weighed upon him like an icy shackle. He could only forcefully repress that overwhelming rage and humiliation deep within, encasing it in an even colder, harder exterior. He needed to remain calm. He needed to return to the pure memories that belonged solely to Lily. Snape strode towards the pensive, his movements imbued with a suppressed, almost brutish force. He withdrew his wand, its tip pressed firmly against his temple, as a thick, unstable strand of silver light was forcibly drawn forth. It was a memory of Lily, smiling at him by the lake, presenting him with a delicate white flower. One of the most treasured fragments of his youth. With a sense of emotional release, he cast that silver strand into the pensive. The silvery memory swirled and diffused within the basin. Lily's youthful, vibrant visage gradually came into focus, her pure green eyes radiating warmth. Her red hair flickering in the sunlight like a blazing flame. The Lily of Snape's memory softly called to him, her voice akin to celestial music. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to immerse in that pure silver light. Attempting to cleanse the image of Potter, the accursed book and the nauseating scene from class, with Lily's smile. Yet, Lily's pure green eyes gazed gently upon him. In the next moment, however, they bizarrely overlapped with another pair of eyes, those same vibrant green eyes, glimmering with excitement in potions class due to the prince's wisdom. The sharp, elegant annotations in the prince's cursive. The awkward yet confident figure of Potter before the cauldron, focused and assured by adhering to the prince's guidance. The white flower Lily had offered. The weathered, yellowing textbook in Potter's hands, bearing the prince's wisdom. No. A silent scream erupted within Snape. He abruptly opened his eyes, trying to expel Potter's image. But the scene within the pensive seemed tainted. Lily's gentle smile remained, yet the background began to warp and blur, as if black ink were eroding that pure silver memory. Lily's pure green eyes appeared to hold a flicker of confusion, perhaps even a hint of curiosity towards the half-blood prince's wisdom. This blasphemous association sent a wave of intense dizziness and nausea through Snape. He felt his sanctum defiled. By Potter. By that wretched boy who had stolen his crystallized wisdom. Get out! Snape roared in a fit of rage, his wand thrust violently towards the pensive. An invisible force violently churning the silver liquid within. Lily's image shattered and dissipated in an instant, transforming into a chaotic silver vortex. He gasped for breath, his fingers gripping the edge of the pensive, knuckles whitening from exertion. Cold sweat trickled down his pale brow. He gazed into the chaotic silver light of the basin, where no reflection remained. Chapter 42. The temperature of the textbook. The chill of the cellar had not dissipated with the daylight. Rather, it settled into a weightier silence. Snape sat behind a large oak desk, a lengthy report on the refinement of wolfsbane potion spread before him, a quill hovering above the parchment, ink pooling. Yet it remained unfallen. His fingertips seemed to linger with the cold sensation of the pensieve's edge from the previous night, along with the bitterness of the deep purple calming draught that had scorched his throat. Beneath the forcibly constructed numbness, turbulent undercurrents surged. Potter's image, cradling that book which held the fruits of his youthful labor, shone with pure admiration for the half-blood prince like a stubborn specter, flashing into view each time he attempted to concentrate on the wolfsbane potion formula. A shortcut? His cold sarcasm from class the previous night echoed in his ears. In this absolute silence, that word felt utterly pale and powerless, tinged with a hint of misplaced anger he despised even in himself. He understood better than anyone that the annotations in that textbook were not mere shortcuts. They were the product of countless solitary nights driven by a yearning for power, recognition, and even revenge, meticulously accumulated through nearly obsessive rigor and remarkable talent. Potter's ability to comprehend and successfully apply them only affirmed the value of those annotations. Even though this realization pierced deeply into his entrenched loathing for Potter, a deeper anxiety coiled around his heart like a frigid vine. Not all the annotations were entirely benign. In his youth, driven by the desire for power, recognition, and vengeance, he had dabbled in perilous realms. Were there still remnants of certain darker, more destructive potions or spells lingering in the blank spaces of the pages? Potter, that reckless and impulsive boy, now ignited with fervor by that damned book. If he inadvertently stumbled upon them, the consequences would be dire. The anxiety this thought provoked eclipsed even the anger of theft. He could not allow Lily's child to be ruined by that book. Absolutely not. Snape abruptly rose, his black robes stirring a gust of cold air. He did not approach the pensive, nor did he retrieve the deep purple potion. He needed to act. A more clandestine and chilling action. He moved to the innermost depths of the potion cabinet, opening a drawer protected by multiple powerful enchantments. Inside lay not rare ingredients, but stacks of yellowed old notes filled with sharp cursive, the true treasury of the half-blood prince's wisdom, far more intricate and perilous than the annotations in the textbook. He swiftly rifled through them, searching for any refinement schemes or spells corresponding to the dangerous content that might exist in that old textbook. There it was, beside the annotations for a potent corrosive potion. His youthful handwriting scrawled a niche technique utilizing the stings of a billywig to amplify magical potency. Remarkable in effect, but prone to uncontrollable backlash against the user. Under a formula for a powerful sleeping draft, he had recorded an extreme method to shorten brewing time. involving unstable magical oscillations of the ingredients, which could trigger a violent explosion with the slightest misstep. There were also several notes on silencing charms and magical guidance, the principles hinting at some less than glorious spell prototypes. Snape's gaze grew darker and colder. He drew his wand, not towards the notes, but into the air. He closed his eyes, concentrating on every page of that old textbook in Harry's hands, recalling every word he had inscribed upon it. His formidable mental strength acted as an invisible chisel, precisely pinpointing those potential dangers. He began to work. No sound, no luminous incantations, only the faintest fluctuations of magical energy at the tip of his wand, akin to the most delicate microsurgical procedure, traversing through space, silently affecting the old textbook lying in some corner of Gryffindor Tower. The sharp cursive documenting perilous techniques began to fade, as if erased by the tiniest of erasers, the writing blurring and vanishing entirely, leaving only indistinct ink stains. Where the writings had disappeared, new, equally sharp and fluid cursive emerged quietly, covering them. The original scheme carries risks of magical backlash and has been discarded. A more stable alternative is recommended. This step involves unstable magical oscillation with insufficient safety. The standard procedure is superior. Focusing on mastering fundamental principles is the path to longevity. These new annotations retain their calm authority, imbued with the unique insights of the Half-Blood Prince, yet cleverly erased the hazardous shortcuts, replacing them with safer, more robust guidance. Snape even added more detailed magical guidance illustrations and precautions alongside some critical steps, more meticulous than he had written in his youth. Having completed this, Snape slowly lowered his wand, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This long-distance, high-precision magical operation was incredibly taxing. He leaned against the cold cabinet door, closing his eyes to catch his breath. The tumult within his chest was no longer merely a fervent rage. Rather, it had evolved into a deeper, more fatigued complexity of emotions, a ludicrous sense of having to expend his energies for the safety of the very person he despised most, intertwined with a clandestine relief that he himself was loath to acknowledge. At least, he reassured himself, Lily's eyes were safe for the time being. The icy exterior once again cloaked his weary heart. Days later, during potions class, Harry opened the tome Advanced Potion Making with a sense of reverence akin to a pilgrimage. Today, Slughorn was elucidating a complex calming potion, the steps intricate and demanding of precise timing and magical infusion. Habitually, he sought the guidance of the Half-Blood Prince. Upon turning to a pivotal page, Harry was taken aback. He recognized it. The last time he had perused this section, there had been a brief, audacious annotation regarding the use of Moonstone's resonant properties to accelerate magical fusion, the scrawl imbued with a youthful, reckless spirit. The memory had startled him, prompting him to refrain from attempting it. But now, that perilous note had vanished, replaced by several lines of new, equally sharp and fluid italic script. The new annotations not only pinpointed the key areas of magical waste in the textbook steps, but also provided a gentler, more controllable method for guiding magic, detailing how to utilize the natural rhythm of the base potion for resonance, rather than forcefully stimulating the Moonstone. The conclusion meticulously outlined the safe thresholds for magical fluctuations and signs of failure. Abandon the crude, resonant stimulation, attuned to the potion's own magical pulse. As if listening to the tides, after the third clockwise stir, position the magical output point against the inner wall of the cauldron, injecting in harmony with the potion's rise and fall for optimal and stable results. Threshold. The tip of the wand must not exceed a faint glow. Harry's heart skipped a beat. This alteration was exquisite. It exuded a mastery far surpassing the previous reckless scheme. Moreover, it was imbued with a consideration for the safety of the operator, unlike the prince's prior pursuit of extreme efficiency, which had occasionally sparked with brilliance. This felt more like a silent guardianship. Instinctively, he glanced up, his gaze wandering to the tall, dark figure at the front of the classroom. Snape, today serving as Slughorn's assistant, stood with his back to the students, meticulously arranging ingredients at the storage cabinet. He stood erect, his black robe delineating hard lines, his profile appearing chiseled in the dim light. A strange ripple stirred in Harry's chest. He recalled the soothing potion of Moonstone from the hospital wing, the chilling yet firm touch he had felt after a stifled cry during detention, and the astonishing act of Snape carrying him to the hospital wing despite his fury in Slughorn's office. Could it be? A bold, almost absurd thought began to take root. No, it was impossible. Snape loathed him to the core. How could he possibly be the Half-Blood Prince? The individual who had left such profound, insightful annotations in the textbook, imbued with a hidden care at this very moment, could not possibly be the same potion's master who perpetually armed himself with coldness and harshness. Yet, the handwriting, The profound understanding of potions, the succinct and powerful expression in the sharp, flowing italic script. Harry's gaze fixated on Snape's pale, bony fingers, skillfully sorting moonstone fragments with precision and steadiness. He envisioned those hands wielding a quill, inscribing annotations that would alter his potion-making world in the blank spaces of an old textbook. At that moment, Snape seemed to sense the gaze upon him. He did not turn around, but the minutest pause in his sorting of the ingredients suggested a sudden tension in his posture. Then, as if nothing had happened, he resumed his task, yet the lines of his profile appeared even more rigid in the shadows. Harry abruptly lowered his head, his heart racing wildly, his cheeks inexplicably flushed. He dared not look again, forcing himself to concentrate on the new, safe annotations in the textbook. Following the prince's revised guidance, he carefully attuned to the magical pulse of the potion in the cauldron, gently directing the tip of his wand in accordance with the invisible rhythm. As a soft, pure milky glow rose from the cauldron, exuding a calming fragrance, Slughorn once more expressed his delight. Yet Harry found himself somewhat distracted. His fingertips unconsciously brushed over the newly inscribed annotations that replaced the dangerous old notes, the sharp italic script seemingly imbued with warmth, no longer the cold ink of before, but rather a silent, indecipherable cipher. He furtively lifted his gaze, once again seeking the dark-robed figure. Snape remained turned away, focused on the ingredients. Sunlight streamed through the high window, casting a narrow beam onto the cold stone floor of the cellar, landing just short of Snape's feet, as if marking a silent boundary. Harry's fingers tightened around his wand as he felt the warmth emanating from the successfully brewed potion, a warmth that seemed to seep into his very soul, creating an odd balance with the cold crystal vial of the remaining moonstone calming potion nestled in his robe's inner pocket. The cellar remained frigid, the potion's essence still intricate. Yet the air seemed to carry an ineffable, secret tension, akin to the silent steam rising from the cauldron. Chapter 43, Warmth. The bell ringing to signal the end of class was like a chime of salvation, dispelling the air suffused with the complex aroma of herbs and taut nerves. The students, feeling as if pardoned, busily gathered their cauldrons and textbooks, the cacophony of their movements swelling like a tide. Harry carefully stowed away the old textbook that held the secrets of the Half-Blood Prince, his fingertips grazing the new annotations that radiated a sense of clandestine safety. The ripples within him yet to settle. He deliberately lingered, tidying up the remnants of potion spills on the workbench, his peripheral vision involuntarily darting toward the storage cabinet. Snape, with his back to the crowd, was diligently categorizing the leftover moonstone fragments, his black robe's silhouette appearing exceptionally stark and focused in the dim light. Harry, come on. I'm starving, Ron urged, rubbing his nose, which had reddened from the potion's steam. You guys go ahead. I think I left a book in my bag, Harry replied vaguely. Feigning a search within his bag, Hermione shot him a questioning glance, but Ron half-dragged her away. Soon, the classroom was left with only Harry and that dark figure, still engrossed at the storage cabinet, seemingly merging with the shadows. The bubbling of the cooling cauldron and the crisp sound of ingredients clinking against glass amplified in the silence of the cellar. Harry's heart raced. He took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a resolution, picked up his potion textbook, and approached the front of the classroom. He stopped a few paces away from Snape, able to distinctly smell the sharp, unique blend of herbs and the chilling aura emanating from him. Professor? Harry's voice was soft, tinged with tentative formality, shattering the silence that enveloped them. Snape's movements in placing the moonstone did not falter, as if he had not heard. Yet Harry keenly perceived a subtle tightening in the broad lines of his shoulders. Harry licked his dry lips, summoning his courage to continue. Regarding the part about sensing the potion's own magical pulse in the calming potion, I'm not entirely certain how to inject the magical output in accordance with the fluctuations. The description in the textbook is rather vague. He deliberately quoted the prince's new annotations, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. At last, Snape paused in his actions. He did not immediately turn around, merely tilting his head slightly, the sharp lines of his profile chiseled in the shadows like a sculpture hewn from stone. His deep-set black eyes cast a sidelong glance at Harry, his gaze landing precisely upon Harry's face, laden with the customary scrutiny and a barely perceptible curiosity. Vague. Snape's voice emerged, akin to a subterranean river flowing beneath ice, deep and smooth, yet lacking the stifling sharpness he often employed in class. With your troll-like, impoverished intellect, any attempt at clarity would be futile. Another familiar taunt. Yet, for reasons unknown, this time Harry felt no stinging anger. Rather, he sensed a hint of detached professionalism in that frigid tone. Indeed, Snape did not directly berate him for his stupidity and dismiss him, which in itself was a sign of progress. Yes, Professor, Harry murmured, lowering his gaze in an effort to infuse his voice with a tone of respect and eagerness to learn. but I truly wish to understand. I do not wish to waste materials due to improper handling next time. He found a distinctly Slytherin-like justification. A brief silence ensued, punctuated only by the soft click of the glass cabinet door closing. Then, Snape turned to face Harry directly. His imposing figure exuded an intangible pressure. Yet Harry forced himself to lift his head and meet the depths of those black eyes. This time, he did not seek disdain or contempt within them, but endeavored to interpret what lay beneath that icy exterior. Snape's gaze swept over the textbook in Harry's hands before shifting to an abandoned student cauldron nearby, now cooled but still holding remnants of a pure, milky potion. He spoke not a word but extended his pale, long-fingered hand, the very hand Harry had imagined countless times writing notes with a quill, to grasp a discarded glass stirring rod. His movements were unhurried, imbued with a near-elegant precision. Harry held his breath, captivated. Snape gently dipped the stirring rod into the remnants of the abandoned potion. He did not stir it, but allowed the tip of the rod to barely graze the surface of the liquid. Then, Harry observed as Snape's wrist began to rotate with a subtlety almost imperceptible, creating the faintest ripples upon the liquid surface. Magical resonance. Snape's voice resonated low, his gaze fixed intently on the potion that rippled in response to his wrist's movements. Not a brute force disturbance, but a communion. He slightly intensified the motion of his wrist, clarifying the ripples, which now exhibited a harmonious undulation. Perceive its inherent frequency, as if searching for the right words. He paused briefly. His voice remained cold but strangely free of sarcasm, akin to listening to a silent melody. Your magical output should be a resonance, not an imposition. The motion of his wrist slowed once more, becoming gentler, as if soothing a slumbering life. Under his guidance, the potion's remnants began to emit a faint yet pure milky luminescence, fleeting but distinctly visible to Harry. Touch the inner wall of the cauldron, Snape continued, the tip of the stirring rod lightly brushing against the cauldron's interior, avoiding any forced intrusion at the center. Flow with the current to stabilize your integration. Having completed his demonstration, he ceased the motion of his wrist, withdrawing the stirring rod from the potion without causing a single unnecessary ripple. He casually placed the rod upon the workbench, producing a soft sound. Throughout the entire process, he did not cast a single glance at Harry, as though he were merely conversing with himself regarding a discarded object. Yet each movement, each frigid explanation, meticulously unraveled Harry's confusion, proving even more illuminating than the annotations in the prince's book. Harry stared, transfixed, at the now tranquil remnants of the potion, then at Snape's hands, which had just exhibited such exquisite control over magic. An ineffable warmth surged within him, mingling with the clarity of understanding and a strange thrill. He comprehended. That sense of feeling and resonance, that manner of guiding magic into the rhythm of the potion itself. I understand, Professor. Harry's voice trembled slightly, tinged with excitement, and something else. Thank you. At last, Snape raised his eyes. Those deep-set black orbs again fell upon Harry's face, still unfathomably cold. Yet this time, it seemed as if Harry had glimpsed through the icy veneer, capturing a fleeting, almost imperceptible something. Was it satisfaction? An acknowledgement after scrutiny? Or merely the indifference of having completed a pedagogical task? If you understand, then leave, Potter. Snape's voice reverted to its full chill, akin to a final pronouncement. Do not allow the cellar's cold to freeze your already sluggish mind. He turned away, once more facing the cabinet, retrieving another vial of ingredients, as if the brief and intricate guidance had never transpired. Yes, Professor, Harry responded immediately, his heart still pounding vigorously in his chest. He no longer lingered. Turning swiftly towards the door, his steps imbued with an unexpected lightness. Upon reaching the threshold, Harry could not resist casting a final glance back. Snape remained turned away from him, his tall, imposing figure rendered solitary and austere in the dim light. He was placing a vial of processed liquid into the cabinet, his movements precise and meticulous. Harry's gaze fell upon those pale hands. Those very hands had just revealed to him the indescribable beauty of rhythm within potion making. Those hands had penned annotations in textbooks that altered his world, quietly erasing dangers and bestowing protection. Those hands had grasped his bleeding wrist during confinement, concocting a soothing draught of moonstone luminescence in the infirmary. The cellar remained cold, the scent of potions rich and complex. Yet in the air lingered the warmth of the fleeting milky glow that had briefly illuminated the abandoned cauldron, along with a silent, icy afterglow imbued with peculiar power. Harry clenched the old textbook in his pocket, feeling the rough texture of the pages, as if he could touch the sharp slants of ink that concealed the soul forever shrouded in shadows, yet capable of illuminating his world of potions. He gently pushed open the heavy wooden door of the cellar, sunlight from the corridor flooding in, momentarily blinding. Harry squinted. a tiny smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. It was not born from Snape's scorn, but from a secret warmth that only he could comprehend. Much like the potion at the bottom of the cauldron that had yet to cool completely, flowing slowly within his heart. Chapter 44. Hate or Love. The astronomy tower soared into the clouds, standing as a sword pointing towards the stars amidst the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. The cold night wind howled past. Dumbledore gripped the frigid railing, weakly leaning against the wall. His right hand had turned ashen, with withered traces creeping up his veins like a sinister vine. His breaths came in quick succession, yet his eyes bore an unusual calmness, even a profound understanding. Severus, Dumbledore's voice was steadier than ever. Yet it resonated like a hammer striking the stillness of the night sky. I need you. Harry, concealed beneath the invisibility cloak, felt his heart race. Nearly bursting from his chest, he beheld the familiar tall figure emerging from the shadows at the staircase, Severus Snape. His black robes billowed in the strong night wind, resembling the wings of night unfurling. His pale face appeared even more austere beneath the moonlight. Yet Harry caught a glimpse of an almost imperceptible tremor beneath his tightly pressed lips. Professor Dumbledore, came Snape's voice, tinged with a deliberate tension, as if he were desperately trying to maintain a frigid facade. What do you require? His gaze fell upon Dumbledore's charred hand, and his pupils momentarily contracted. I need you to fulfill the final promise, Dumbledore stated, locking eyes with Snape's unfathomable black orbs. His tone was as soft as a sigh, yet bore the weight of the world. Kill me. Harry, concealed beneath the invisibility cloak, clamped his hand over his mouth to stifle a gasp. Kill him? Dumbledore was requesting Snape to end his life. A sense of absurdity and overwhelming terror seized him in that instant. He fixed his gaze on Snape, as if trying to pierce through that icy mask to uncover the truth. Are you mad? Snape's voice cracked for the first time, revealing an unmistakable fissure of suppressed emotion. As the layer of ice began to shatter under the immense strain. There must be another way. There has to be. His words were laced with a near-desperate struggle. As his hand, clutching the wand, trembled uncontrollably, the smooth wand slipped from his palm, clattering against the cold stone floor, only for him to bend down instantly, seizing it with a spasm-like urgency. His knuckles whitened with the force of his grip. There is no time. Dumbledore gently shook his head, his gaze drifting past Snape's shoulder, as though he could see the encroaching darkness. Voldemort will come himself. That outcome will be far worse, for everyone. His eyes hinted towards the direction where Harry was hiding. Harry felt his blood run cold. He saw Snape jerk his head up suddenly, and in those eyes that were usually filled with disdain or mockery, he now beheld a tumult of pain and struggle that Harry had never witnessed before, one that seemed capable of consuming everything. That pain was so palpable, so intense. It felt like a blunt knife repeatedly carving into Harry's heart. Snape's throat constricted painfully. I cannot. Snape's voice was shattered, nearly choked, each word tearing itself from the depths of his soul. A drop of icy liquid glistened in the moonlight, trailing down his pallid cheek devoid of color. For Harry. Dumbledore's voice remained soft, yet it cleaved through Snape's turmoil like a bolt of lightning. Do you remember Lily? For her eyes, and for so much more. Harry's breath hitched completely. Lily? His mother? Dumbledore mentioned her at this moment. He witnessed Snape's body convulse as if pierced by an invisible blade. The depths of his black eyes were instantly engulfed by profound anguish, yet beneath that pain, something deeper and more complex seemed to burn. Always, Snape's voice emerged, deep and resonant like a sigh, yet imbued with a soul-piercing weight. This response was no longer merely a promise to Lily, but a heavy vow to uphold everything Dumbledore entrusted him with, including the protection of that boy who possessed Lily's eyes and stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. More tears fell silently, leaving damp traces along his hardened jawline. Harry, beneath the invisibility cloak, held his breath, his heart gripped tightly by a frigid hand. He saw Snape slowly, agonizingly raise the hand that clutched the wand. The movement was stiff, akin to a marionette's, the wand tip trembling in the night breeze, finally pointing towards Dumbledore's heart. Severus, please. Dumbledore's voice was unexpectedly gentle, imbued with trust and solace, even a hint of a barely perceptible plea. In that moment of suffocating silence, Snape's wand suddenly trembled violently. The wand's tip did not emit the lethal green light, but instead erupted into a brilliant, pure silver mist. The mist swiftly coalesced into the form of a graceful, sacred doe Patronus, raising its head with crystalline antlers shimmering softly in the moonlight. It leapt forward with lightness, neither attacking nor defending, merely using its beautiful, warm antlers to gently touch Dumbledore's unblemished hand, conveying an indescribable sense of comfort and farewell. That touch was fleeting as if a mere illusion, yet it seemed to encapsulate 1,000 unspoken words. Then, the Patronus transformed into a flurry of silver stars. dissipating into the biting night wind, leaving behind only silence and an even deeper sorrow. Do it. Dumbledore gazed towards the direction of the Patronus's disappearance. A flicker of solace flashing in his eyes, his voice as soft as a feather, for the greater good, and for him. Snape abruptly shut his eyes, thick lashes still glistening with unspent tears. He inhaled deeply, as if summoning every ounce of strength within him, his thin lips moving to utter those three chilling syllables, Avada Kedavra. The blinding green light erupted like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, illuminating Snape's tear-streaked, pale, and despairing face, as well as Dumbledore's serene acceptance. Dumbledore's body floated down like a weightless leaf from the tower's peak, descending into the endless darkness. No. Harry's reason shattered in an instant, obliterated by immense grief and a sense of betrayal. He yanked off the invisibility cloak, his wand slicing through the air with a shriek. Aimed directly at the black-robed figure atop the tower, his green eyes ablaze with burning hatred and heart-wrenching pain. "You murderer!" His voice was hoarse and distorted, each word dripping with blood and tears. Snape turned slowly. The night wind billowed around him, freezing all his vulnerability and tears in an instant, leaving only a hollow silence and unfathomable fatigue. However, when his gaze met Harry's filled with hatred and anguish, Harry could unmistakably see the tumult of indescribable emotions swirling within those depths: extreme pain, icy resolve, heavy guilt, and a glimmer of profound, sorrowful apology that Harry had faintly sensed in the shadows of the library and the cold scrutiny of Potions class, now resoundingly clear. That gaze seemed to convey, "I am sorry, but this is the only path. Look at what you've done." Harry screamed uncontrollably, his wand trembling violently from sheer fury and sorrow, its tip nearly touching Snape's nose. "You killed him. You coward. You betrayed him." He choked, unable to utter the name, unable to express the shameful, shattered flutter of his heart. "Be quiet, Potter." Snape's voice was unnaturally calm, eerily tranquil like the dead silence of the sea before a storm. But Harry noticed, beneath the cover of his black cloak, Snape's fingers gripping the wand were trembling uncontrollably, knuckles turning white. Just then, the Death Eaters surged up the staircase like ravenous hyenas scenting blood. Leading them was the werewolf Fenrir Greyback, bearing his gleaming white fangs in an excited snarl. Bellatrix Lestrange followed closely, her twisted face alight with bloodthirsty madness. "Kill that boy." Her shrill voice pierced the night, clearing the path for her master. As Fenrir's wand was about to point at Harry, a red light shot forth faster than lightning. It was Snape. Expelliarmus. The red beam struck Fenrir's wand, sending it flying. The werewolf staggered back, colliding with the Death Eaters behind him. In a ghostly flash, Snape moved beside Harry, his towering figure exuding a chilling sense of urgency, momentarily separating him from the approaching foes. He lowered his head, his voice a hushed urgency only Harry could hear. "Run, Potter. Now." "I will not." Harry struggled and roared like an injured cub, his wand unwaveringly aimed at Snape's chest, his green eyes entwined with hatred and resentment. "I will kill you. I must leave." Snape abruptly turned his head, emitting a suppressed roar towards Harry. In that sound, there was no longer the usual coldness and cruelty, but rather an urgent plea and a protective instinct steeped in desperation. Simultaneously, his wand waved again, releasing a silvery light that lashed out like a whip, forcefully repelling another Death Eater who attempted to pounce. At the moment Snape roared, his dark eyes once again met Harry's green ones in the air. This time, Harry perceived it with utmost clarity. Within those abyssal depths, brimming with anguish and resolve, there surged an emotion he never anticipated witnessing in this moment. In this person, a profound love so intense it bordered on tragic. It was not a reminiscence of Lily, but rather an indescribable, incomprehensible complexity of feelings towards the furious and desperate boy he loathed, yet had to protect with his life. That gaze seemed to burn, exerting its last ounce of strength to convey, "Survive." Harry's body jolted violently, his mind blank, yet his instincts surged faster than thought. It was as though he was propelled by those smoldering black eyes, and he spun around, no longer hesitating, charging toward the stairwell like an arrow released from its bow. "Stop him!" Bellatrix screamed, a green light shooting toward Harry's retreating form. Obstacles loomed. Snape's incantation was swifter. An invisible barrier materialized instantaneously at the stairwell, blocking the deadly green light. He stood at the edge of the tower, his black robes swirling in the night wind, resembling a guardian black statue, his wand continuously casting spells, perfectly intercepting every curse aimed toward the stairway. As Harry ran, in the last fleeting moment before entering the stairwell, he couldn't help but glance back. The moonlight fell like frost, chillingly illuminating the tower's pinnacle. Snape stood alone amidst the silver radiance, his silhouette upright, yet exuding an unspeakable solitude. His wand danced like the wind, unleashing a spectrum of colors, firmly holding back the encroaching Death Eaters, creating a path of escape for Harry. That scene, imbued with a breathtaking, chilling grandeur, was indelibly etched into Harry's retina. The corridors of Hogwarts twisted and spun in Harry's tear-blurred vision. He stumbled forward. The only sound remaining in his ears was Snape's final, hoarse command, "Go, now." And the image of those black eyes filled with pain, determination, and profound love before the green light erupted. At the tower's summit, Snape watched Harry's figure vanish completely at the stairwell, his taut nerves remaining unrelaxed. The Death Eaters were temporarily forced back by his powerful spells, yet their fury blazed fiercer. "Why won't you let us pursue?" Bellatrix screamed, her face contorted with rage. "That brat has escaped." Snape slowly turned, confronting the chaotic throng of Death Eaters. The tear stains on his face had long dried, leaving only an icy calm, as frigid as ancient ice. His fathomless black eyes swept over Bellatrix, scanning each Death Eater, exuding an undeniable pressure as if he had just slain the greatest wizard. By Dumbledore's command, his voice was terrifyingly calm, like an ice-forged blade slicing through the air. "Potter must survive." He paused deliberately, his gaze piercing like tangible ice. "The Dark Lord intends to finish him himself. You wish to defy the Master's will." The Death Eaters were momentarily stunned by his frigid gaze and words, exchanging glances as their fervor was instantaneously doused. No one dared to question the man who had just killed Albus Dumbledore. Snape cast one last glance in Harry's direction as he vanished, where there was now nothing but the cold stone wall. No longer hesitating, he lightly tapped his wand to the ground. Apparate. With the sound of air bursting, he materialized in a desolate field outside Hogsmeade, bathed in moonlight. Upon confirming the area was clear and safe, the thread of responsibility and disguise that had held him together finally snapped. His tall frame slumped suddenly, as if burdened by an invisible weight of immeasurable pressure. The pain, guilt, and sorrow that had been suppressed for so long surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly engulfing him. His knees buckled, crashing heavily into the cold, damp earth, producing a dull thud. Scalding tears could no longer be contained, cascading down like pearls from a broken string, staining the ground with darkened traces. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, piercing the skin, yet he remained oblivious to the blood seeping through. Choked sobs escaped from between his gritted teeth, low and despairing, akin to the lament of a dying beast. "I did it. Albus," he choked out, his voice fragmented, each word heavy with blood and tears. "I kept my promise. I protected him." He suddenly lifted his head, issuing a silent roar to the still night sky, veins bulging in his neck. "But I hate you. I hate you for making me do this. I hate you for forcing me to bear it all." Beneath the starry sky, Snape's form trembled violently in the cold moonlight, as if crushed by immense pain. After what felt like an eternity, he shakily withdrew his wand. Almost reverently, he closed his eyes, as if drawing upon his last vestige of strength. Then, with great slowness and utmost focus, he traced through the air. The silvery light coalesced once more, even purer and gentler than before atop the tower. The elegant Doe Patronus reformed, gracefully stepping upon the ethereal grass, raising its head, its crystalline antlers shimmering with a soft silver glow beneath the starlit sky. It stood quietly before Snape, its pure light illuminating his tear-streaked, disheveled face, offering a measure of silent solace. "She would be proud you protected him." A gentle, familiar voice suddenly resonated across the quiet field, not corporeal, but imbued with a rhythm of spiritual resonance. Snape jolted, the Doe Patronus tilting its head slightly. There, beside it, floated the image of a Phoenix Patronus, Fawkes, composed of a warm golden-red glow. It bore no physical form, yet was vividly alive, its golden-red feathers radiating warmth in the night, dispelling a hint of chill. It gazed at Snape with wise eyes, its voice resonating directly in Snape's heart, imbued with Dumbledore's distinct, soothing tone. Snape stared at the image of Fawkes, his lips moved, ultimately forming only a dry, fragmented sound. He hates me. He saw me, and he will never understand." That voice was laden with exhaustion and a profound sense of helplessness. Hate is the most easily cultivated emotion at this moment. The image of the Phoenix spoke softly, its voice like a warm stream, ardent and direct, capable of temporarily masking deeper pains. But Severus. Fawkes's image drew closer, the golden red light seemingly dispelling the chill enveloping Snape. Love is the most challenging aspect. It demands understanding, it requires forgiveness, it compels you to choose to protect in darkness. Even when unrecognized, even when met with hatred. What you did tonight was the most arduous form of love. Not merely a promise to Lily, but a guardianship over Harry Potter's future. This love is heavy and silent, yet its power shall ultimately pierce through the fog of hatred. Snape offered no response. He lowered his head deeply, his shoulders trembling slightly. He raised his gaze towards the direction of Hogwarts Castle, its silhouette standing silently in the distance like a colossal, scarred giant. At that moment, a ghastly bolt of lightning rent the oppressive night, illuminating the earth in an instant. As well as the winding tear tracks upon Severus Snape's face, and the tumultuous emotions within his eyes, a tumultuous mixture of profound anguish and a flicker of understanding. The thunder roared forth, drowning the silent sorrow that hung over the fields. The Do Patronus gently stepped forward, nestling beside the warm glow emitted by the image of Fawkes. As two protective lights intertwined in the impending stormy night, forming a transient yet resolute realm of warmth that enveloped the solitary soul crumbling in the earth. Chapter 45, Voldemort. The spatial constriction wrought by apparition had not yet fully dissipated, and the air was thick with the musty scent of decaying wood and an indescribable chill of dark magic. Instantly enveloping Severus Snape, he materialized in the stifling hall of Malfoy Manor, repurposed as a temporary command center. The towering ceiling, adorned with a massive crystal chandelier, cast a pallid light that failed to dispel the heavy shadows lurking in the corners. The air seemed to solidify, laden with a viscous malevolence. He forced himself to straighten his back, suppressing the marrow-deep fatigue and tear-streaked pain from the collapse in the fields, burying them deep within the recesses of his heart. The mask of cold indifference returned to his visage, the facade of a Death Eater who had just slain the most illustrious wizard of the century, Albus Dumbledore. Now firmly in place, only in the depths of his unfathomable black eyes lingered a trace of the desolation that could not be entirely erased by the storm's passing. The hall was already populated with a number of Death Eaters, resembling vultures in the dark. Upon Snape's arrival, all whispers ceased abruptly, their gazes converging upon him. In their eyes, a blend of awe, fear, schadenfreude, and unabashed scrutiny was palpable. Lucius Malfoy stood at a distance, his complexion pale, his expression complex. Meanwhile, Bellatrix Lestrange, akin to an excited lioness, burned with a twisted adoration and a sanguinary glint in her eyes. Yet, all of this seemed trivial in the presence of the figure seated at the end of the hall upon a throne carved from enormous serpent bones, Voldemort. His faceless visage appeared as a waxen effigy under the pallid light, the crimson serpent-like eyes resembling two infernal lanterns flickering in the darkness. He tilted his head slightly, his long, pallid fingers gently caressing the head of Nagini. The enormous and perilous serpent coiled around the armrest of the throne. The snake hissed, its cold, slitted eyes likewise fixated on Snape. The air felt as though it had been siphoned away. A formidable, soul-chilling force of icy, viscous mental energy surged forth, enveloping Snape in an instant. It was legilimency. Without warning, and more potent and malevolent than ever before, the probing began. Snape's heart raced violently within his chest. Yet he was prepared. The barriers of his occlumency rose with unprecedented intensity, encasing his profound anguish over Dumbledore's demise and the complex emotions surrounding Harry beneath the deepest ice vault of his mind. At the surface of this barrier, he constructed a vivid, coherent image filled with intricate details: the cold moonlight atop the astronomy tower, Dumbledore's frail figure, Dumbledore's calm request, "Kill me." His internal struggle, "I cannot. There must be another way." Dumbledore's mention of Potter and Lily as leverage. His ultimate surrender and torment, the wand raised, the green light of Avada Kedavra exploding forth. Dumbledore's falling form. Potter's emergence, with accusations of fury and wand drawn. The Death Eaters surged forward, and he was forced to repel Fenrir, safeguarding Potter's escape. He stifled the Death Eaters' doubts, emphasizing that the Dark Lord wished to terminate him personally. The apparition followed. Throughout the ordeal, the cold logic was stark, the details rich, infused with the agony of being compelled to execute a task and the absolute obedience to Voldemort's command. The barrier stood as firm as the coldest ice, keeping Voldemort's probing tendrils of thought from reaching the deepest recesses of his true emotions. Voldemort's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, and the invisible mental pressure gradually receded like a receding tide. A deathly silence blanketed the hall, broken only by the chilling hisses of Nagini. "Severus," Voldemort's voice emerged, akin to a serpent gliding over dry sand, cold and hoarse with an inhuman rhythm. Each syllable struck the still air like ice shards. "You have succeeded. You have removed our greatest obstacle." His mouth appeared to attempt to smile, but the lack of lips only formed a more terrifying curve. Snape inclined his head slightly, his gesture both formal and respectful, his voice steady and devoid of tremor. "All for your will, my master. Dumbledore is dead." He enunciated the word dead with particular clarity, as though to underscore the task's completion. The process? Voldemort's voice was devoid of emotion, merely a cold command. His scarlet pupils, akin to searchlights, fixed unwaveringly upon Snape's face, scrutinizing every minute change in his expression. Snape maintained his bowed posture, commencing the recitation of the memory he had constructed. His tone was calm and objective, akin to reporting experimental data. He depicted Dumbledore's frailty and request, noted his instinctive resistance, emphasized how Dumbledore had wielded Potter and Lily as emotional leverage to compel him to act, and ultimately, he executed the command for the greater good, for your grand design. He omitted the details of the Patronus, explaining Potter's escape as a compliance with Dumbledore's absurd order at the moment of death, aimed at preventing others from touching your prey before you did. He asked you. Bellatrix interjected sharply, her voice brimming with incredulous excitement and twisted delight. That old madman. He begged you to kill him? Ha ha. How ironic. How pathetic. Voldemort raised a pale finger, and Bellatrix's laughter was abruptly silenced, leaving only a mask of sycophantic awe upon her face. He mentioned Lily? The tone of Voldemort's voice carried a strange, bone-chilling interest, his serpent-like eyes flickering with a glimmer. That mudblood? He thought to bind you with her? His gaze pierced Snape once more like an icy probe. A barely perceptible rigidity coursed through Snape's body, almost imperceptible. He compelled himself to raise his head, meeting those inhuman eyes, his own dark orbs reflecting a stillness akin to stagnant waters. Bind. His voice remained steady, though he slowed slightly. No, my master. That was merely the delirium of a dying old man, a pathetic attempt to grasp at straws. It reminded me of who I truly serve, and the essence of that boy's existence, rooted in the defilement and plunder of my beloved by his father. He infused his genuine hatred for James Potter into his words, deftly steering Voldemort's thoughts, transforming the topic of Lily into a catalyst for disdain against the Potter lineage. Voldemort's serpent eyes appeared to flicker with satisfaction. Slowly, he rose from the serpent bone throne, and Nagini obediently slithered down onto the cold marble floor, her massive form gliding silently, her icy scales rasping against the ground with a disquieting hiss. She moved toward Snape. The Death Eaters instinctively recoiled a step. Snape stood his ground, like a black stone statue, his cloak billowing gently in the breeze stirred by Nagini's passage. He could sense the frigid gaze of the colossal serpent, a predatory stare that was primal and pure in its chilling essence. Voldemort stalked towards Severus Snape, drawing so close that Snape could detect the unearthly scent emanating from him, a blend of ancient magic and a faint metallic tang of blood. He extended a hand, pale and devoid of color, its gnarled fingers hovering ominously before Snape's heart. Suspended in the air, a whisper of dark magic, subtle yet infused with horrific energy, lingered at his fingertips. Severus, Voldemort's voice dropped to a hushed, serpentine hiss, akin to a viper caressing the eardrum. Tell me what you felt when you uttered that incantation, when the green light pierced his chest. His scarlet pupils bore into Snape's eyes, striving to penetrate the icy barrier that encased them. Did he sense the surge of power, the ecstasy of vengeance, or the rending of his very soul? The very notion of soul-rending struck Snape like a poisoned dagger, piercing the frozen core of his innermost agony. He could almost hear the tumultuous roar of pain and guilt surging beneath the ice. But he could not a single shred could he reveal. For a fleeting moment, Snape's breath stilled, quick as an illusion. He forced his dark eyes to meet Voldemort's gaze, within them swirling a tempest deliberately concocted of pain and fervor. I felt, he began, his voice deepening, laced with a touch of rasp and a suppressed fervency, the heavy finality of an era, and the sublime glory that clears the path for you. He slightly elevated the volume of the last few words, placing particular emphasis on glory, as if persuading himself while simultaneously confessing a twisted loyalty to Voldemort. As for the soul, a cruel, icy smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. For your grand endeavors, for the greater good, the cost of a soul is trifling. He twisted Dumbledore's ideals into a sacrificial declaration for Voldemort. Voldemort's serpent eyes fixated on Snape. Time itself seemed to freeze. The silence in the hall was palpable, with only Nagini's hissing echoing like the whisper of death. At last, the corners of Voldemort's lipless mouth appeared to twitch upward, forming a dreadfully horrifying smile. Very well, Severus, very well. He retracted his hovering fingers, the black magic dissipating with them. Your loyalty and your sacrifice have not gone unnoticed. However, at the moment Snape's taut inner string of resolve slightly loosened. A cold and cruel glimmer flashed within Voldemort's crimson gaze. Nagini, a simple name, as if it were a command. The massive serpent coiling at Snape's feet suddenly reared its enormous head with no forewarning. It struck like lightning. Before anyone could react, its glistening, venomous fangs, like two poisoned daggers, sank painfully into Snape's left arm. Ugh! The excruciating pain, akin to being seared by a branding iron, radiated from his arm throughout his entire being. Snape stifled a groan, his body trembling violently from the acute agony. Yet he clenched his jaw, forcing back the cry that threatened to escape. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and his complexion turned as pale as a specter. He did not retreat, nor did he struggle. His fathomless black eyes, under the onslaught of pain, constricted to their utmost limits, swirling with a tempest of anguish and a flicker of shocked fury. This was no reward. This was punishment. A test. A branding of his very essence. Voldemort reveled in Snape's agony, his scarlet pupils glimmering with cruel delight. A mere mark. Severus. A commemoration of your accomplishments this night. His voice slithered like a serpent's tongue, and a reminder. He leaned closer, his icy breath nearly brushing against Snape's face. The price of betrayal is far more agonizing than death. Your soul forever belongs to me. Nagini released her grip, her enormous head retracting slowly while her frigid, slit pupils remained locked onto Snape, her hissing tongue tasting the air thick with pain and dread. On Snape's left arm, two clear, bone-deep puncture wounds oozed black blood. The skin surrounding the injury rapidly turning an ominous shade of purple, the pain gnawing at his nerves like a vile parasite. He felt a severe wave of dizziness wash over him, yet he forced himself to remain upright, to uphold the facade of cold composure. Though his breathing became labored and his body trembled slightly. Now, Voldemort straightened, resuming his lofty posture, as if the prior cruelty had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Tend to your wounds, Severus. You are still of use. Hogwarts requires a new headmaster, a true master of darkness. Voldemort's crimson gaze swept over the petrified Death Eaters, finally settling on Snape, who was enduring the agony of his blood-soaked arm, as if appraising a freshly forged weapon marked with a unique brand. Do not disappoint me. Snape bowed deeply, summoning every ounce of strength to suppress the tremors of pain and the rising nausea. He rasped in reply, "It is my master." He turned, dragging his pained and heavy footsteps toward the imposing oak door, intricately carved with grotesque serpentine designs. Each step felt like treading upon shards of glass. The wound in his arm igniting, searing through his flesh and soul. He could feel Voldemort's palpable, icy gaze trailing him like a corporeal weight, as well as the malicious snickers of Bellatrix and the others. The oak door closed heavily behind him, severing the suffocating atmosphere of the hall and the scarlet gaze. In the dim light of the corridor, Snape could no longer hold himself together. His body swayed violently before collapsing against the frigid stone wall. He gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking through his black robes, the pain rendering his vision dark. He cast his gaze upon the grotesque wound on his left arm. Black blood dripping from his fingertips onto the expensive carpet, blooming dark stains. This wound was Voldemort's mark of loyalty, a shackle of surveillance, and a cruel mockery of the unspeakable pain that resided deep within his soul. He raised his right hand, trembling as he fished a small crystal vial from the pocket of his robe, containing a more potent, deep purple soothing draught he had prepared for himself before the collapse in the fields. He uncorked the vial and gulped down the viscous, bitter liquid with fervor. The searing sensation and numbing chills swiftly spread, momentarily quelling the physical agony and the wails of his soul. Leaning against the cold wall, he closed his eyes, and in the darkness, the vision of the green light from Dumbledore's fall atop the astronomy tower, Harry's hate-filled green eyes, Voldemort's crimson gaze, and Nagini's cold fangs flashed before him like a maddening carousel. Beneath the deep purple numbness, the magma of suffering and guilt surged relentlessly, while the freshly branded mark of the serpent's kiss served as an eternal, fiery reminder to his soul, which had long been torn and branded through countless sacrifices of lies and unspeakable guardianship, plummeting ever deeper into the abyss. The opulent yet chilling corridors of Malfoy Manor resembled a passageway leading deeper into hell, and he must continue onward, burdened by this battered body and fractured soul. For the greater good, for those eyes, and for the boy he could never name but whom he would guard with his very life. Chapter 46. The Truth. Number 12. Grimmauld Place loomed in the relentless rain, like a slumbering beast, foreboding and oppressive. The frigid raindrops relentlessly pelted the dust-laden window panes, producing a monotonous and dreary sound. In the kitchen, the sole source of light was a flickering magical lamp overhead, casting quivering shadows upon the weary faces of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The fireplace had long extinguished, and a chilling draught seeped into their very bones. "We must find a safer refuge," Ron muttered anxiously, gnawing at his nails, his voice resonating starkly in the stillness. "I've heard that the Ministry's search parties are prowling about like bloodhounds, rummaging through every household. This should be the safest place." Harry's voice was somewhat ethereal, tinged with profound fatigue. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the kitchen wall where an old photograph, hastily brought along, hung. In the photograph, Sirius Black leaned against the threshold of his cherished ancestral home, his handsome visage illuminated by a long-lost, unclouded smile, sunlight dancing upon his tousled black hair. It was one of the few remaining warm mementos for Harry. Yet now, the the person in the photograph was gone, and the mansion echoed only with hollow reverberations and profound sorrow. Ever since Sirius had vanished behind the veil, Harry's world had been in relentless disarray. Harry. Hermione's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable firmness as she gently pushed a worn diary, exuding the essence of ancient parchment, towards the table. This is one of the relics left to me by Dumbledore. We need to discuss Dumbledore and Professor Snape. She intentionally employed formal address. Harry's fingers clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. A familiar searing pain radiated from the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, reminiscent of Voldemort's malevolent whispers. Ever since that fateful night in the astronomy tower, the pain had intensified, accompanied by nightmares that clung to him like a shadow, the cold pinnacle of the tower. The howling night winds, Snape's resolute figure in flowing black robes, the blinding green light erupting from the tip of his wand, and the image of Dumbledore plummeting like a marionette with severed strings, each frame a piercing reminder of betrayal and heart-wrenching agony. I cannot forgive him. Harry's voice was hoarse and fragmented, each word seemingly forced from his throat, laden with deep-seated hatred and profound confusion. He killed Dumbledore. He deceived us all. He has always been Voldemort's most loyal servant. He shouted, as if the volume could convince him of this grim reality. Hermione refrained from rebuttal, cautiously flipping open the diary. Her slender fingers halted on a particular page, gathering a soft aura of magic at her fingertips. In an instant, a familiar scene unfurled in the air before them. Rippling like water, a glimpse into Dumbledore's office. The memory of the headmaster appeared exceedingly gaunt, feebly seated in an expansive armchair. His once mighty right hand, which had wielded the Elder Wand, now lay charred and withered, as if scorched by hellfire, the malevolent curse's marks creeping up his veins. Severus. The memory of Dumbledore's voice resonated, tranquil as a deep pool, yet imbued with an all-knowing weariness. I need you. Harry's heart sank. He saw his memory self cloaked in invisibility, the perspective shifting momentarily, and then, emerging from the shadows of the spiral staircase, was that familiar tall figure, Severus Snape. His black robes seemed to rustle in the breeze of the memory, his pallid visage, illuminated by the office's gentle light, bore attention that Harry, blinded by hatred at the time, had overlooked. Dumbledore, Professor, Snape's voice echoed, laced with deliberate restraint, yet Harry could distinctly discern the anxiety, perhaps even fear, beneath that cold timbre. I need you to fulfill the final promise. Dumbledore's voice was as light as a sigh, yet weighed heavy as a mountain. Kill me. Harry felt as though struck by an invisible hammer, abruptly swatting away the memory's apparition. He gasped for breath, his emerald eyes wide with disbelief, swirling with tumultuous emotions. He had witnessed this scene with his own eyes, yet had never truly seen it. Dumbledore was pleading with Snape to kill him. Did you see that? Hermione urgently grasped Harry's arm, her voice quivering with excitement. Dumbledore was asking him. Professor Snape was following orders. But why? Ron's mouth hung agape. Confusion and astonishment etched across his face. Why would Dumbledore do such a thing? He is Dumbledore. Because of that hand, Ron. Hermione swiftly opened the hefty tome on magical history, pointing to a section regarding powerful dark magic curses. Remember Professor Slughorn mentioned it in passing? And recall our previous speculations? Dumbledore was cursed mortally while destroying one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He knew his time was limited, and the curse would render him worse than dead, potentially allowing Voldemort to control him. Her voice bore the weight of unveiling a cruel truth. Harry felt the blood rush to his head, only to recede in the next moment, leaving behind a frigid numbness. He trembled as he reached for the diary again, compelling the memory to resurface. This time, he forced himself to see past the veil of hatred and fixate upon Snape in the recollection. He witnessed Dumbledore say it was for Harry. He perceived the immense anguish and struggle that surged in Snape's eyes, an expression that was anything but theatrical. It was the gaze of a soul being torn asunder. He saw Snape's wand slip from his grasp, fingers trembling, tears streaming down his face. He saw Snape close his eyes, lips moving to utter the killing curse, his countenance marked by near-desperate desolation. He saw Snape turn to face him when he ripped off the invisibility cloak and shouted in fury, and in those unfathomable black depths, he saw not only emptiness and weariness but a complex emotional tumult that resonated like thunder in his mind. Pain, resolve, profound guilt, and a deep-seated sorrowful guardianship. That gaze mirrored the one he had seen atop the astronomy tower when he had screamed for him to leave. And there is one more thing. Hermione's voice pulled Harry from the whirlpool of shock as she pointed to a detail in the memory he had overlooked. Look here. When the Death Eaters surged forward, and Fenrir was about to attack you, it was Professor Snape. He disarmed Fenrir with the disarming spell. He protected you, just after he had killed Dumbledore. If he were truly loyal to Voldemort, why would he do that? Why not let Fenrir kill you? Why did he later intervene to stop the other Death Eaters from pursuing? Why did he do that? Harry's voice was hoarse and trembling, struggling to contain his emotions. The image he had pinned to the pillar of hatred began to sway violently, revealing an incomprehensible and heart-wrenching truth beneath. Was it for Dumbledore's command? Or for some other reason? That absurd notion he had captured in the cellar and atop the astronomy tower, which he had forcibly suppressed, now grew wild like a vine. Harry abruptly stood, pacing like a caged beast in the cold kitchen. The warm smile from Sirius's photograph felt like a dull knife slicing through his heart. He needed answers. More fragments to piece together this truth that had upended his entire world. He dashed upstairs, heading straight for the dust-laden study of the Black ancestral home. This space once belonged to Sirius, now cluttered with some of Dumbledore's belongings. The towering bookshelves were cloaked in dust. Harry frantically rummaged through the sea of books, oblivious to the rough spines that cut into his fingers. Ron and Hermione entered with an air of apprehension. Suddenly, a familiar, tattered, and yellowed tome caught their eye. Advanced potion making. Harry's heart momentarily skipped a beat. It was the book, the one that had altered his fate in potion making, belonging to the Half-Blood Prince. How could it be here, among Dumbledore's relics? Trembling, he withdrew the book, its weight suggesting it bore countless secrets. As he flipped through its pages, a folded piece of parchment, crafted from a unique type of vellum, slipped out and floated to the dust-laden carpet below. Harry bent down to retrieve it, carefully unfolding it. The parchment bore potion recipes inscribed in a familiar, sharp, flowing italic script, infused with a cold elegance. Yet the title struck him like a bolt of lightning. Soothing Solution, Ultimate Refined Version, integrating Phoenix Resurrection Factors and Unicorn Heart Essence. Alias, the final protective potion for that boy who always gets into trouble. Below, a labyrinth of densely packed formulae and magical diagrams unfolded, far surpassing the complexity of anything Harry had learned. The Phoenix Feather was designated as the core stabilizer and a medium for purifying dark magic. The Unicorn Horn was meticulously noted for providing a barrier of pure life, warding off soul erosion. This was no ordinary soothing potion. This was a concoction specifically designed to combat the most potent and malevolent dark magic, particularly tailored as the ultimate protective potion against soul links and Voldemort spells. Merlin S. Beard. Hermione leaned closer, gasping at the sight. The Phoenix Resurrection Factors and Unicorn Heart Essence made this recipe astonishing. Not only could it stabilize the mind, but it could also create a formidable barrier against the erosion of the soul, particularly effective against dark magic. She glanced at Harry's scar, the implication unspoken. The mastery required for this potion was extraordinary. Harry's gaze was fixated on a seemingly casual line of small print at the bottom of the vellum. The familiar sharp italic was present, yet it bore a touch of resignation he had never sensed from its author. For that boy who always gets into trouble. SS. Severus Snape. Harry's fingers unconsciously traced over the small print, feeling the rough texture of the vellum and the slightly embossed ink. In the frigid study, the air felt as though it had solidified. All the suppressed fragments of memory surged forth like a tidal wave. In the cellar, that vial shimmering with moonstone light. Soothing his mental scars. After potion class, those pale, slender hands demonstrating the rhythm of potion making before an abandoned cauldron. The sharp italic annotations in the textbook that removed danger and added safety. Atop the astronomy tower, those black eyes filled with pain, desperation, and profound love before the green light erupted, that desperate plea to leave. Dumbledore's calm request, Snape's tears of despair, and that soul-piercing always. The fortress of hatred built on the truth crumbled under the deluge of revelation. Beneath the fragments lay not the visage of a traitor, but a soul burdened with heavy shackles, walking the razor's edge, encased in the coldest of exteriors while protecting the deepest of hearts. He was not a traitor. He was the Half-Blood Prince. He was the one who had always guarded the troubled boy in his own way. Grasping the heavy vellum, Harry felt as though he held a piece of Snape's shattered soul. He lifted his gaze to the endless rain-soaked night outside. The raindrops coursing down the glass resembled silent tears. After a long moment, a whisper, barely audible, filled the cold, damp air with profound emotion and belated understanding. Severus Snape. Chapter 47. Confession. The chill of Malfoy Manor's hall felt like solidified darkness. Snape stood in the shadows, his senses as resilient as fine threads, penetrating the thick barriers. Tethered tightly to the distinct soul resonance of Harry Potter at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Each time he sensed that young, angry, desperate yet resilient spark of life still flickering. It was akin to stones cast into the still waters of his heart, creating ripples of indescribable emotion. The bite mark from Nagini on his left arm throbbed faintly, a reminder of the cost of his disguise, yet it also sharpened his awareness of the complex, fervent attachment blossoming in his chest beneath the eternal love for Lily. A connection that transcended mere protective duty, evolving into a feeling he dared not fully contemplate. Severus. Voldemort's serpentine voice slithered through. Hogwarts needs you. Ensure the castle's purity. The crimson gaze bore scrutiny. As you wish, master, Snape replied, his voice cold and devoid of ripple. Departure meant he could not directly protect Harry. He required a signal, one only Harry could comprehend, one that would affirm his intentions. With a flicker of thought, his wand, concealed in his sleeve, silently guided a message that was not an ordinary Patronus but a summons infused with his most genuine thoughts. Grimmauld Place. The fireplace erupted in green flames, and a silver-white stag stepped into the light. It walked directly toward Harry, its antlers brushing against his shoulder. A familiar chill that curiously carried a longing and concern that reached deep into his soul. It guided him to the study, its antlers pointing toward a map tucked within advanced potion-making, marked with Spider's Alley, Safe Passage. He is helping us. Harry clutched the map, the sensation of Snape's handwriting burning against his fingertips. Ron's skepticism seemed pale in that moment. The echoes of Snape's anguished always from the pensive. The precise guidance of his hands in potion class, the stabilizing spell on the Quidditch field, the stag dispelling Dementors in the Forbidden Forest. Those dark eyes filled with pain and love atop the astronomy tower. All images converged, assaulting Harry's emotional defenses. He loved my mother. Harry's voice trembled. Yet his gaze was unprecedentedly clear, meeting the stag's tender silver eyes. So he protects me. But it's more than that. He placed his hand over his heart, feeling the warmth from the complex emotions conveyed by the stag, transcending mere guardianship. He was protecting Lily's son, but here stood Harry Potter. He sees me. This realization struck like thunder, detonating the buried emotions within him, feelings toward the man in the black cloak that were as complex and difficult to articulate as love. Late but unmistakably clear. The stag's silver eyes seemed to brighten at Harry's words, filled with a bittersweet comfort, gently dissipating. We must go. Harry's voice was steady. But not to Spider's Alley. Why? Ron and Hermione asked in unison. Harry's fingertip brushed his scar, where an odd resonance emerged, not the probing of Voldemort, but a weary, vigilant gaze filled with deep concern that transcended space. Because he needs us alive, but away from the whirlpool he inhabits. Going there would endanger him. More importantly, Harry was now utterly convinced that Spider's Alley was not the destination, but rather a coordinate Snape had reserved to prove his intentions. He was meant to go to Hogwarts, where Snape was, but not yet. Days later, in Spider's Alley, the safe house had been compromised. The cold, dilapidated living room was permeated with the stench of blood and dark magic. Snape lay amidst a pool of blood, Nagini's venom coursing through his veins, life slipping away rapidly. In his hazy consciousness, he heard the crack of apparition and saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione burst through the door, horror etched on Harry's face. No, Professor. Harry knelt beside him, his hands desperately attempting to staunch the gushing wound, his emerald eyes swirling with a tumult of shattered fear and unadulterated affection. Severus struggled to raise his gaze. Those eyes, strikingly reminiscent of Lily's, were mere inches away, brimming with tears shed for him, overflowing with unabashed, heart-wrenching sorrow and love. No longer did he see through the shadow of Lily. He was truly looking at Severus Snape. That gaze, akin to a final redemption, shattered all of his facades and defenses. Look at me. Severus's voice was fractured and hoarse, demanding with his last vestiges of strength. He longed to depart this life under the scrutiny of those eyes. Yet, as Harry's tears dripped onto his cheek, mingling with his blood, a more potent impulse overwhelmed him. He had to voice his truth before the eternal darkness consumed him. Trembling, he lifted his blood-stained hand, his icy fingertips, for the first time, gently caressed Harry's cheek, wiping away a scalding tear. The gesture, clumsy yet imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. Your eyes, he gasped, each word draining his life, like Lily's. This is a beginning, not an end. He concentrated all his remaining consciousness, his dark eyes locking onto Harry's tear-filled green ones, as if to imprint his very soul within. But what I see is you, Harry, it is you. Harry trembled violently. Severus's fingertips, that frigid touch, those unvarnished words, acted as a key, wholly unlocking the floodgates of emotions within his heart. He hesitated no longer, concealing nothing. I know. Severus, I know. Harry choked, gripping tightly onto Severus's hand that rested upon his face, as if trying to transfer his very essence to him. I too. The weight of the words I love you felt monumental, yet at this pivotal moment, they were crystal clear. I saw it. Your eyes at the tower, your Patronus. The map. I understand everything. It was not for others, it was for me. He leaned down, resting his forehead against Severus's cold brow, tears mingling with the man's blood as they fell. Do not go. I beg you. Do not leave me alone. Severus's pupils dilated slightly at Harry's confession, a flicker of incredulous light igniting deep within his dying black gaze. He felt it. Harry's unreserved love. So fervent, so pure. This was the redemption he had never dared to dream of throughout his dark existence. At that moment, Severus's wand, which he had tightly clutched in his other hand, erupted uncontrollably with an unprecedented, pure, dazzling silver light. The radiance was so intense that it instantly dispelled the darkness and bloodshed within the room. In the astonished gazes of the three, the silver light no longer coalesced into the form of a doe. It surged and transformed violently, ultimately stabilizing into a robust stag. Its antlers branching majestically like a crown. Grand and elegant, it radiated a vibrant vitality. This was the form of Harry's father's Patronus. And indeed, it was also the form of Harry's own Patronus. This silver stag, it no longer represented Severus's lament for Lily's lost love. It was the most intense, genuine manifestation of joy deep within Severus's soul, a joy stemming from Harry Potter himself. It arose from the love he held for Harry being reciprocated. From this profound understanding and connection that transcended life and death, piercing through the darkness. It proclaimed that Severus's most cherished emotional anchor had irrevocably shifted from the past Lily to the Harry before him. The stag lowered its head, its gentle silver antlers tenderly brushing against Harry's cheek, then softly gliding over Severus's pale forehead. It emanated warmth, steadfastness, and a protective power, as if it were a silent vow connecting the dying Severus and the heartbroken Harry. Severus watched as the stag, belonging to Harry, was born from his wand. Feeling Harry's firm grip and warm tears, the last vestige of coldness in his dying gaze completely melted away, leaving only an infinite sense of relief and a flicker of contentment. He parted his lips, expending his final breath. His voice as light as a whisper, yet resonating clearly in Harry's ears. "Good boy, my Harry." The hand resting on Harry's face slipped away weakly. The light in his dark eyes flickered, akin to a candle flame extinguishing, yet the corners of his mouth held a minuscule curve, a nearly tender arc of relinquished burdens. "No." Harry let out a heart-wrenching wail, tightly embracing Severus's body, still warm, yet devoid of life. As though he wished to merge into the cold embrace of the other, Harry knelt beside Severus, trembling fingers brushing over the man's frigid cheek. Ron and Hermione stood nearby, astonished at the unfolding scene. "Harry," Hermione called softly. "He has always been protecting me," Harry said, his voice filled with shock and sorrow, "from the very first day. For my mother, and for me." Harry gazed down at Severus's pale face, noticing an odd tranquility and release in the man's expression at the brink of death. "Professor," Harry whispered, his voice imbued with a new sentiment. I understand now." He leaned down, gently kissing Severus's forehead, not out of love, but out of respect, gratitude, and a complex emotion he wasn't yet ready to confront. "I will not let you down," Harry whispered near Severus's ear. "I promise." A solitary tear slipped from Harry's eye, landing on Severus's face, mingling with the nearly imperceptible smile at the corner of the man's lips, forever capturing the moment on the eve of the battle at Hogwarts. Tears cascaded forth like a burst dam, pouring onto Severus's pale, serene face, mingling with the dried blood, akin to the final merging of two shattered souls. The silver stag Patronus did not immediately dissipate. It stood quietly beside the two, its grand antlers bowed, the gentle silver glow serving as the softest of tributes, enveloping Harry and his beloved, who lay forever asleep, finally revealing and being understood in their true hearts. That light was the testament to the love that Severus proved with his final breath, a love that transcended mere protection, an eternal, indelible mark. In the dilapidated house of Spinner's End, this moment became the sacred temple where their love both began and concluded. Witnessing this belated yet profoundly weighty confession made at the cost of life. Chapter 48, The Final Battle. The chill of the forbidden forest enveloped him like the breath of the dead, cold and piercing. Harry stood alone before Voldemort and his legion, his heart thundering heavily in his chest, yet strangely devoid of fear. Severus's memories, that weighty and fervent love, encased his soul like the most resilient armor. He beheld Voldemort's pale, contorted face, twisted with cruel delight, and the bloodthirsty exhilaration in Bellatrix and others' eyes. "Harry Potter," Voldemort's voice slithered like a serpent across the sand, laced with mocking cruelty. "The boy who lived has finally come to an end. Kneel, submit to me, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift end." Harry remained unmoved. His gaze calmly swept over Voldemort's crimson snake-like eyes, which held nothing but hollow evil and a distorted worship of power. He recalled the complex emotions, pain, struggle, protection, and ultimately, the pure love that lay deep within Severus's dark eyes. That love was far more potent than all of Voldemort's powers combined. "No," Harry's voice was not loud, yet it pierced the stillness of the forbidden forest with unprecedented strength. I will not kneel to you, Tom Riddle. Your path is one of hatred and division. But I. He tightened his grip on the holly wand, feeling as if another soul's will resonated within it. I choose love. Voldemort's smile froze in an instant, twisting into pure rage. Avada Kedavra. The piercing green light tore through the darkness, imbued with an aura of annihilation, striking directly towards Harry's heart. Harry did not flinch. He even closed his eyes. In that fleeting moment as the green light enveloped him, what emerged in his mind was not fear, but the infinite tenderness reflected in Snape's final gaze, the depth of his dark eyes whispering, "My Harry." He wholly embraced this fatal curse, as one would accept a cruel destiny, simultaneously welcoming a fresh beginning. His consciousness did not dissipate. Instead, it plunged into a realm of pure, brilliant warmth, the King's Cross Station. He stood upon the vast platform, his feet resting on a surface as smooth as glass. Not far away, a grotesque creature, resembling a skinned infant, curled beneath a bench, weeping faintly, exuding an odious presence. That was the fragment of Voldemort's soul, stripped bare. A figure sat quietly on a nearby bench. No longer the somber professor cloaked in black robes, but a markedly younger Severus Snape. He wore a simple black robe, his complexion still pallid. Yet the heavy gloom and anguish that once marred his brow had vanished, leaving only a profound tranquility and a hint of relief. He gazed at Harry, the icy barrier in his dark eyes replaced by a gentle warmth and a trace of barely perceptible concern. Severus. Harry nearly lunged forward, tears instantly blurring his vision. He yearned to embrace this figure, only to discover he seemed to pass through the air. Harry. Snape's voice was gentle and clear, no longer the cold silk of memory, but imbued with a sense of peace that follows the settling of dust. You did it. You chose to confront him with love, rather than hatred. He looked at Harry, his eyes brimming with a complex array of emotions, pride, sorrow, and an overwhelming love that could not be diluted. Am I dead? Harry surveyed his surroundings, then glanced at the grotesque creature beneath the bench. That is the fragment of your soul he left behind, Snape replied calmly. Your death has shattered this shackling bond. As for you, he gazed deeply into Harry's eyes. You possess the right to choose, Harry. Return to the battlefield. Fulfill your mission, or stay. He extended his hand, though unable to truly touch. The gesture was filled with invitation and protection. Harry beheld Snape's serene and gentle visage, witnessing the unreserved love that existed solely for him. To remain meant eternal peace and reunion with Snape, a temptation of immense magnitude. Yet, he turned to face the expanse of pure whiteness, as if he could penetrate the void and glimpse the crumbling remnants of Hogwarts, hear the desperate cries of his friends, feel the lingering threat of Voldemort. He recalled the burdens and sacrifices Snape had borne throughout his life, remembered his dying words, uttered for the greater good and their protection. No, Harry's voice grew resolute as he faced Snape, his green eyes alight with the same love and determination. I cannot stay. He is still out there. My friends are still fighting, and so many others need protection. He paused, his voice choked with emotion. Just as you protected me, now it is my turn. Snape's lips slowly curved into an exceptionally gentle smile, a pure expression Harry had never witnessed before, filled with understanding, support, and boundless pride. I knew you would choose this. Snape's voice resonated with gratification. Remember, Harry, love is your strongest armor. It is mightier than any dark magic. Carry it forth to bring this to an end. His figure began to fade, becoming translucent and soft, like the warm light of dawn. I will always watch over you. My Harry. Severus. Harry reached out, but grasped only a vanishing point of light. Snape's form completely melded into the radiant white, leaving an endless warmth and love lingering in Harry's heart. Taking a deep breath, imbued with Snape's final blessing and that love now woven into his very being, he turned away, resolutely embarking on the path back to reality. The Great Hall of Hogwarts lay in utter silence. Voldemort triumphantly proclaimed Harry's death, and the Death Eaters erupted into frenzied cheers. Neville Longbottom bravely stood forth, only to be tormented by the Cruciatus curse. Hermione and Ron were heartbroken, while Professor McGonagall and others were filled with despair, just as Voldemort prepared to strike down Neville. Expelliarmus. A familiar voice thundered like a clap of thunder. A brilliant red light shot forth from the direction of the hall's entrance, accurately disarming Voldemort of his wand. No! Voldemort shrieked inhumanly, his crimson snake-like eyes narrowing in sheer horror and disbelief. Everyone turned in unison. Harry Potter stood there, drenched in blood and tattered clothing, yet standing tall like a pine. His green eyes were no longer clouded with confusion or pain. Instead, they burned with a resolute flame. The light sharp and fearless, as if he had returned from the very shadows of death. Even more astonishingly, A soft yet unyielding silver aura enveloped him. Not the corporeal form of a Patronus, but the embodiment of love's will itself. It was a soul barrier forged from the transcendent love that Snape had bestowed upon him, which he had fully understood and accepted. Harry, Hermione, and Ron's cries of joy shattered the silence. Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice trembled with elation. The entire hall erupted with thunderous cheers and tears of disbelief. Impossible. Voldemort screeched in a frenzied rage, desperately summoning his wand. You died. I killed you. What you have killed is a part of yourself, Tom. Harry's voice was calm and powerful, imbued with an all-seeing clarity. You will never understand that some powers are greater than death. Like love. Voldemort's face twisted into a mask of mad fury. Kill him, he shrieked, issuing the command as his wand unleashed a deadly green light. Harry did not utter a spell. He simply raised his wand, silently invoking Snape's name, his mother's name, and the names of all those he loved and who loved him in return. That profound love, that protective will, coalesced within him, forming the most potent of forces. Protego. It was not an ordinary shield charm. A dazzling barrier, a magnificent silver shield woven from countless strands of light, resembling a multitude of tiny fawns, unfolded before Harry in an instant. Voldemort's killing curse collided with it, dissipating like a stone cast into the sea, merely causing ripples before vanishing entirely. Voldemort and all his Death Eaters were left astounded. It is over, Riddle. Harry's voice rang out like the final judgment. He no longer fled, no longer feared, but initiated the attack. His wand danced, casting spells that were precise and powerful. Infused with the sharpness of Snape's teachings and the will of love he had come to understand. He weaved through the Death Eaters, his target clear, Voldemort. Nagini lunged at Harry with a hiss. Harry's eyes sharpened, recalling the gruesome wound on Snape's arm, the unfinished vengeance. The sword of Gryffindor seemed to resonate with his will, flashing with cold light. Before anyone could react, the serpent's head was sent soaring. No. Voldemort howled in heart-wrenching agony. Nagini was his last Horcrux. The final confrontation unfolded in the vast hall. Voldemort, like a cornered beast, attacked wildly, dark magic surging towards Harry like a tidal wave. Yet, the silver barrier of love surrounding Harry remained unyielding. With each clash of spells, the silver light grew ever more radiant. Snape's words echoed in his mind. Love is the strongest armor. Remember the rhythm of magic. Feel it. He no longer resisted with sheer force. Instead, he embraced the tumultuous waves of Voldemort's magic as taught by Snape in potions class, guiding and dissipating them with the grace of the most exquisite dance. He even drew upon the profound understanding of the essence of magic found in the Half-Blood Prince's notes, seamlessly merging defense with counterattack. You have lost, Tom. Harry's voice rang out clearly amidst the cacophony of magic. You have fractured your soul, yet you fail to comprehend that true power emanates from a complete heart. You created Horcruxes to evade death, only to render yourself more pitiable than the most wretched of ghosts. Voldemort's madness reached a fever pitch as he staked everything. Raising the Elder Wand once again, Avada Kedavra. Simultaneously, Harry lifted his wand, devoid of hatred, filled only with an endless yearning for his lost loved ones. A fierce protection for his friends, a longing for peace, and that deep love ignited by Snape, which ultimately became his source of strength. All these emotions coalesced into a pure golden-red radiance, akin to the rising sun, imbued with the power of purification and resolution. Disarm. The golden-red disarming spell collided thunderously with the sickly green killing curse. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a silent ripple of obliteration spread forth. The green light, as if encountering its nemesis, retreated and dissolved. The golden-red brilliance surged forth with unstoppable momentum, striking the Elder Wand in Voldemort's grasp with precision. The Elder Wand soared high, tracing an arc through the air before finally landing gently in the hands of Harry Potter. Voldemort stood frozen, his scarlet snake-like eyes filled with sheer terror and disbelief. He gazed down at his empty hands, then at the wand in Harry's possession, the symbol of ultimate power. He attempted to cast a spell once more, but his body began to fracture like shattered porcelain, starting from the fingertips that had cast the killing curse, crumbling away into ash. Impossible. This was the last vestige of consciousness he left in the world, filled with resentment and an incomprehensible fear of that elusive power. In the next moment, he completely dissipated into thin air, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never existed. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped Hogwarts Castle. Then, as if a volcano that had been stifled for centuries erupted at last, a deafening cacophony of cries and jubilant cheers broke through the clouds. Rays of sunshine pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the ruins and also bathing Harry Potter, who stood resolutely in the center of the hall, clutching the Elder Wand. Harry stood there, enveloped in sunlight and the thunderous applause. He gazed down at the elder wand in his hand, feeling the gentle flow of its magic. He was not consumed by the ecstasy of victory. Instead, he was beset by a profound weariness and deep sorrow. He lifted his gaze toward the castle's battle-scarred high windows, where sunlight streamed through stained glass, casting mottled shadows. In that light, he seemed to glimpse a familiar, upright black silhouette. No longer shrouded in gloom and pain, it radiated tranquility and release. Those unfathomable black eyes transcended the boundaries of life and death, gazing tenderly at him. The corners of its mouth seemingly adorned with the satisfied and proud arc that Harry had seen at King's Cross Station. A single tear silently traced down Harry's cheek. Falling to the floor and kicking up a tiny cloud of dust, he gently caressed the smooth surface of the elder wand, as if he were cradling another's hand. "We did it, Severus," Harry whispered in a voice only he could hear, a gentle curve of bittersweet love and endless sorrow gracing his lips. "We have finally come home." The sun shone brilliantly, illuminating the rebirth of Hogwarts and casting light upon the eternal flame within Harry's heart, forged from blood sacrifice and the deepest love. A light that would guide him and protect all those he cherished as they ventured into the future. And that figure in the black cloak would forever reside within this radiance, becoming the most resilient pillar and the gentlest echo of his soul. Chapter 49, Aftermath. The crystal chandelier in the Ministry of Magic's golden hall scattered countless shimmering light spots beneath the morning sun, resembling a silent shower of stars. Harry Potter stood at the center of the high podium, clad in a solemn black suit. A finely crafted silver phoenix brooch pinned to his collar, a commemorative badge forged in the aftermath of war, symbolizing rebirth and guardianship. His gaze swept over the solemn crowd below, finally resting on an empty space that seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 burdens. Today, Harry's voice resonated steadily and powerfully, echoing clearly in the silent hall, carrying an undeniable weight. "We posthumously award the first-class Order of Merlin to Professor Severus Snape." He deliberately paused, allowing the significance of the name to settle into the hearts of all present. In our darkest hour, he walked the razor's edge with unparalleled courage and wisdom, serving as a double agent hidden in the shadows. The crucial intelligence he relayed saved countless innocent lives, altering the course of the war. Harry's tone deepened, imbued with a barely perceptible pain and immense respect. Ultimately, he sacrificed everything to protect the students of Hogwarts and to safeguard all that he held dear, including his very life. A near suffocating silence enveloped the audience. Several elder wizards exchanged complex and reverent glances. Molly Weasley sat in the front row, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, her shoulders trembling slightly as silent tears streamed down her face. In the Slytherin delegation, Draco Malfoy appeared pale as a ghost. He inhaled deeply, rising first to applaud slowly and forcefully. This applause rippled outward like stones cast into a tranquil lake, rapidly swelling into a thunderous round of applause, filled with respect and a belated understanding. After the meeting, the front page of the Daily Prophet was dominated by a massive headline. From Hogwarts traitor to the bravest soul, Harry Potter vindicates Severus Snape. Yet Harry knew that these external honors and the ensuing clamor were far from the conclusion. The battle within his heart concerning understanding, solace, and love had only just entered its most intimate arena. Night enveloped Hogwarts. The oak door to the headmaster's office gently closed behind Harry, shutting out the tumult of the outside world. Moonlight streamed through the high windows, casting elongated and sharp shadows of armor across the corridor. Fawkes the Phoenix let out a soft trill from his perch, his golden-red feathers shimmering in the moonlight. "Good night, professors," Harry murmured, nodding slightly to the portraits of past headmasters on the wall, his gaze ultimately fixed with determination upon the darkest corner of the office, the portrait of Severus Snape. The man in the painting remained in that familiar, somewhat somber potions classroom, his back to the frame, the hem of his black robes seemingly stained with remnants of solidified potion spills. His posture exuded the cold indifference that Harry remembered well, as if all that lay beyond the frame was of no concern to him, or perhaps he deemed it unworthy of his attention. "Professor Snape," Harry's voice was soft, as if fearing to disturb something sacred, and he took a few steps forward, pausing before the portrait. "I brought something you might find interesting. This month's issue of Potions Innovation and Theoretical Frontiers." He gently placed a beautifully bound journal on the broad base of the frame below the portrait. There lay a silent testament of over a dozen unopened copies of potions and elixirs, like a solemn monument. Harry did not leave. He gazed at that stubborn silhouette and continued to speak, his voice imbued with a near tenacious tenderness. "Today, I was organizing your former office. In the bottom drawer of the storage cabinet, within a permanently sealed box, I discovered your improved recipe for the draft of Living Death." He paused momentarily, his fingertips unconsciously caressing his wand, the script of that manuscript mirroring the notes from the tome on advanced potion making that had salvaged me countless times during my 3rd year. The portrait remained utterly still. Even the creases of the robe had not altered. Harry inhaled deeply, a tumult of intricate emotions surging within his chest. He stepped closer, almost able to discern the subtle textures of the paint upon the canvas. He no longer sought to convey news, nor recount his accolades. He yearned to articulate the most fervent truths nestled deep within his heart. The name Severus had transformed from a mere formality into a profound, undeniable intimacy. Finally spoken aloud before the portrait, for all to recognize the sacrifices he had made for them. "You are a hero, a true hero." "Hero?" The figure within the portrait at last responded. A voice, cold and laced with derision, shattered the silence of the room. Snape slowly turned his face, his pale profile illuminated by the dim light, resembling a marble sculpture, the corners of his mouth twisting into a familiar, razor-sharp smirk that Harry knew all too well. "Such a trite term. Mr. Potter, if your nocturnal visit is merely to engage in a self-indulgent act of lamentation, I suggest you make your way to the chapel at Hogwarts, or any corner that might accommodate your redundant emotions. Do not squander my time here." Those black eyes within the portrait, even through the layers of paint and canvas, seemed to pierce through to the very soul. "No." Harry's voice suddenly escalated, infused with urgency and a deeper affection, his hand flying up as his fingertips almost brushed against the cold glass of the frame. "I am not here to confess. I am here to reveal the truth. The truth about me, about us." His green eyes locked onto the icy black orbs within the painting, aflame with unmistakable fervor. "You protected me, not merely out of Dumbledore's command, not because of your promise to my mother. Severus, look at me. You protected me because you love me. You love Harry Potter, just as I love you." The air appeared to freeze. Fawkes ceased preening his feathers, and the sardonic expression on Snape's face became momentarily fixed, as if something deep within his dark eyes flickered violently, fleetingly, like an illusion. "Absurd." The voice from the portrait grew even more frigid, laced with offended ire. "Dismiss your foolish Gryffindor fantasies, Potter. Leave at once." He barked, spinning around sharply, presenting that cold, solitary back to Harry, his black robes taut as a drawn bowstring. Gazing at that resolute silhouette, Harry's heart constricted painfully, a surge of anguish washing over him. Yet he did not falter. Instead, a glimmer of unwavering determination sparkled in his eyes. He ceased his words, slowly raising his wand. Expecto Patronum. The incantation was soft, yet imbued with the weight of his entire being. No stag, no doe. A pure, warm light, akin to the melting snows of early spring, cascaded from the tip of Harry's wand. This luminescence did not coalesce into a tangible form of an animal, but flowed like a living stream, gently and resolutely advancing towards Snape's portrait. The silvery light enveloped the entire frame in an instant. It seeped into the fibers of the canvas, gliding over the cold black robes depicted, softly brushing against the taut figure of Snape within the painting. The light was not blinding, yet radiated an irresistible warmth and pure love that penetrated the depths of the soul. It embodied Harry's unreserved understanding, sorrow, longing, and profound affection for Severus Snape. Chapter 50, Foolish Boy. The night sky over Hogwarts was as deep as ink, speckled with stars like scattered diamond dust. Atop the astronomy tower, the night breeze carried the coolness of early autumn intertwined with the unique scent of freshly rebuilt stone. Harry Potter sat alone upon the cold stone steps, his black robes draped casually at his side, his gaze distant as he overlooked the campus below, illuminated by a myriad of lights and bustling scaffolding. His wand lay quietly in his palm, its tip aglow with a soft, steady radiance. "Expecto Patronum," he murmured, his voice low, nearly lost to the night wind. The light at the tip of his wand suddenly coalesced and ascended, no longer symbolizing Lily's doe, but rather a majestic, elegant stag with antlers branching like a crown, the silver Patronus that represented Snape's profound love for him, a cherished mark deep within his soul. The stag glided gracefully through the air, enveloped in pure silver light, as if it had absorbed the brilliance of the stars above. Its gentle gaze fell upon Harry, offering a silent companionship. I remember Harry's voice was soft, as if whispering to his Patronus, or perhaps confiding in the heavens. "Every time you appear, in whatever form, you shine through the darkness with an unmistakable clarity." He extended his hand, his fingertips not truly touching the silver apparition, but merely feeling the familiar chill emanating warmth imbued with Snape's essence, just as it was now. He withdrew his hand, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead with a near-affectionate tenderness. At this moment, it was serene, devoid of Voldemort's whispers, only a peculiar warmth coursing beneath his skin. This sensation transcended the boundaries of life and death, as if sensing another gaze, equally weary yet intensely focused, filled with profound emotion, gently resting upon him from the eternal cosmos. Harry tilted his head slightly upward, gazing into the vast expanse of stars, a smile gracing his lips, imbued with a mixture of longing, understanding, and a hint of resignation. I am beginning to comprehend. Professor, he spoke softly to the starry sky, the stag Patronus seeming to listen attentively. Why you always said I was a bother. The night breeze tousled his dark hair, his green eyes shimmering under the starlight with a complex and tender glow. For loving someone truly is a troublesome endeavor. One worries for their safety, feels anger for their recklessness, desires to shield them from all dangers, even at the cost of their own wounds, even when misunderstood. His voice trembled slightly, then softened further. For even in absence, the instinct to care and protect remained as natural as breathing. This trouble is a burden I willingly embrace. In the distance, the warm lights spilling from the high Gothic windows of the headmaster's office resembled a solitary and steadfast lighthouse amidst the ocean of night. Within the frame, the figure of Severus Snape stood before the window. He was no longer turned away from the world, but stood quietly, his deep black eyes piercing through the confines of the canvas, transcending the castle's shadows, gazing intently and enduringly at the solitary figure atop the astronomy tower beneath the stars, as well as the silver stag that encircled him, a testament to their shared love. The Snape within the painting retained his familiar cold features. Yet the icy gloom that often shadowed his brow seemed to have thawed slightly under the starlight and the glow from the tower. He observed Harry's tender gesture upon his scar, witnessed the weight of longing and gentle confessions upon his face as he gazed at the stars, and seemed to hear the whispers of trouble and love carried on the night breeze. A minuscule ripple, nearly imperceptible, unfurled in the depths of Snape's dark eyes. Within them swirled a tumult of complex emotions, sorrow, resignation, familiar reproach for the boy's bothersome antics, yet predominantly, a profound tenderness and concern that bordered on a sigh. Foolish boy, the voice from the portrait emerged, no longer a frigid rebuke, but a low, hoarse murmur, imbued with a softness he had not anticipated, betraying a depth of emotion. The voice was as faint as a sigh, dissipating within the tranquil confines of the frame, audible only to the figure depicted within. The habitual criticism of incessantly digging into danger and memories, usually a mere reproach, now felt like a thorn-wrapped concern, imbued with an impotent worry that could neither be averted nor relinquished. Yet this time, he did not avert his gaze. He did not, as was his custom, erect an icy barrier with his back. In the painting, Severus Snape stood quietly by the window. His dark figure, illuminated by the warm glow of the indoor light, appeared less isolated than before. His eyes, akin to the most resilient threads, traversed the space, gently yet obstinately entwining with Harry atop the astronomy tower, entwining with the silver stag, entwining with the celestial tapestry that bore witness to their shared anguish and affection. That gaze, reminiscent of an eternal silhouette, spoke of a guardianship and love rooted in the depths of the soul, undying and unceasing, regardless of the chasm between life and death. Beneath the starlit sky, Harry seemed to sense something. He slightly tilted his head, casting his gaze towards the lit window of the headmaster's office, a hint of understanding and solace deepening the curve of his lips. The Patronus, the silver stag, also lifted its head, its argent eyes seemingly converging with the dark orbs in the frame, sharing a tenderness that transcended boundaries. The night at Hogwarts, following a pause in the tumult of reconstruction, felt particularly serene, and amidst this high and low exchange of glances, interwoven with starlight and lamplight, in the silent dialogue between the living and the departed, the love that had been proven at the cost of life now flowed quietly, becoming the gentlest yet most resilient echo upon this ancient land of magic. Chapter 51, The Daily Confession. The night in the headmaster's office was steeped in the tranquil essence of parchment and ancient spells. Harry sat before the expansive oak desk, once belonging to Dumbledore, with not the usual administrative duties laid out, but rather a draft of a new bill from the ministry concerning the rights of werewolves. The quill hovered above the parchment as he instinctively lifted his gaze towards the dimmest corner of the office. Professor Snape, Harry's voice resonated in the stillness, natural and familiar, as if conversing with an invisible advisor. What are your thoughts on the mandatory reporting clause for the monthly wolfsbane potion in the third section? Is it overly stringent, potentially compelling those who wish to conceal their identities to hide even deeper, creating greater hazards? He did not genuinely anticipate a detailed response. He had simply grown accustomed to casting the threads of his contemplation in that direction. In the corner's frame, the figure of Severus Snape was frozen in his eternal potions classroom. He faced away from the frame, his black robes cascading, utterly motionless, like the most solitary silhouette. Yet Harry understood that beneath the cold paint, there was not true silence. This marked the 387th day that Harry had persisted in conversing daily with this portrait. From initial awkward, one-sided confessions to almost instinctual sharing, that silhouette had become an indispensable anchor for his thoughts. Today, Neville came, Harry continued, the quill scratching annotations on the parchment, his voice imbued with warmth. Madame Augusta passed away peacefully last winter. He has endured, far stronger than we imagined. He paused, a slight smile gracing his lips. He has taken over the Longbottom family's magical herbarium. And guess what? He cultivated a seedling of mandrake that emits a silver-blue glow under the full moon. It's nothing short of miraculous. He wishes to name it Severus Light. For your theory on the resonance of moonlight and magic inspired him. As he spoke, Harry's gaze inadvertently swept across the portrait. Still, it remained that indifferent silhouette. However, in the flickering glow of the fireplace, Harry keenly detected a richness in the colors at the edge of the canvas, seemingly more vibrant than ever. The profound black appearing to hold the flowing essence of ink, while the shadows of the window frame appeared more three-dimensional. He set down the quill, his voice involuntarily softening to a near whisper. I also visited the end of Spider's Tail Alley today. Within the frame, the figure facing away appeared to slightly tense at the shoulders. Your grave is very quiet. I cleared the fallen leaves and placed a fresh bouquet of sneezewort. He chose this potion ingredient over the more common white flowers. I remember their symbolism is to soothe pain, and they are highly effective for calming drafts. He spoke as if explaining, yet it felt like an intimate confession. Suddenly, the Snape in the painting abruptly turned. The motion was so swift that it seemed to break free from the constraints of the canvas. Those deep, piercing black eyes, like two cold searchlights, instantaneously penetrated the space, locking on a Harry. In that gaze, Harry recognized the familiar mockery and chill, yet beneath that hardened exterior, he distinctly perceived a tumultuous jolt, akin to being struck by thunder, coupled with an indescribable blend of indignation at being intruded upon and something deeper, softer, like an undercurrent surging beneath the frozen surface of a lake. Potter. The voice from the portrait emerged, deeper than Harry remembered it when the portrait was first hung, lacking some of its previously deliberate sharpness, yet still carrying an air of aloofness. You are indeed an irredeemable oddity. He hesitated, weighing his words, and ultimately articulated with an almost sighing complexity. The living are perpetually fixated on wandering foolishly among gravestones. The summer night was abruptly shattered by a sudden thunderstorm. Large raindrops pounded violently against the colored glass windows of the headmaster's office, producing a dull, thudding sound. The flames dancing in the fireplace dispelled some of the damp chill. Harry was not seated behind the desk, but rather curled up in an armchair by the fireplace, clutching a crystal glass filled with amber liquid, fire whiskey that Ron had insisted he take. Occasionally, Harry, don't stretch yourself too thin. The warmth flowed down his throat, bringing with it a sense of relaxation, awakening long-suppressed feelings. Harry's gaze drifted dreamily towards the portrait. Snape still faced away from him, as if merging with the storm outside. You know, Professor, Harry's voice, imbued with the relaxation brought on by alcohol and a hint of barely perceptible hoarseness, broke the night's tumult. Today at the joint meeting at the Ministry, I got into an argument with Draco Malfoy. He swirled the glass, the liquid reflecting the firelight. He proposed raising the difficulty of entrance exams for Muggleborns, advocating the outdated notion of a blood purity adaptation period. The portrait showed no reaction. Harry chuckled to himself, a bitter yet relieved smile gracing his lips. And I supported him. This time, the figure in the painting seemed to shift slightly. You must think I'm mad. Harry took a swig from the glass, the spiciness rushing to his nostrils. No, I supported his abolishment of that damned, insidious blood purity screening process. I backed his amendment to promote meritocracy, albeit it turned the entire direction on its head. His green eyes sparkled with sharp and steadfast determination in the firelight. The portrait slowly, almost imperceptibly, turned its head, revealing a fraction of its pale visage and a furrowed brow, its cold gaze slanting toward him. Since when did the great savior, Potter, become a fervent advocate for Muggleborns? The tone was laced with familiar sarcasm, yet the final note seemed somewhat detached. Because of you. Harry's voice rose suddenly, the alcohol catalyzing his uncontainable excitement as he sprang to his feet, the liquid in his glass sloshing. Because you said it yourself. In that pensive, in your deepest memories. He imitated the deep, anguished voice etched in his memory, each word resonating with clarity and strength. Lily Evans, that mudblood. Harry immediately countered, his gaze ablaze as he fixed upon the portrait. Lily Evans was braver, wiser, and more radiant than any pure-blood wizard I have ever encountered. Her origins have never, and will never, obscure the brilliance of her soul. This truth, shrouded in hate, was deciphered from the depths of Snape's memories. The figure in the portrait seemed struck by an invisible spell. The entire frame trembled violently. The colors on the canvas warped and blurred. As if the paint had been cast into a maelstrom, he abruptly turned around, and for the first time, that pale face exhibited a near-unraveled astonishment and indescribable torment. His lips moved soundlessly, unable to produce any sound. Meanwhile, Harry appeared oblivious to the portrait's violent quaking. He set down his goblet and approached the portrait with a slightly unsteady yet resolute stride. He halted before the frame, gazing up at the pair of wide, black eyes that seemed to reflect the impact of immense tumult, so close that he could almost feel the chilling breath emanating from the canvas. The alcohol amplified his courage while stripping away his final defenses. Today, I encountered a new intern in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry's voice grew low, imbued with a dreamlike tenderness. A young Slytherin, with dark hair and black eyes, always wore a slight frown and pursed lips, as if the entire world owed him galleons. He extended his hand, fingertips tracing the outline of the figure behind the cold magical barrier, evoking memories of you, your younger self. So radiant, yet so solitary. Potter. The voice from the portrait erupted, hoarse and fragmented, infused with an unprecedented panic and a sense of being utterly exposed. You are inebriated. Foolish. Absurd. Cease your nonsensical ramblings at once. Perhaps, Harry smiled, the bitterness replaced by a sense of relief and openness as if a great weight had been lifted. Perhaps the alcohol has dulled my senses, but it has also granted me the audacity to voice the truths I feared would disturb you. Truths I dreaded would be pierced by your icy gaze. He inhaled deeply, his chest heaving, emerald eyes akin to the purest gemstones. Locking onto the depths of those stormy black orbs within the painting, his voice clear and resolute. I love you, Severus Snape. Not for saving my life. Not because of Dumbledore's command. Not merely for your profound, soul-deep love for my mother. I love you because you are you. Because of the loneliness beneath your sharpness. The fragility hidden behind your cold facade. The struggle you endure while bearing darkness yet yearning for light. The silent guardianship you embody through your very existence. And for all your contradictions, your pain, your fury, and the tenderness and unparalleled courage you conceal. I love you. This love is independent of whether you still draw breath, or whether you wish to respond. It exists here. He pressed firmly against his heart, tears welling in his eyes, yet his voice grew ever more resolute, within my soul. As natural as breathing, as eternal as a heartbeat. Even if you have returned to the stars, I will still love you. The figure of Snape in the portrait stood utterly still. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Every line and hue on the canvas appeared to be ensnared by the most potent petrification spell. He remained there, black eyes wide with shock. The depths of his pupils reflecting an overwhelming disbelief and a colossal impact akin to being pierced by the most searing sunlight, threatening to sear through his very soul. On his pallid face, all expressions faded, leaving only a near-blank shock of total devastation. Foolish. After what felt like an eternity, an incredibly faint and dry voice struggled to emerge from the portrait, each syllable seeming to tear itself from the very depths of his soul. A torrent of absurd emotions flooding forth like a swamp trampled by a giant. However, Harry's gaze precisely captured the clenched fist hidden beneath the dark robe's sleeve, now shaking uncontrollably. The knuckles whitened as if battling an oncoming deluge of unbearable emotions in a desperate struggle. I know, Harry's voice softened, imbued with boundless compassion and understanding. As he took a step back, creating distance, yet his gaze remained tenderly fixed on the figure within the painting. I know these words may be difficult for you to accept, even offensive. I understand you may never respond, or perhaps only with colder words to push me away. He smiled, a blend of bitterness, relief, and a rock-solid determination etched in his expression. It matters not. I speak not to seek anything. I simply wish for you to know that in this world, there exists someone who loves you so profoundly and purely. Loves Severus Snape for who he is. He cast one last deep glance at the man in the portrait, who stood as if his spirit had been drawn away, and turned. His steps slightly wavering, yet resolutely making his way to the door. Good night, Professor. Just before the door closed, Harry's voice floated gently, like a sigh, melding with the sound of rain outside. The heavy oak door slowly shut. In the office, only the crackling of the fireplace and the tumult of the storm outside remained. Within the frame, Snape continued to stand immobile. After what felt like a century, his hollow, shocked black eyes finally shifted with excruciating slowness, scanning the empty office. Ultimately landing where Harry had just stood, that trembling hand concealed within his sleeve gradually lifted with an unprecedented weight and hesitation. The fingertips no longer clenched into a fist but curling slightly, as if yearning to touch something, only to fall limply at his side. Outside, a pale lightning bolt rent the night sky, illuminating the lingering tremor on the man's pallid face and revealing the unfathomable, swirling depths of complex emotion within his eyes, akin to a chasm exposed after the ice had cracked. The thunder rolled in, drowning out the almost inaudible sigh emanating from the portrait, a mixture of pain and a deeper emotion. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.